You are now entering a dangerous liberty zone where God-given natural rights are held sacred and exercised. This is your warning. Tyranny, fascism, and censorship will not be tolerated. Ideas will be exchanged freely. Rigorous debate and open discourse is encouraged. If you are weak and your beliefs are fragile, you should leave now. Prepare yourself. We are now live on the Dangerous Liberty Podcast. All right. Good morning, everybody. Hope everybody is doing great. I think today, hopefully, will be the first real step toward justice for Charlie Kirk, among many other things. Hopefully, in the next couple of days, we're going to have some revelations that are just going to make it so obvious of what's going on, and not only what's going on within the Tyler Robinson case and the evidence, but more importantly, what's going on with the deception from Candace Owens, Baron Coleman, and all these other people that are trying to undermine truth and, quite frankly, the fabric of this nation. So I don't know if I'm excited. I just want to see what's gonna be revealed over the next couple of days, and I'm just hoping that people will wake up. I don't care about Candace and all these other people. What I care about is so disappointing, right? That so many people are tricked by this, that are duped by this. And then it's even sadder to see people so entertained by all this. It really is disappointing. But anyways, we're going to try to keep things on a positive note as much as possible. I want to say hi to everybody over in the chat. Thank you for tuning in today. I appreciate each and every one of you. And I'm just going to be honest with you, right? So Andrea Burkhart is also covering this. Folks, you should be watching that as well. I'm sure we're going to click back and forth to see what she's saying from time to time. I don't want to steal any of her feed, but guess what? It's 2026 and you don't have to choose. All right. Put Andrea's stream on one device, put mine on another, and then we will go from there. Make sure you like, subscribe, share our content. We appreciate that. Down in the description below, if you'd like to become a member and support this channel, we'd really appreciate it if you do that. But I do want to say hi to JP6 Gunner, I Rule, Wild Wired Media, 06 Chevy Guy, Mary Joey, James Mix, Michael Gigliotti, Natalie Herman, and many, many more. And the other thing that I'm going to do throughout this, folks, is I'm going to drop invitation links. And so that if you guys would like to jump in here and provide some commentary, whether it's just audio only, you can do that. It's just like a Zoom call, right? So I'll drop a guest link from time to time, and then you guys can jump in here, whether you want to jump on a video or audio only. I want to hear from you. And I think that'll be a lot of fun as well. So thank you guys for tuning in. I do want to go to this right here. I saw this earlier, and well, I saw a lot of things. In fact, we're just going to jump back and forth just a little bit. I'm going to share this with you guys, the screen first. What I want you to pay attention to are the insanity of some of these comments. I've already seen multiple comments like, go Tyler Robinson. Tyler Robinson is the GOAT among many others. And it's just disgusting to me that some people are saying these things and doing these things, but we'll get to that in just a minute as well. I do want to play this. We're going to share this tab instead. And this is Charlie Kirk's family release statements ahead of Tyler Robinson's hearing.
Several major top stories that are happening throughout the day today. One of them being that Tyler Robinson, the person accused of shooting and killing Charlie Kirk, will be in court for a preliminary hearing. And we are seeing that a joint statement has social media post courtesy of news of Erica and Charlie Kirk. Take a look at this, a social media post courtesy of Matt Finn. He says, new Erica Kirk and Charlie Kirk's family release a joint statement ahead of the preliminary hearing today in UT statement on behalf of Charlie Kirk's immediate family, his parents, Robert and Catherine, his wife, Erica, and his sister, Mary. That statement goes on to say, quote, Charlie was a beloved husband, son, brother, friend, and father. Every court proceeding serves as a painful reminder of his death and the loss that has irrevocably impacted our lives and the lives of his children. We remain deeply grateful for the support, prayers, and kindness we have received. This outpouring has sustained us during the darkest days of our lives. Out of respect for the judicial process, we will not be commenting further at this time. We ask for continued privacy as we navigate this process of immense grief. I want to bring up some of this footage here and just provide a little bit more background context as to this entire situation here. Now, this key hearing kicks off today in the murder case and the murder of Charlie Kirk. It's going to be happening in Utah, where prosecutors aim to convince a judge they have enough evidence to try the man accused of killing him and seek the death penalty. That man you see there on your screen, well, this is Charlie Kirk. The one you just saw is Tyler Robinson, the suspect in question. Now, the 5-day.
I also want to jump over here real quick, folks, and share this with you as well. I think this was a really good point by Data Republican. If you haven't read this, you should. If you're on X, this is also, I think it's on her own website or a website. I think she definitely posted this article and wrote the article. But regardless, let me play this video right here. This is insanity. Let me see this one. Let me actually go to the top of this. There we go. Hegemonic framing.
Sheet. You're an idiot. She has no idea what's going on. She is what she's always been, a pageant girl. Tell her the lines that she has to remember, and she can utter them back. Of a model actress seeking money and fame and then settling into a quiet life with a wealthy, good-looking husband. She is the wolf type who wants to be in the place of that husband. She is not born for. We could not find a single example in human history where someone's wife just assumed their corporate role as CEO and chairman of their company following a death. Maybe still another coincidence, right? Erica's in pageant world, Trump's in pageant world, Epstein's in pageant world-ish. Then we took a week off to investigate Erica, and so think through the common sense there. If I want to do a documentary on EMPs, and I'm just a random girl that is like in pageant world, that's pretty much all she's accomplished at this point in her life, right? Charlie, in this direction. She has now completely dissociated from that previous person. She's now radically pro-Israel. Says it's like brain.
There's that one. And she has a whole slew of these.
This is normal. This was a grief marketing campaign. But this is just a grift. There's no substance behind these words anymore. They just get up there and they just find whatever Bible verse they want and they tell you, this is what it means. This is what it means. People like her are the reason that there has been so much growth in the Catholic and the Orthodox Church, because you can just see it. That is not a real person. That is not a real grieving widow. And I simply don't care. Warp widow. That's what we're calling it. It's Erica Kirk. It's the vaccine. And how's our emotional asset doing today? Anybody want to check in? It's a smile. I just could not put on following my husband's public assessment.
And this is actually the video I was looking for earlier. We're going to see the progression of what she does. Here we go.
Wedding.
And I wrote, Candace Owens gradually dehumanized and demonized Erica, making her a target. Candace did this for money, but she also did it out of spite, jealousy, and because she is sadistic and gets off on it. And I do believe that's true.
And then came the children. You know, Charlie really loved Erica from the time I'm reading through the text today. Just loved her. He loved his family. He really did. And I came there and she was just lovely. She was genuinely such a nice person. And I was like, Charlie, just go for it. Just go for it. But I know that Charlie was very happy with Erica. And I know that Erica was she really is just the moment. The speech that she gave, everybody was just, I think it was the most consequential speech in American history. A message that everyone needed to hear, including myself. A message of complete sadness. We were grieving with her. Was when his wife, Mrs. Erica Kirk, address not just the nation, but the entire world. Around the world, obviously, have been moved by Erica's commitment to her Christian faith. The strength, obviously, that it takes for her. It's been, you could see the energy. She's going to fight. She's going to fight, and she is going to fight on the good side, because every woman would know what her husband's going through. So I can't even. So are we. I love that you show Erica love and support. I do wish there was some sign that we could. The first thing that I think I should make abundantly clear is I am relieved that Erica Kirk is at the head of Turning Point USA, because just like I alluded to last week, and which I will double down. So out of a loyalty to Erica, he also doesn't want to give more, make sure that I secured the footage so that Erica would not have to see it again. Like, but also the nastiness towards Catholics just needs to stop, point blank. I mean, Erica Kirk, they're just unfair criticisms of people that are attacking Erica. And I'll tell you why I feel that those criticisms are unfair. Meant it genuinely was to pray for Erica a couple of days ago, and I said she is stepping into that you saw or checking. That was not written by Erica Kirk. That will be an entire department, and these you should know that those decisions are not made by Erica. That's what it means to step into a company. You got my attention. What lie has Erica told that I'm supposed to be focused on? Okay, like absurdly making claims that I attacked Erica. And I know what these organic movements Point USA somehow means that I'm blaming Erica, who wasn't even working for Turning Point USA when Charlie died, because now she's the CEO. Like, there's like this threat, like they want me to say something bad about Erica because they want me to stop investigating it.
Candace specifically defending Erica Kirk and saying she would never make a claim like that about Erica, and that she.
No one, and I mean absolutely no one, outside of my husband and Erica Kirk has the power to shut me up right now. That's it. 2 people. You got to make an appeal. You got to go to them. Okay. Nobody that has the capacity to get me to, unless Erica Kirk asks me to stop, as I have said, or my father, or my husband.
We know how that went. And again, you can kind of go through, and she shows the evolution of where she turns just vitriolic toward Erica Kirk eventually. And I think that's really important going into this case and understanding what's going on with all of this stuff. But we are waiting for this to go live. Let me jump back and forth. I saw a couple of other different channels that were also doing this and live streaming it. So we'll check to see if there's anything else going on with some of these other channels. Here we have on the outside of the courthouse, obviously. I'm going to go ahead and do this. I'm going to go ahead and drop an invite link. Somebody would like to get on here, you can go audio only. It works like a Zoom call. You can go audio or video with your phone or whatever else. But I'm going to throw that down in the chat. If you would ever want a criminal defense attorney and former prosecutor as a guest to discuss, let me know. Whole truth, I'd love to have you on. You're welcome to come on right now. We would appreciate that. Sent the link down the chat. You can cover this with me the entire time. I would love that. Thanks for covering this, Gary, for Charlie. Thank you. Thank you for covering this. Great and informative live last night. Bless you. Thank you very much. Candace thought Erica would invite her onto the show, invite her to things, that the old gang would get back together, but that didn't happen. No, because Charlie didn't want it. Look, folks, I'm telling you right now, I've had the opportunity to talk to a lot of people behind the scenes that knew Candace behind the scenes. People that have worked for her and with her. And none of it's good. None of it's good. And it's a very consistent story. We can go back to what Dave Rubin said about Candace and how Dave Rubin was talking about having Candace over for 2 hours straight. All she did was disparage Charlie. And this is when he was alive. She hated him. Look, folks, there was a lot of bad blood between her and Charlie. Yes, because of requirements, because of non-disparagement clauses that you would have in any of these situations. Even if she was a complete dirtbag, Charlie Kirk wasn't going to say that. And quite frankly, even if there wasn't a non-disparagement clause, that's just how Charlie was. He didn't want to cause division, probably to a detriment. He didn't want to cause division in the conservative movement. And we got Yasmin. Yasmin, welcome to the show, Yasmin. Go ahead. Tell me what you got.
Hello. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can.
Hey.
Clear.
Hello. So, my prayers are truly with the Kirk family today.
Agreed.
It's one of the hardest things to watch, but of course, all of us are just trying to put all this stuff for the Kirk family to bed. I pray for them, and Candace has absolutely gone off the rails. And I plead people to hear the evidence, to understand what we are dealing with, and I hope that the Kirk family gets justice.
I agree.
And I appreciate you getting out there and, telling the facts like it is. And I hope and pray that people just wake up to this conspiracy. It's evil. And I hope that Candace repents.
Yeah, no, I agree. And isn't that to me, that's the most frustrating thing. Like, I can't believe how many people have fallen for this. She has lied time after time after time. Like, how much do you have to see? How much proof do you need before you wake up and see what's actually happening? And it's been super disappointing.
And that's what's happened. And honestly, I think back in September, we were all, I was horrified. My son was 14 at the time. And it was one of those things where I could not believe my 14-year-old son reaction to Charlie Kirk. And that really woke me up as a mother. And I had to really think, wow, we are dealing with some serious evil nowadays, and we have to wake up and understand what we're dealing with. And when Candace went off after September 10th, I couldn't believe it. I don't know. I was just dumbfounded by all of it.
Yeah, and I was in the same boat. I wasn't aware of anything that Candace was doing at all until like mid-November. And and then, when I saw what someone said that she was saying, I was aghast. And I went and looked that up myself. And I couldn't believe it was true. And then I watched the episode that she was referencing, and I was like, oh my God, what is going on here? And then I went back through and I watched all of her other episodes leading up to that. And I just saw lie after lie after lie. And I was like, clearly I don't know who Candace is.
Yeah. I mean, I was an avid follower of hers. But this was creating a lot of discussion with my son, which I appreciate. I think all across America, we were having conversations about this, and it really woke up this generation that's coming up that, they really are paying attention. They really are paying attention. And as parents, we need to see that. And that's why as a mother, I closely guard what my son is now listening to and who are the voices. And so I appreciate you, Paramount Tactical, who's out there, just getting this stuff out there is so important for our young people. So I really appreciate the time, and I don't want to take up too much of your time, but we're watching, I'm praying, and I'm praying for you. And I know that it's not easy to be out there and be that voice amongst the noise.
Yeah, no, I'll tell you what, and I appreciate all the listeners and people like you that are, because it gets a little lonely out here sometimes.
Yeah.
There's no doubt about it. So I appreciate all the encouragement.
Just know you definitely have support. I'm out here in Colorado amongst all the liberals, so you pray for me. And my husband's a pastor out here, and we're just trying to. It's definitely evil against good, and so just know that Jesus Christ for sure is the one that we need to anchor to, and the truth. is so important, and the truth will set us free. And I know that the Kirk family knows the truth, and we will stick by them no matter what. And so I appreciate your time.
Thank you. Appreciate you, Jasmine.
Absolutely.
God
All right,
bless you and
bye-bye.
your family.
Thank you. Bye.
Gil, I am seeing that you're in the studio, but it says you don't have a mic or a camera hooked up. So I don't know what's going on there. If you're on X, you can DM us and we will try to help you with any technical support with that. All right. Let me throw this back up here. We got this stream going on. Still.
James Robinson.
Oh, here we go.
Counsel, can you enter your appearances, please?
Chris Ballard are also present.
Good morning.
Good morning, Your Honor.
I'm going to switch over to this. It has better audio.
State of Utah versus Tyler James Robinson. Counsel, can you enter your appearances, please?
Chad Rumander, Ryan McBride, David Sturgeon, State, Mr. Jeff Gray.
For some reason we can't
Chris
hear
Ballard are also
counsel.
present.
Good morning.
Good morning, Your Honor. Kathy Nestor, Michael Burt, Richard Novak, and Stacy Visser here on behalf of Mr. Robinson, who's seated to my right.
Good morning. Mr. Robinson, good morning. For the record, the court also recognizes the presence of Ms. Erica Kirk. Ms. Kirk, good morning. First, with respect to courtroom protocol, to maintain security and decorum, any individual who exits the courtroom during proceedings will not be permitted to re-enter until the recess. All counsel are expected to take reasonable measures to safeguard confidential communication. Such measures may include the use of screen protections on electronic devices and care to avoid the inadvertent capture of privileged or private discussions by recording equipment or by those present in the courtroom. In addition, the microphones at your tables have been turned off. Again, in an attempt to try to minimize the possibility of any of the communications being captured. I ask that if you are speaking, that you come to the lectern and that microphone will be live. And so that's the best way that we can hear you, and it is captured on the record. All right, second, the court will address the camera operator, and the court knows there is no still photographer for today's proceedings pursuant to the court's ruling from last week. To our camera operator, would you please approach the lectern? My microphone, there we go. Now it's back on. Could you state your name for the record?
John Wilson, KSL News.
Mr. Wilson, what duties will you perform today?
Shooting the proceeding according to the decorum order.
All right. And have you had a chance to fully review the court's standing decorum order?
I have, sir.
All right. And you understand all the requirements set forth in that order as it applies to your activities today?
Yes, sir.
Do you require additional time to review the order or to adjust the equipment to ensure compliance?
No, sir.
Do you anticipate any difficulty complying with today's order, with the order or with any of the court's instructions?
No, sir.
All right. Well, thank you, Mr. Wilson. I appreciate you being here. Next, turning to the amended motion to allow the use of portable electronic devices filed by the news media and their counsel. The court appreciates the arguments presented in the motion and recognizes the importance of the press in the criminal justice system. Having considered the motions before the court, the request to permit representatives of the news media to use portable electronic devices during the preliminary hearing is respectfully denied. The request to permit counsel for the news media to use portable electronic devices during the preliminary hearing is granted. As officers of the court, counsel shall be held to the same standards applicable to the counsel for the parties and comply with the court's standing decorum order.
Hi, Gary.
What's
the matter
happening?
before us today,
Hey, thanks for the invite. I actually have a court appearance this morning at 8:30, but hopefully I'll be done pretty quickly, so I'd love to join if the invite's still open.
Absolutely, sir. You go in there and win your court case and whatever you got going on, and then come back when you're
All
ready.
All right, thanks, man. Keep up
Thanks,
the good
buddy.
work.
Thank you, buddy.
Hearing, and the court is mindful of the safety and well-being of all parties, counsel, witnesses, court staff, and members of the public who are present. The court is also mindful of the duty to protect and uphold the constitutional rights of both Mr. Robinson and Ms. Kirk. To serve those important interests, the court reminds all persons who will be in attendance that the portable electronic devices will not be permitted in the courtroom or on the fourth floor. In addition, each person who is in attendance will be afforded the dignity and respect due to them, and pursuant to the standing decorum order, all spectators shall be quiet, civil, and orderly. Spectators shall not engage in any distracting, disruptive, provocative, disrespectful, uncivil, or threatening behavior of any kind. Spectators shall not make any audible comments of any
Exactly
kind,
right,
shall not
Brady.
shake or nod their heads, shall not otherwise make any gestures during the hearing. And the court recognizes that this hearing may invoke a motion from everyone, and that the court understands the human nature of that, but also it's important that this courtroom is orderly. Spectators shall not wear or display any pins, buttons, signs, clothing, or photographs expressing support for or against any person related to this case, or the status of this case as a capital offense. Turning to counsel. Before we begin, I want to acknowledge that over these past 10 months, I've had a chance to observe each of you, and I find that you are all competent, prepared, and that you care deeply about this case. I ask you to continue to conduct yourselves in accordance with the rules governing professional conduct, civility, and ethics. I also ask that you remain mindful of the constitutional rights of all parties, and in every engagement that you treat each person you engage with the dignity and respect they are inherently due, as they are human beings. I want to turn also to objections, the format that I wish to follow if objections are made. When an objection is made, all parties shall pause so that the objection may be heard. Speaking objections are not permitted. If any party believes that an extended argument is necessary, particularly on sensitive matters, that party may request to approach the bench, and all parties will approach the bench. Both sides will be afforded an opportunity to be heard for or against the objection, after which I will issue a ruling either sustaining or overruling the objection. Once the ruling has been made, direct or cross-examination may resume. I anticipate that we will begin each morning at 9 a.m. with the exception of Wednesday. We will begin at 1 p.m. We will take a 15-minute morning break and a 15-minute afternoon break. If there is a situation that necessitates—
I don't want to interrupt this too much, but I do want to get this fixed. Are we having audio issues? I will say there's a lot of times when people are saying we're having audio issues and it's a personal problem. Can you guys hear me okay? Am I too loud, too quiet? Is the court too loud or too quiet? I can, the stream too loud or too quiet. Let me know and I will try to, and I can adjust those right now. You guys give me some feedback. Lace says it sounds good on her end. Yeah, there's no exploding mic. We spent all last night loud and clear. Court is too low. Sounds good. All right, I'm going to turn up the live stream feed just a little bit. We'll see what happens.
necessitates a break, please approach the
They also have a lot of audio issues on their side, but I'll try to turn up the live stream
bench and
audio.
we can address that. We will recess for lunch at noon for 1 hour each day, with the exception of Wednesday, and court will resume at 1 p.m. and continue until 5 p.m. each day. Does either party need the benefit of the record?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you, Ms. Nestor. No, Judge, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Gernander. Do either party wish to invoke the exclusionary rule?
Defense invokes, Your Honor.
All right. The defense has invoked the exclusionary rule. I ask that all witnesses, if present, be excused from the courtroom, and ask that each party monitor the courtroom to ensure your witnesses aren't present, as I'm not familiar with who they are. Of course, victim representative is excluded from that rule, as is the case manager pursuant to the rules. Okay, and I anticipate that from here on out that they're just going to come to the lectrum. So, okay, so just for the benefit of the record, to the questions, the yes or no questions. Well, the parties have entered their appearances and they're all present, and neither party wanted the benefit of the record. Ms. Nestor invoked the exclusionary rule, and Mr. Grunander, if you
we never block anybody for disagreeing. We block people for calling people names and going ad hominem. So that's what we do. Hopefully I turned up the stream volume a little bit. Hopefully that fixes things. So again, as long as people are keeping things respectful and not just trolling the chat, people aren't going to get blocked. So make sure you guys enforce that. All of our moderators out there, don't block people just for disagreeing. We don't do that anyhow. But apparently when you call people names, some people think that's disagreeing. That's not disagreeing. You're just being an asshole, and we're not going to put up with that. You can go do that on another channel, but keep it respectful and civil, and we'll be good.
you'd like to approach the lectrum as the microphones at the tables are not activated.
Thank you, Judge. We anticipated that the defense would invoke the exclusionary rule. We consulted with defense for just a couple of minutes prior to the start of this hearing. We essentially have two case agents, Your Honor, David Hull and Brian Davis, both from the state of Utah. The defense has consented that both of them can be present. So one is seated at my table, the front table. This is Brian Davis, Agent Davis, and Agent Hull is seated on the bench just on the other side of the bar. He will be present for this hearing as well. Both of these agents will be testifying as part of the hearing.
Thank you. Ms. Nestor, your microphone's dead. If you want to come forward, and it sounds like you've stipulated, but just for the benefit of the record.
We have stipulated, Your Honor, for purposes of this hearing only.
Thank you. All right, so Agents Davis and Hull are permitted to remain in the courtroom during the duration of the preliminary hearing. Any other business that we need to address before we turn to the business of witnesses? Mr. Novak.
Thank you, Your Honor. Richard Novak for Mr. Robinson. Your Honor, the court had issued an order, maybe it was early last week, asking the parties to meet and confer about the question of whether exhibits will be published. And we did, and we can either deal with this as a general matter, or we can deal with it on an exhibit by exhibit basis. But I just want to make sure that we didn't lose track of that issue. The court had earlier entered an order granting in part the defense motion to exclude, I'm just going to say technology in the courtroom because it's a shorthand for video cameras and photography and microphones, because the parties had earlier stipulated that none of the exhibits would be available from the preliminary hearing, would be available for inspection or copying. I understand that publishing the exhibits in the courtroom may technically be different than that, but whenever the court is ready to deal with that issue, we just want to make sure that we do so
Thank you, Mr.
before it's too late.
That's always the right time to do it.
Okay, thank you.
Turning to the state in defense, do we anticipate this being a long argument, or is it something that we can handle? There are some stipulations that we can address right now, and then the remainder we can address on an exhibit by exhibit basis. Mr. Grunander.
Judge, I don't know that we have any stipulations. But with that said,
Agreed.
it is correct. Mr. Novak's correct. We did meet and consult on this issue. I wanted to give the court just a brief roadmap, but part of that was exhibits 7, 8, and 9 that we propose introducing will be graphic in nature. And those were the exhibits I was referring to at the last hearing, where we would like to take a short break before they were published, if they are published, whether it be by way of video and or audio. Judge, I don't see any TVs or monitors here in the courtroom today with respect to publishing something that would go beyond counsel table and your honor's bench. So I don't know how much this is of an issue this is going to be anyway, at least with respect to pictures or video.
Thank you. And that's a great point. And the court's thought about this issue in regards to publication of exhibits. Obviously, the court will entertain all motions before any, but after considering it, here's the 2 points that I wish to address. In regards to the exhibits, there is benefit to publication of certain exhibits, but I also do not, and this is going to the camera operator, do not want them to be displayed on TV. I believe it is important that the parties know that the exhibits are being viewed by the judge in real time and in open court. However, what I will do is have the monitor placed against that wall to reduce the possibility of it being broadcast. And so on the exhibits that the court grants to be published in court, and not going to Mr. Novak's point, not to be given copies to, and the court is trying to be mindful that if it's shown on TV, that's essentially giving a copy to. And so the court is taking Mr. Novak's point in consideration. And so the anticipation is, and I know I'm catching staff a little bit off guard, is placing that television right behind Jeff, our bailiff, to minimize the accidental capture by the camera and in allowing it to be displayed. I recognize that that is not the ideal spot for viewing, but I'm also trying to balance the rights and important considerations that defense has made. And again, this will be on an exhibit by exhibit basis on what is published or what is not.
I did see someone say it's a shame that we weren't able to coordinate a dual stream with Andrea. I didn't want to do that. Look, I love Andrea. She's amazing. I love her court coverage. I also didn't want to even ask that. Number one, I think that would be imposing on her, and she probably would have she's nice enough that she probably would allow that. I want her to be able to run her stream the way that she wants to run her stream and be able to cut in and not have to deal with me cutting in and saying my end of it. Again, you got multiple devices. Run them both. I think that's the best way to do that. That's just my thought on that.
But for the exhibits that the court rules can be published in open court, that is going to be the location of the monitor. And again, the court spent a bit of time weighing what should be done, where the monitor should be placed to accomplish the purposes of publication, at the same time protecting, especially as it may relate to sensitive material if the court deems that to be publishable in the courtroom. Any questions that I can address from either side or clarification needed?
I don't think they're going to show. They have purposely situated the cameras so that they would not show the audience. They don't want to show. They're probably not going to show Tyler. He is in the courtroom, and they're probably not going to show Erica or anybody else. That was part of the court order and how they were going to run this from a live streaming or broadcasting standpoint. So I doubt it.
But today, certainly, I would anticipate, Judge. For the course information, we anticipate presenting 4 witnesses. They're all law enforcement witnesses. Officer Chris Bagley.
Okay, Rick, you're saying that your other account was blocked, and then when you brought it up, I said you were lying. That's just not true. There's lots of people that accidentally get blocked because of a lot of things that happen, especially when we have a busy chat. So I've addressed this multiple times where mods have accidentally blocked, because folks, the stream and and you click on one account. I've done this and accidentally blocked the wrong account. So I would never call you a liar. Now I'm calling you a liar, or you misunderstood what was being said. So take that.
He's now with Spanish Fork Police Department. He was with Utah Valley University Police Department. He'll be the first witness. The second witness will be Agent David Hull, and those exhibits 7, 8, 9, we anticipate coming in through him. The third witness will be Agent Brian Davis, again with the state of Utah.
Oh, yeah.
Case agent.
This is court staff and members of the public who are present. The court is also mindful of the duty to protect and uphold the constitutional rights of both Mr. Robinson and Ms. Kirk. To serve those important interests, the court reminds all persons who will be in attendance that the portable electronic devices will not be permitted in the courtroom or on the fourth floor. In addition, each person who is in attendance will be afforded the dignity and respect due to them, and pursuant to the standing decorum order, all spectators shall be quiet, civil, and orderly. Spectators shall not engage in any distracting, disruptive, provocative, disrespectful, particularly on sensitive matters that come forward or any. Let's make it easy.
All right, so this is the KSL feed. I think the audio is better on this one. So thanks whoever mentioned that Andrea switched over to this. Appreciate that.
On ourselves. Let's just.
And so we will be using the easel, I think that's just
Okay.
over by the jury box.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Grunander. Before we break, I do wish to remind the parties that this is a preliminary hearing. It is a probable cause standard. And if you could keep that in mind as you're presenting your evidence, this is not intended to chill what you present, but keep in mind that the standard is probable cause, and that is what the court as a magistrate will be looking to. All right, with that, let's, how much time do we need for the placement of the monitor?
All right, they're going on a break
All right,
to
well,
place
let's
the
break.
monitor. I'm going to speed up. They're in the middle of the break. Let's take some super chats. Gary, thank you for your diligence. Let's turn down this terrible music. We'll probably even get a copyright strike for having it. All right. Gary, thank you for your diligence for the truth. It's highly commendable. I will continue to do my part in supporting you and helping to spread the good that you do to dismantle the lies. Justice for Charlie Kirk. Thank you very much. We appreciate you. He calls us his friends. Thank you very much. It feels like I've been waiting for 10 years for this day. I believe some people will have to change their theories after this ends. Well, look, the reality is a lot of these people, Candace Owens and many other, they've been hedging in anticipation for all of this, right? I am curious to see what actually happens with this. I'll tell you what, with the information that myself, Matt, and Mid-Gray put out last night, people that are continuing to push the exploding mic theory, there's no hope for them. There's no hope for them. So I'm glad Candace Owens, Baron Coleman, and the rest of her grifting orbit continue to push that, because it just makes them look stupid. It really does. It's the dumbest. It's the lowest IQ out of all the different theories that they push. It is absolutely the dumbest. So hopefully that ends up being the grand finale for these people. Yeah, look, every time we've done anything like this on these live streams, especially with this court and especially with this judge that talks so low, we'll do our best, right? Just understand you'll have to do some volume manipulation probably on your end. So just be aware of that. We deserve to see everything except autopsy reports. I don't want to see those. Look, I know some of this stuff is macabre or macabre. I actually want to see everything, because here's the problem. Anytime that you create an information gap, for instance, if they don't show, and they're not going to, by the way, they're not going to show the medical exam reports. They're just not going to. None of the pictures, at least not to the public. They will show them to the jury. But anytime that you leave some of those things and those aren't shown to the public, people like Candace Owens and Baron Coleman will use that to create new lies. They do it every single time. And so I want everything shown, or at least publicly available. And then it's up to you, the viewer, to decide whether or not you want to look at those things. But I think the truth is important here. And the more information that we have, the less room it gives for these people to come up with these fake theories, because that's what they exploit. They exploit a lack of information every single time to create, and then they fill that void with some BS nonsense that they know they're going to make money on. And unfortunately, there's too many dumb people out there that are going to believe it. Especially while we're on this break, I'm going to go ahead and throw in another guest link. Somebody would like to jump in and talk about anything, you're welcome to do so. Apparently, they're setting up some easels. They're setting up some monitors. Yeah, look, there's no doubt about it. Every move that the prosecution or the defense has made is they're just trying to delay. And their only hope at this point, with just the information that we know about, with just the evidence that we know about, their only hope is to take the death penalty off the table. And I don't even think the prosecution is willing to do that. I don't think they're willing to strike a deal, to give him a plea deal. I don't think it's going to happen. They want the death penalty, and they should. Vix, welcome to the show. It says your devices are not connected. You have to get select the audio or video device in that. Make sure you get that up. But you're welcome to come back. Get that. This is what I like to see. Watching Andrea on TV and Gary's live on my phone. As a matter of fact, let's just switch over to see what Andrea is saying real quick. And again, folks, I definitely recommend, if you want legal analysis, definitely go over there and check her out.
And he's not going to go crazy to try to prevent, any and all glimpses, I guess. But there is going to be a bit of a difference then between what we are able to see here at home in terms of the substantive evidence and what is going to be visible there in
let me switch
the courtroom.
this.
So we are going to be dependent on some of those in courtroom reporters for details about the particular exhibits.
Okay.
Why is he doing this, you ask? Mute this weird sound stuff they have going on. Why is he doing this? It largely has to do with the posture of this particular hearing, because it is a probable cause hearing. This is just there to ascertain, for the judge to pass on whether there is enough here to warrant having a trial at all. Is this suspicion, this allegation, the series of allegations against Tyler Robinson, is it well enough founded in evidence for it to be justified? But it's important to remember that, of course, this is not the trial.
Okay. Yeah. So, I mean, I don't understand how people can think that they know so much about everything, and they don't understand the basic structure of our justice system. This is just a preliminary hearing, right? They're just seeing if there's enough evidence to move forward with the trial, that they actually have probable cause for the crimes that they're alleging that Tyler Robinson committed. And yes, Rick, I've never even seen you on here before. You're really starting to annoy me. Either just shut up or go to another thing. I'm like we're not going to sit here and play this game all day. If you told us that you were accidentally blocked, then I would not call you a liar. But when you're sitting here going on and saying that I called you a liar, now you're lying. And I'm starting to think that you're just here to troll. I'm not going to play this game, Rick. So either enjoy the stream, continue on. You're welcome to let us know what screen name you think we accidentally blocked you on, and we will restore it. But we're not going to play this game. So again, just going back to this, every time you have a talk with these people, they don't understand how the justice systems work. Why haven't they just shown us all the evidence? Have you not seen a trial before? It's because they have a constitutional right. Do you want to violate Tyler Robinson's constitutional rights? Is that what you want? He has a right to a fair trial. And if they show you the self-appointed, I don't know, freaking, you want to cosplay as some sort of PI or investigator, like, that's not how this works. That would be a violation of his constitutional rights. If we convince all of America, this, and I think this is part of the game for the more sophisticated, that's what they're trying to do. They want Tyler to get off. But if we convince all of America that he's indeed guilty, then we have violated his constitutional rights, you morons. Like, your ignorance is not our problem. Your ignorance is not our problem. Because you're dumb and you don't understand, you clearly weren't taught basic civics in school, and you don't know how these things work, and you're going to use that as some sort of evidence that there is a big conspiracy. There's not a conspiracy. You're just stupid. I don't know else how to say it. Yeah, they're protecting this animal from the public. Well, well, I'll tell you why they're doing that. Part of the reason that they're doing that is because what we saw last time. They had cameras in the court, and there was people, and the cameras were actually videoing Tyler Robinson. And there was some ridiculous lip reading. Oh, this is what he's saying. Da, 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 da. And they put that out. And people were exploiting that. I don't think for a second that's actually what he was saying. They basically had him essentially admitting to guilt. I forgot what it was, but it was dumb. And then the defense used that as a reason to get rid of cameras in the court. And I think that was somebody creating that lip reading session for that purpose specifically. Again, it's information ops, folks. They're out there. They're trying to undermine this investigation, and the last thing they want is you, the public, to actually see the evidence for multitude of reasons. And that is so they can continue to undermine this investigation and subvert this investigation. And ultimately, what it is subverting and destroying faith and trust in our justice system. And look, we don't have a perfect system. There's always going to be corrupt people involved in every system that we have in government. But legitimate criticism is what we should be doing as Americans. Once you get to a point where you see a movement taking place that is trying to undermine faith in the American institutions when it's not credible, all right, that should tell you that there's something else going on here. And that's what's happening. So that's why we're not going to see some of the things that we wish we saw, because they will use that to undermine the investigation further. They will do everything they can to get the cameras thrown out of the court. That's what they want to do. The perp has way more rights than the actual victims. TR has been protected while the widow has been attacked, slandered, and abused. You're not wrong. The wild thing is watch, like, this is because of the public. This is we the people running amok, or at least a certain sect. And by the way, folks, like, let's be real and put a little bit of balance and common sense into this. The perception that we get on YouTube is that all of these in social media in general, and X as well, is like there's like this huge, like, the majority of people are on the side of Tyler Robinson. The majority of people feel like this is some big conspiracy, multi-agency conspiracy, multinational conspiracy. That's what they would love for you to perceive to be true. It's not true, folks. There's I bet it's less than 3 to 5% of the American people that believe this BS. It feels bigger than that. And also, I think it feels bigger than that because of a lot of artificial boosting. I think you guys, if you're watching my channel, you guys know, like, I think Russia, China, and all of our political and foreign adversaries are taking advantage of this and boosting this message and adding gas to the fire. So don't let perception shape your reality. All right, Rick, fine. All right. All right, we're back live.
Exhibits for today's proceedings to the defense in advance of this hearing. So,
All right. Mr. McBride.
Yes, Your Honor. My report at the last hearing is the latest report. As of June 18th, we had provided approximately 100% of the material in our possession. Over the last week, we have received additional materials from SBI.
Listen, all right. So right now, folks, the defense has 100% of all the evidence in their possession. They've provided all that, just so we're clear. Looks like they got some new information. They'll be sharing that as well.
Due to preparation for this hearing, those materials have not yet been provided, but they will be as soon as this hearing is complete.
Thank you. Defense require the benefit of the record.
No, Your Honor.
Thank you, Ms. Nestor. And in case the mic didn't pick that up, she declined. All right, turning to the state, you may call your first witness.
Your Honor, the state calls Officer Chris Bagley.
Officer Bagley, if you'd like to come forward, it looks like he's being brought into the courtroom.
Okay, that was happening under Biden. All right, I've not seen the judicial system charge people with zero evidence. As a matter of fact, what they're doing in multiple states and regions that are controlled by Democrats is they're letting people go that have overwhelming evidence of violent crimes. That's what's happening. So don't paint the Trump administration with the sins of the Biden administration.
All right.
You do solemnly swear that the testimony you shall give in the case now pending before the court will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
All right. Officer Bagley, if you wouldn't mind having a seat at the witness table. And after you're situated, to your left is a bottle of water. And if you wouldn't mind bringing the microphone toward you to ensure that it picks up your voice.
Can you hear that?
I can. Thank you. Mr. Gernander, your witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Will you please state your name for the record and spell your last name?
Christopher Bagley, last name spelling Bagley.
And how are you employed?
I'm employed at the Spanish Fork Police Department as a police officer.
As a police officer. What is your position or your rank there?
I'm just a senior officer.
Senior officer, okay. How long have you been with the Spanish Fork Police Department?
About 5 months.
5 months. How long have you been a police officer?
26 years.
Okay. Will you briefly describe, for the court's benefit, your training, what you did to become a police officer?
I did the Utah Post Academy, which is about 600 hours of training for basic things to become a police officer, report writing, arrest control, stuff to that effect.
When you say Post Academy, is Post an acronym?
It is.
What does that stand for?
Police Officer Standard Training.
Okay. Were you certified through Post?
I was.
Okay. And what did that certification require?
Going through that post and graduating, all the academy, all the credits that you could get with hours, and then physical fitness, stuff to that effect, and then graduating from that to earn the certificate.
Was there also testing involved?
There was.
At the academy?
Yes.
Okay. Were you employed in September of 2025?
I was.
And where were you employed then?
Utah Valley Police Department.
And how long did you work for the Utah Valley University Police Department?
5 years.
5 years, okay. And do you recall what your position or your rank was there?
A senior officer there.
Senior officer, okay. Describe, if you would, just your general duties as a police officer at Utah Valley University.
There at Utah Valley University, we'd patrol the campus, we'd walk around, we'd patrol, we would do investigations if there was crimes to that effect. We'd make sure that students or staff, if they needed something, we'd be there for them. So basic police, kind of like a school resource officer, community-oriented policing.
Okay. Was this a full-time position?
It was.
Okay. Did you work in law enforcement prior to UVU?
I did.
And where did you work?
I worked at Utah County Sheriff's Office for 13 years. Before that, I worked with Springville City Police Department for 6 years. And also with the Salt Lake County Sheriff's Office for a year.
What were your positions with those departments?
Varies. I did K9, I did SWAT, I did motors, senior officer, FTO officer, detectives.
Okay. While you were at Utah Valley University, did you have access to the video surveillance system on campus?
Yes, I did.
And how so?
It was at our desktop where our police station is. We have desks, and on our desktops, we'd have access to it there. Or we'd go into dispatch and they'd have a wall full of camera systems that we could look at.
How familiar did you become with that system?
Very familiar.
Can you describe how you became very familiar?
Like I said, it was one of our daily routines that we'd go in there. If we were looking for somebody or tracking something back, we'd go in, we'd go back to that time frame. We could trace somebody to track somebody through campus. I'd also turn around and make some maps, so it was easier for dispatch or somebody to click on an area in the campuses where the buildings were and be able to click a little bit easier and get a faster response. So made some maps and stuff like that.
And how often did you use this system?
Every day.
Okay. Did you become familiar with the campus at Utah Valley University when you were working there?
Yes.
And explain how you became familiar with it.
Like I said, we'd walk around. I would train other officers. We'd make sure that we knew all the ins and outs, the back doors. We'd make sure we knew where every classroom was, where every entrance and exit was. We'd secure the building. We patrol the neighborhoods. We patrol around campus. And then we also have off-site campuses that we drive to and make sure that they're secure also.
Okay. You mentioned that you patrol the neighborhoods.
Yes.
Surrounding campus.
Yes.
What about the neighborhood to the north and east of campus?
Yes.
Okay. What was your purpose for patrolling those neighborhoods as an officer for UVU?
One, it was right next to the UVU, so we patrolled it. Sometimes people would run up in that area or be walking up that way. We'd have stolen bikes, stuff like that. So we'd go into the areas, look for stuff. Also with Orem Police Department, we'd go back up them quite a bit for other calls, and a lot of it would be in the area.
Okay, so back up just a little bit. So Utah Valley University is located in what city?
Orem, Utah.
Orem, Utah. Okay. How familiar did you become with the buildings on campus?
Very familiar.
And the walkways?
Very familiar.
You mentioned the entrances and exits to the buildings?
Yes.
What about parking structures?
Yes.
Same answer for that?
Yes.
Okay. Are you familiar with the courtyard or the outdoor amphitheater on campus?
I am.
And generally speaking, where is that located on campus?
It's more of the central, it's an outdoor area centered by a bunch of buildings around it. So it's in the center of the campus pretty much.
Okay. Can you describe what it looks like, this courtyard, this amphitheater?
It's kind of like an amphitheater look. So you got some grass and a couple steps that go up. You got some cement on top with some bushes and flowers. You've got places where people can sit and eat. They come out and study and relax on the grass. And there's a waterfall with a little pond that comes down into a stream. So,
okay. Are you familiar with the surroundings, the buildings around the amphitheater?
Yes, I am.
Okay. In relationship to this amphitheater, this courtyard, where is the Hall of Flags located?
It would be directly west of the courtyard.
Okay. Is it part of the courtyard or is it just off of the courtyard?
It's kind of the courtyard. It like butts up right against the courtyard. So it'll be the west side of the courtyard.
Okay. So to the west of the courtyard. Yes. Is there a walkway across the Hall of Flags?
There is.
Okay.
There's an inside one and an outside one.
Okay. So what is the Hall of Flags then?
The Hall of Flags is a kind of like a bridge between two buildings that all the flags throughout the world are represented in there with some chairs where people sit down and relax with windows so you can see through all the way to the Utah Lake.
Okay. What are those two buildings that are connected by this Hall of Flags?
The Fugal building over to like the science building area.
Okay. So you mentioned the Fugal building.
Yes.
Where is the Fugal building located in relationship to this courtyard?
It's to the south of the courtyard.
Okay. Does it run up against the courtyard?
It does.
The building. Okay. What about the Woodbury Business Building? Where is that in relationship to the courtyard?
That's kind of southeast and it runs up right against the courtyard also.
Okay. And in relationship to the Fugal building, where's that, Sorensen? Or excuse me, that business building, the Woodbury business building.
Woodbury business is right directly east of the Fugal.
Okay. What about the Sorensen Center? Where is that located with respect to this courtyard?
The Sorensen Center is going to be kind of like a northeast of the courtyard.
Okay. Does it, again, run up against this courtyard?
Yes, it does.
Okay. And where is it in relationship to the business building?
The Woodbury business building is just directly south of the Sorensen.
Directly south. Okay. The Losi Center, are you familiar with that building?
I am.
And where is it located on campus?
Directly east of the courtyard amphitheater area.
Okay. Does it run up to the courtyard, the Losi Center?
No, not really.
Okay.
It doesn't run right up against it. So the Sorensen building is kind of like right between those two.
Okay. In relationship to the Sorensen building, what direction is the Losi building?
East.
East. Okay. Are you familiar with the LDS Institute building on campus?
Yes, I am.
And where is that located?
That is going to be located north of the Losi building and just kind of like northeast of the courtyard.
Okay. And is there a parking structure next to this Institute building?
Yeah, there is.
And where is that?
That is going to be, so you mentioned the Institute building is going to be north of the Losi Center. There is a parking structure that has several levels of parking. It's going to be directly west of the Institute building. And then they also have a parking lot to the north of that across the road.
Okay. With respect to the parking structure,
okay.
Can you describe for the court how one would enter this parking structure, driving and even walking? How do you enter and exit that structure?
So on the north end of the parking structure is Campus Drive. You can drive in and exit on the level 1. So that's a ground level. That's where you'd enter if you're driving in or exiting back out on campus. Then it goes up to level 2. And on level 2, exit is what's called Heat Plant Road. In between the Institute building and the garage is a little road. And there's an exit right there that you can drive out. You can also, if you're parking there, you could walk out right there at that exit only where I was talking.
Right? Why don't we have a picture of this stuff up there so everybody's oriented? They know exactly what they're talking about. It's a great point. Cool stuff.
Talking about on that southeast side. You can walk out there, or on the north end of that garage, there are some stairs that go up all the levels, and it goes down to the bottom level and across the street through a tunnel to the LDS Institute building. And then when you pop up on level 2, you can walk over to the Institute building.
Okay. Can you describe how long of a walk it would take from that parking structure to get to the courtyard on campus, approximately?
A couple of minutes, because when you go to that far southeast exit, you can walk directly almost to the courtyard. You can also walk along the south end of the LDS Institute building up towards the Losi building.
Okay. Officer, I'm going to turn your attention to State's Exhibit number 1. It should come up on your monitor there.
All right,
Let me
so
know
they
when
are
you can see
displaying
that.
I can see it.
the video
Just
of
for
the
staff,
courtyard.
let's go ahead and not publish it until it's admitted into evidence. So we're going to take it off the monitors. But for the witness, he should be able to see the exhibit.
Like, why does that matter, Judge? We're just getting the lay of the land.
That's fine. So table monitors, witness, but not the main monitor. Thank you. All right, Mr. Grunander, thank you.
Thank you, Judge. Do you see that's Plaintiff's Exhibit number 1, Officer?
I do.
And do you recognize that exhibit?
Yes, I do.
And what is that?
This is an area of the buildings plus the courtyard in the middle is all the grassy area. So this is an area of the campus at Utah Valley University.
Is it a photograph?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Are you familiar then with what's depicted in this photograph?
Yes, I
am. Does it fairly and accurately portray this area of campus?
Yes, it does.
Okay. Can you tell the court what direction the camera is facing when this photograph was taken?
It's kind of facing north and a little to the east.
Okay. Does it depict a number of the buildings that we've talked about today?
Yes, it does.
100%.
For example, the Hall of Flags, does it show the Hall of Flags?
Yes, it does.
the walkway of it, of the Hall of Flags. What about the Sorensen Center? Does it show that?
Yes, it does.
The Woodbury Business Building,
Yes, it does.
the Fugel Building.
Yes.
What about the Losi Center? Can you see that from this photograph?
Yes.
Is this photograph a fair and accurate depiction of this area of UVU campus on September 10th?
Yeah, I get it. And this is exactly right. Look, they're going to use anything they possibly can to undermine the judge, his decisions, and of course, this case. So I've already steeled myself to be frustrated with some of these things, but I understand that the judge is using an abundance of caution. And so some of these things are just going to fall into that, and we're all going to be a little bit frustrated, but eventually we will see most of these things, I believe.
2025.
Failure to lay a foundation for, oh, I'm sorry.
It is a little bit tricky.
All right.
Failure to lay a,
Your Honor, the state offers State's Exhibit 1.
Your Honor, we would object to failure to lay a foundation for, oh, I'm sorry.
It is a little bit tricky because that microphone.
Sorry about
Ms.
that.
Nestor.
Your Honor, we would object to inability to authenticate. There's not been a foundation laid that this officer took this photo, can verify when it was taken, or by whom it was taken, so we would object.
Mr. Grunander.
Would you like us to argue now or approach the bench?
Well, as it relates to this, I'll hear argument.
Okay. Judge, first of all, it's very clear, well-established law that the person who took the photograph is not required to be present to lay the foundation for it. What's required for foundation is that the witness has knowledge of what's depicted in the photograph and can testify to its accuracy. And that's exactly what this officer has done. We laid an ample amount of foundation about this area of campus. He's confirmed that it depicts this area of campus that was previously described. He confirmed the buildings that he can see there. He also confirmed that it was an accurate depiction of this on September 10th, 2025.
Thank you. Any further argument, Ms. Nestor? And Mr. Grunander,
We did file a standing objection at the very beginning of the hearing. I would just refer to our standing objection as well. I know this is not there's no written testimony in this, but just out of an abundance of caution, I want to also refer to our standing objection.
thank you, Ms. Nestor. All right, having considered the arguments, I find I'm going to overrule the objection and admit Exhibit 1. This witness has firsthand knowledge of the location as well as the building locations that foundation has been laid. He also stated it was a fair and accurate representation of what's being depicted here. And for those reasons, the defense objection is open.
That's right. That is Tyler Robinson there on the right in between his lawyers in front of that screen.
Overruled. State's Exhibit 1 is admitted into evidence and may be published to the courtroom.
Okay.
Non.
So the state would move to publish that to the courtroom.
It is so granted.
Pointed towards the gallery.
Yes.
From where you're seated, are you comfortable in describing where the courtyard is on that photograph, on that exhibit?
Yes.
And for the record, where is that located?
So all the grass that looks like a triangle, the amphitheater look, that is going to be the courtyard amphitheater area. It's got the tent in it, the white tent that's at the bottom on the far left of the picture. That would be the courtyard area. That's it's surrounded by buildings. More of the grass area.
I'm going to approach the photo. Well, I'm just going to. When you look at this exhibit to the left of the photograph, there's a walkway there. What is that walkway?
So the red brick walkway that's going north to the top of the picture on the far left is going to be the Hall of Flags, the outside top of it.
Okay. On the bottom of this photograph, there's a white roofed building. It's the largest building, at least as far as what's depicted on this exhibit.
Yes.
What building is that?
That would be the Fugel building.
Okay. And just to the right of that, so that would be to the east of the Fugel building. What building is that?
The other red brick pathway area, that is the Woodbury business building.
Okay. And if I were to walk north, so left on this photograph with respect to that red brick walkway area, there's another building sort of triangular in shape, the rooftop. What building is that?
With that white rooftop, that would be the Sorensen building.
That's the Sorensen building. What about the Losi building? You've described that. Where is that located on this photograph?
If you go to that triangle white roof, if you go directly to the right, so the right side of the picture, that is going to be the Losi building. It's got several levels.
Is it to the right and up a little bit
Yes.
as well? Okay, and that would be east on this photograph. Is that
And
correct?
it's got the gravel rooftop.
Gravel rooftop, okay. I referred you to the LDS Institute building. Are you able to see that in this photograph?
Yes, you are.
And where is that located?
That's going to just be directly north of the Losi building. It's going to be that other white roofed building on the far top of the picture.
Okay, thank you, officer. We can take that down, Your Honor, as far as the publication. Officer Bagley, I'm going to take you back to the date of September 10th, 2025. Do you recall that day generally?
I do.
Were you working that day
Yes, I was.
at UVU?
I was, yes.
Okay. Do you remember what time your shift started approximately?
Yes, it approximately started about 11 o'clock in the morning.
11 o'clock in the morning?
Me too, Amy.
Okay.
Glad you guys
Did
are
you
here with me.
receive a specific assignment shortly after coming on to duty?
Yes, I did.
And what was that assignment?
It was to secure the top of the Hall of Flags on the south end. So we had people that were
Exactly.
gathering on top of that were looking down on top of the tent. So we wanted to secure that area. So I was put up on top of the Hall of Flags on the south end.
Okay. My apologies, Your Honor. Could we have Exhibit 1 published again?
Let's go ahead and republish State's Exhibit 1. Thank you.
You mentioned that you were securing the south end of the walkway on top of the Hall of Flags.
Yes.
And so where do we find that in this exhibit, officer?
So if you can see the tent, the white tent, there's that rooftop where the red brick is. I was on top of that, and there's some actually looks like yellow crime scene tape. That was some of our barrier that we put up so people wouldn't go above that and walk. So I was sitting right by those flower plants that were by the fugal on the south end.
So is the south end on the bottom of this photograph?
Yes.
Where that walkway kind of begins from the bottom?
Yes.
And you've referred to a tent. Is that the white object we see inside the courtyard?
Yeah, that square white object with the tent.
Okay, thank you. So you were securing that area.
Yes.
Getting more than my normal 7.
Did you have the opportunity that morning? You mentioned you checked on about 11 o'clock
Yes.
that morning and later to walk around campus that day.
Yes,
Did you walk along the Hall of Flags that day,
I did.
that walkway?
Yes.
Did you visit the courtyard that day as well?
Down below, yes, on the south end. I was down there.
Okay. Let's see. Officer, I'm going to turn your attention to State's Exhibit number 2. And that should come up on your monitor there. Let me know when you see that, if you would.
Your Honor, if we could maybe not have it on the lectern screen, we're getting reports that the documents shown on the lectern screen are being live streamed. So maybe if we could just
Here
not
we
show
go.
that one until it's admitted.
Mr. Grunander?
I'll submit it to the court, Judge. I've got copies of these for myself,
Okay.
but I can refer to as I'm asking questions.
All right. Well, I'll go ahead and grant the request by Ms. Nestor. We'll go ahead and there should be a power button to turn it off.
Not sure where that's at.
Thank you, Jeff.
So dumb. All you can see is that there is a picture on the lectern screen. You can't see that from behind me.
And if at any point, Mr. Grunander, you do need to use the monitor, let's revisit that. And obviously, Ms. Nestor, you can renew your objection if needs be. But for now, the monitor's turned off. Let's go ahead and proceed.
Thank you. Officer, do you see State's Exhibit number 2 on your monitor?
Yes, I do.
And do you recognize that?
I do.
And what is that?
This is a picture of from the east side looking west of the campus.
Okay. Are you familiar with what's depicted in this photograph?
Yes, I am.
Okay. And does it show, for example, the Losi Center that we've talked about?
Yes, it does.
Does it depict the Woodbury Business Building that we've talked about?
Yes.
What about the Fugel Building?
Yes.
Does it show the Sorensen Center
Yes.
and also the Hall of Flags?
Yes.
In this particular exhibit, can you also see the courtyard?
I can. A partial of it.
A partial of it, okay. Does it fairly and accurately depict this area of campus of UVU on September 10th, 2025?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, the state offers state's exhibit number 2.
Your Honor, we renew our standing objection. We also argue that a foundation hasn't been laid in terms of the time this was taken or who took it, and at what point in time this was created and how. So I don't think he has.
You already got overruled once on this.
Mr. Gernander.
Same arguments, Judge. He has testified that he's familiar with it. He has personal familiarity with it. He's testified that it's fair and accurate as of the day of September 10th, 2025. And that's what was asked of him.
All right. I will go ahead and overrule the objection by defense, noting that the witness has laid, he has expressed that this is a fair and accurate representation of what it purports to be, and he's familiar with it. He was there on the day on September 10th, and because that foundation has been laid, State's Exhibit 2 is admitted and may be published.
Thank you, Judge. State moves to publish Exhibit 2.
All right.
Officer, I'm going to direct your attention to this exhibit on the monitor facing the gallery of the court today. Okay. Can you describe, there's a large building in the middle of that photograph, slightly above the middle, but what building are we looking at there?
You're looking at the top of the rooftop of the Losi building. It's got 2 different grays, like a lighter gray and a darker gray.
Are you familiar with that rooftop then?
Yes, I am.
And what's it made of?
It's made of gravel.
Gravel, okay. You mentioned 2 different grades, or did you say grays?
Grays.
Grays, okay.
Yeah, grays.
All right. Now you described that you could see the courtyard, but it wasn't easily visible in this photograph. Where is the courtyard located on State's Exhibit number 2?
So you got the white roof that's going to be in the middle, just to the top of the building where the Losi is. I described there's a white roof there. That's the Sorensen building, and it's just below that. You can see some grass, and that's where the courtyard is. It's just to the left of that white roof.
Your Honor, I'm going to ask if the witness could actually come down from the stand and point out where the courtyard is located in this exhibit for the court's benefit.
All right. Do we have a second microphone so it picks up his voice? Okay, Ms. Nestor, thank you for allowing us. Officer, you may step down, approach the monitor, and I would ask that you speak into the microphone when responding to a question.
Okay, can you hear me?
I can. Thank you.
So, officer, for our benefit, would you describe again where the Losi Center is in this photograph?
The Losi Center is going to be this one with the gray roofs. It's got 2 different colors of gray.
2 different colors of gray.
Yes.
Okay. I'm blind. I can't see those 2 different colors from here, but can you describe where the court, looks like we went blank.
There we go.
Can you point to where the courtyard is located on that exhibit?
Courtyard is going to be here where this grass is in this area right here.
Okay. And what about the Fugel Building?
Fugel Building is going to be this building right here.
And the Woodbury Business Building then?
Woodbury is going to be this one right here with this red.
I get it, yeah.
And the Sorensen Center?
Sorensen Center is going to be this white roofed one that's right here.
Okay. Now on this exhibit, can you see the LDS Institute building and the parking structure that we've talked about?
No, not really. You got the back side of the Institute building, which is right here, and the parking structure's over there. So
Okay.
you can't see it in this.
Mr. Gernander, let me stop you just for the benefit of the record, because the record is picking up the audio. When you're pointing it to, and I know it may be a little bit laborious to do this, but as you're identifying, indicate the general location on it, or the left side, right side, middle, upper, lower, just so the record knows to some degree where you're pointing. In that way, because the video isn't being captured. So if you would do that, it just creates a more complete record. Yes. Thank you.
Understood. That's fair. Thank you, Judge. So again, let's point to the courtyard, and if you'll describe as best you can where that is located on the photograph.
On this photograph, the courtyard is going to be this grass area that's going to be towards the top of the picture. The baseball field's behind it. It's closer to the surrounding buildings. There's some grass in there. That would be the courtyard area.
Okay, we've talked about the Hall of Flags and the walkway above that hall. Where is that located on this photograph?
The Hall of Flags is going to be right by the courtyard, just to the west of it. There's a red brick towards the top of the picture. There's a red brick pathway that goes from the Fugal building, which is on the left of the picture, towards the right of the picture, which is the science building area.
Okay, and then the Sorensen Center, is that the building in the middle with the large white roof?
Yeah, it's going to be kind of towards the upper part of the picture, middle of it. It's going to be a white roof. That will be the Sorensen Center.
And it just to the north and east of the courtyard?
Yes, north and east.
Okay, and then finally, if you would describe the Losi building, the location of that on this exhibit.
The Losi building is going to be pretty much in the middle on the right side, so middle to the right. It's going to have two different colors of gray, a darker gray and a lighter gray. There's a red pathway, and that will be the Losi Center.
Okay. You mentioned, officer, that there were different stories on the Losi building. How many stories does the Losi building have?
There's 4.
4 stories? Okay. You mentioned that you were familiar with the rooftop. Do you know how to gain access to the rooftop of the Losi building?
Yes, there's actually an outside stairway right here that comes up. It's going to be just to the south of Losi building. There's a red pathway right directly in the middle of the picture. Off to the south of that, on the left side of the picture, is an outdoor stairway.
Is that open to the public?
It is.
And how would someone access the roof from that stairway?
If they came up, they would put them right here on this pathway that goes between the Losi Center and down towards the computer science building. There's a red pathway. There's actually a little handrail, like a little guardrail, probably about a couple feet high, that somebody could jump over.
Is that area restricted? Is it off limits?
Yes, it is. There's kind of like a natural barrier with the guardrail, and from there on, there's no path. It's gravel roof, so it's not paved like everything else.
But someone could hop over that railway?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you, officer. You can take your seat again.
Thank you.
Officer Bagley, I'm now going to refer you to your attention to State's Exhibit number 3. That's going to come up on your monitor as well. Let me know when you see that.
Yes, I do see it.
Okay. And do you recognize that?
I do.
And what is that?
This is a drone picture of the campus, more of the courtyard, looking eastward.
Okay. I've asked you about several buildings on campus. I'm going to ask you about those same buildings, whether they're depicted in this exhibit, okay? Do you see where the Hall of Flags is located?
Yes, I do. It's down towards the bottom. It's a red brick pathway. It would be the Hall Flags.
Okay. What about the Fugal building?
Fugal building is going to be to the right of the picture. It's going to be a white roof building off to the right, directly south of the courtyard.
And the Woodbury Business Building? Where's that at?
Woodbury is going to be another red path. That's going to be just to the east of the Fugal building. It's got a gray roof and some red path.
The Sorensen Center?
Sorensen Center is going to be on the left of the picture. It's going to have a white roof, different levels, and that would be the Sorensen Center.
Okay. The Losi Center, where's that located in relationship to the Sorensen Center that you've described?
Of the Sorensen Center, it's going to be just directly east of the Sorensen Center towards the top of the picture. You can see the two different colors of gray of the gravel that's on the roof.
Okay. And can you see the courtyard in this photograph?
Yes, you can.
Okay. Is this picture a fair and accurate depiction of this area of Utah Valley University's campus on September 10th, 2025?
Yes.
State offers Exhibit 3, Your Honor.
Your Honor, we renew the standing objection. We also object again that this individual can't identify when the picture was made or how it was made or by whom.
Mr. Gernander.
Same response, Judge. And just for the record, I was also point the court to State v. Purcell, which is a Supreme Court case here in the state of Utah in 1985, which essentially stands for the proposition that if a competent witness with personal knowledge of the facts represented in a photograph can testify that that photograph accurately represents those facts, the exhibit's admissible. He's also spoke about the date being September 10th, 2025. The showing that's required here is essentially a prima facie showing. We're not required to show proof beyond a reasonable doubt, for example, that it was accurate that day or even a preponderance of the evidence. But we'll submit it on that, Judge.
All right. I'm just taking a brief glance at the case you cited.
I can give the citation if you're on.
If you have that, I'd appreciate that.
It's 711 Pacific 2nd, 243. And I'm looking at page number 245.
All right. The court finds that the witness is familiar with the scene. He testified that it is a fair and accurate representation of what State's Exhibit 3 purports to be. And the court finds that necessary foundation has been laid and overrules the objection. State's Exhibit 3 may be admitted, is admitted, and may be published.
State would move to publish State's Exhibit 3.
All right.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
You may.
Officer, if you would come down into the well of the court, I'm going to ask you a few questions about this Exhibit 3 as well.
Okay.
Can you point out where the Hall of Flags is located and describe that for the record?
The Hall of Flags is going to be down here on the bottom of the picture. It's going to have a red brick pathway with some flowers along the top of it.
You mentioned that you were securing an area of that.
Yes.
That hall, that walkway. Where were you stationed?
I was down here by the end of the flower pots, which is down here on the south side towards the Fugal building on the far right of the picture.
Okay. In relationship to where you were stationed, where is the Fugal building then?
The Fugal building is just to the right of me, so it would be on the south end of me.
Okay. And so it's on the right side of the photograph there?
Far right side of the photograph, yes.
What about the business building?
The business building is just going to be in the middle of the picture on the far right. It's going to have some red brick pathways. It's going to be multi-level, and that would be the Woodbury building.
Okay. The Sorensen Center, where is that located on the photograph?
Sorensen Center is going to be middle to far left of the picture. It's going to have a white roof on top of it, multi-level.
Okay. And the Losi Center, where is that located?
Losi Center is going to be towards the top of the picture, kind of off-centered a little bit, but it's going to have the 4 or 5 floors that are the 4 floors that are sitting right there.
Okay. Can you describe those stories, what we're looking at? Where do you find 1, 2, 3, 4, and possibly 5?
So this is ground level where the courtyard is. So this, as you go over in towards the Losi building inside, there's an elevator that would be ground 1, level 1. Level 2 would be the second one where these red ATVs are sitting on the grass right there in the middle of the picture. If you go up from that, that would be the 3rd level, and your 4th level, which is the actual top level of the building, is that very top one with the windows that you can see.
Okay. Is there an atrium on the top of that?
There is an atrium. It's got a little sphere on the top of it. It looks like a little square right on top of the Losi building. That would be an atrium.
Now you mentioned 2 shades of gray on the rooftop of the Losi building.
Yes.
Can you see that on this exhibit?
I can. So where the atrium is a lighter gray gravel. And on the west side, because I'm looking east, on the west side, there's 2 ventilations for the Losi building, 2 vents on top of that. It's in the darker gray.
Okay.
Gravel.
You mentioned you're familiar with the rooftop of the Losi Center, correct? Yes. When someone is standing on the Losi Center, can they see down into the courtyard?
Yes, they can.
And where is the courtyard located from
It's
the
going to
rooftop?
be in the center of the picture with the grass and the atrium style steps.
Would that be west of the Losi Center then?
Yes, it would be directly west of the Losi Center.
Okay. Now, in a couple of the other exhibits, we saw a tent that was down, set up in the courtyard. Can you see that tent set up in the courtyard in this photograph?
You cannot in this picture. You can't. It would be where I explained where the hall flags is. It's directly underneath the hall flags, like just on the grass right there.
Okay. Is there a
100%.
clear line of sight between the tent and the top of the Losi Center, the rooftop?
Yes, there is.
Okay. Is some of it obstructed?
Yes.
Obstructed by what?
The Sorensen building that's right here, this white roof that's going to be, this kind of obstructs a little bit of the view of the courtyard.
So where would you have to be standing or perhaps lying down on the Losi Center to see into the courtyard where that tent was?
On the far south side of the Losi building, you could have a line of sight towards the courtyard.
And that's the top roof?
The top roof, yes.
With the darker shade of gray that you
Yes.
see? Okay. Thank you, officer. I am going to refer the witness now to State's Exhibit number 35. And Officer Bagley, when you see that, go ahead and let me know. Do you recognize what that is, officer? And how can you personally tell that this is a photograph of the campus and the neighborhood to the northeast of campus?
I can tell because I recognize all the buildings, the roads that are around it, the streets, the roundabouts, the neighborhood to the north or towards the top of the building or picture also.
Now, I've asked you about several buildings and landmarks on campus. Are you able to see the courtyard on this exhibit?
Yes, you are.
And just for the record, can you describe where this is located on the exhibit?
So right in the center towards the bottom, there's a white triangle roof. That's white. That would be the Sorensen building. It's the patch of grass that's just directly south of towards the bottom of that on the picture. So it's kind of centered, but more towards the bottom, right in the middle.
On this exhibit, are you able to see the Fugel building?
Yes, I am.
And in relationship to this courtyard, where is that located?
That's going to be south of the courtyard with the white roof.
What about the Woodbury Business Building?
Woodbury Business Building is going to be to the east, and it's going to have a red brick path top.
Okay. Can you see the Hall of Flags on this?
Yes, you can.
And where is that located in relationship to the courtyard again?
It's directly west of the courtyard.
And the Losi Center. Can you see the Losi Center?
Yes, you can see the Losi
Where's
Center.
that at?
It's going to be kind of northeast of the courtyard. The two patches of gray that's almost in the center of the picture, just to the slight right of the center.
Okay. I've asked you previously about the LDS Institute building. Can you see that on this exhibit?
Yes, you can.
And where is that located in relationship to the Losi Center?
It's directly north of the Losi Center. It's got a white roof and it's almost directly in the center of the photo.
Okay. And as we've talked about a parking structure that's nearby the Institute building, do you see that?
Yes, it's just to the west or left side of the picture of the Institute building.
Okay. Is this a fair and accurate depiction of Utah Valley University's campus and the surrounding neighborhood to the north and east on September 10th, 2025?
Yes.
State offers State's Exhibit 35.
Your Honor, renew the standing objection and object on the grounds that there's no indication on this photograph of when it was taken in terms of relation to the actual incident at issue here.
Thank you, Ms. Nestor. Mr. Urinator.
Same response, Judge, but I would just add one more case for the court's benefit. This is State v. Wager or Wager, W-A-G-E-R. This is a Utah Court of Appeals case from 2016. The citation is 372 Pacific 3rd, 91. And the significance of this case, Your Honor, at issue there was a photograph of the defendant there who was smoking methamphetamine allegedly in his bathroom. The witness that was testifying that laying the foundation at trial was not present when the photograph was taken, could not tell the date on which it was taken, but he had been in the bathroom before, was familiar with the defendant's bathroom and familiar with the defendant. He testified to that personal knowledge, and the court found that was sufficient foundation. So that case, in addition to the other case, the Purcell case, and my previous arguments, and I'll submit it to the court.
Ms. Nestor, anything else you wish to add?
No, Your Honor.
All right. Given the testimony of the witness who's testified he's familiar with this location, he went in detail describing the various neighborhoods and location. He mentioned the roundabout and identified the buildings in State's Exhibit 35. And it was noted that it is a fair and accurate representation of this campus as of September 10th, 2025. The court is going to overrule the objection, and State's Exhibit 35 is admitted into evidence and may be published.
Thank you, Judge. The state moves to publish it. And if granted, may I approach the exhibit?
You may.
Officer, I've asked you about a number of the buildings located on campus. I'm just going to ask you a couple of questions about those and to help orient the court to what the judge is looking at, and then ask you about some of the streets in the neighborhood, okay?
Okay.
For the court's benefit, can you point out where the LDS Institute building is?
Yes, I can.
And I'm going to approach the witness again if you could describe where it's at on that Exhibit 35.
Okay. Okay, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. So you want the LDS Institute building? is what you're
Yes,
asking?
please.
That is this white roof right here is the Institute building.
Is that in basically the center of the exhibit?
It's almost exactly in the center of the exhibit.
Okay, and where is the LOSI Center located on that?
If you were to go down towards the bottom of the photo, there's two different grades of gravel on this roof. This would be the LOSI building right here.
So below the Institute building and to the right slightly.
Slightly to the right.
Can you point out for the court's benefit where the courtyard is?
The courtyard is going to be to the west or left side of the picture. There's some grass in between two buildings that have a white roofs. There would be a grass area right there with some steps. That is going to be the courtyard area, and that's going to be down towards the center bottom of the photo.
So that's to the left and down?
Yes.
Okay. You mentioned the parking structure. Where's the parking structure next to the Institute building?
There's two Institute buildings right here in the center with the white roof. The parking structure is going to be just to the left of the Institute or west side. There's a road in between it called the Heat Plant Road, which is the road that goes between those two.
And can you point out for the court's benefit how one would enter that or exit that parking structure by way of vehicle or walking?
By entering, you can enter and exit right here on the north side of the parking structure. There's an entrance and exit right here. That's
for a
into level
vehicle?
1.
For a vehicle?
For vehicles.
And I guess someone could walk in there as well.
Yes, if they were to park into this LDS Institute parking lot over here on the north side of that, there's a tunnel that goes underneath the road that still comes out into the parking structure itself. And then they can exit out here on the second level onto Heat Plant Road, which is that road between the LDS Institute building and the parking structure is the Heat Plant. They can exit there and go back towards Campus Drive. So you could walk out either up here on the northeast side of the parking structure and cross over to the LDS Institute, or you can come out here to the southeast side and you can exit there and walk down to the courtyard or behind the LDS Institute building towards the LOSI Center.
Okay, thank you. You mentioned Campus Drive. Where's Campus Drive located on that?
Campus Drive starts right up here towards the top left of the picture. It's almost like a T. And it's the curved road that comes all the way down in front of the Institute building and the parking structure. And it goes all the way around campus, comes back down to the bottom of the picture where the roundabout is, and that would be Campus Drive.
Okay. Are you familiar with where 800 South is in Orem?
Yes.
Is that depicted on this exhibit?
It is.
Where's that at?
It's at the top of this photo. It's going to be the long straight road. That's right here at the top of the photo.
Okay. What about 850 South? Are you familiar with that street?
I am. 850 South is going to be towards the right of the photo, top right of it. There's going to be a street that goes east to west. It looks like a horseshoe, kind of. It's going to be the road that goes east to west. In the middle of that horseshoe would be 850.
Okay, so 850 is parallel to 800 South.
Yes.
And just below on this photograph.
Yes.
Okay. Are you familiar with 600 West?
I am.
And where's that street in relationship to 850 South?
That would be on the far right side of the horseshoe. So towards the right side of the picture. And it's going to be the right side of that horseshoe.
And that runs north and south?
North and south.
Okay. What about 720 West? Are you familiar with that street?
Yes, I am.
And where's that at?
That's going to be to the left side of the horseshoe. That runs north and south. And it comes down towards the bottom.
Okay. And finally, 925 South.
925
Is that
South
depicted?
is going to be on the bottom of the horseshoe that connects those other two wests.
Okay. So just in summary, will you describe the horseshoe and what streets make up that horseshoe?
So the horseshoe comes up off of 800 South, and directly south of that, you'll have 850 South, which is going to be running east to west. On the left side is 725 West of the horseshoe, and it comes down into 925 South, which wraps back around to 600 West on the far right side of the horseshoe, on the right side of the picture.
Okay. Thank you, officer. You can be seated. Okay. I'm going to take you back to September 10th, 2025. You mentioned you were on campus. You had a particular assignment.
Mr. Grenada, I'm sorry. We're just going to pull down the exhibits.
Okay.
Thank you. You may continue.
Would you like me to take this exhibit down, Judge?
Are you referring to it in your line of questioning right now?
Not right now. I'm not.
Okay, let's go ahead and take it down.
So you were securing the Hall of Flags walkway, correct?
Yes.
On the south end.
Yes.
What was happening that morning, that day at campus at UVU?
I came in to do a shift for a special event where we had a guest speaker come in and was going to talk to the students and people around the neighborhood.
Do you know who the guest speaker was?
I do.
And who was that?
It was Charlie Kirk.
Did you see Mr. Kirk that day?
I did.
When did you first see him?
When he arrived on campus, just behind the west side of the Hall of Flags, I saw him pull up.
And can someone access the courtyard through that area?
Yes, they can.
How so?
Where he pulled up underneath the Hall of Flags is a opening to where you could drive a car underneath. So there's access right there. You could walk or drive underneath the Hall of Flags.
And you saw him arrive?
Yes.
Okay. Can you describe what you were seeing? What did you observe?
On that day, I observed Charlie going back, doing some meet and greet with some people, getting some photos taken. He then came underneath the Hall of Flags and went to his tent, and he was there answering questions and talking to individuals that would ask him questions.
The tent you're referring to, is that the tent that we see when it was set up in the courtyard?
Yeah, that white square tent.
The white top?
Yes, he was under that.
Fast forward to about 12:20 or
goats.
So a little bit
Appreciate
after
you, bud.
the noon hour. What happened? What did you see and what did you hear?
I heard an individual talking to Charlie, and I happened to kind of glance over the edge of the railing about that time. I could see the right side of Charlie's shoulder, so not his whole body, because he was underneath the tent, so I could only see probably the right side of his body. He was answering a question, kid asking him a question, and then I heard a shot fired.
Do you know what time that was?
Yes.
What time was that?
12:23.
Bruce, you were the man.
What did you
Thank
see?
buddy?
At that moment, I saw him lean to the left, so
When you say him,
Charlie.
Charlie?
Charlie Kirk. So I saw him go to the left because I could no longer see the right side of his body. So he went further underneath the tent to the north side of the tent, so left.
Okay. Can you describe the reaction of others that were there?
Yeah, so then everybody started getting up and starting to run in more of a chaos kind of situation.
Before you continue, can you describe a little bit? So you mentioned Mr. Kirk was answering questions, talking to individuals.
Yes.
Were there others present?
Yes.
Any idea about approximately how many?
Welcome, Donna.
How would you describe it in your terms?
In my terms, I'd say when I was up there looking down, I'd say there's several thousand people because you had it on the grass. It was jam-packed in the amphitheater sitting on the grass. You had people standing on the back up along the cement. You had people that were on the second level, the Sorensen, and over by the Woodbury building. There's another level there where a lot of people were standing and watching. So it was pretty packed, several thousand people.
You mentioned you heard something. What did you hear again?
I heard a gunshot.
Okay. And can you describe you described Mr. Kirk's reaction? Was that simultaneous to hearing the gunshot?
Yes, it was.
When he fell to the left?
Yes.
Did you see the reaction from the crowd?
Yes.
What was that?
Everybody kind of got up. They all said, a lot of people were screaming, standing up and starting to run in all different directions away from the center of the tent.
Okay. You're a police officer helping to secure the area, correct?
Yes.
What did you do?
At that moment, I recognized it as gunfire. I left my post, which was right there on the south end of the Hall of Flags. I proceeded to between right where the Fugal and the Hall of Flags meet. There's some outside stairs that I was starting to run down. As I was trying to get down to the bottom of the stairs, people are running up, people are laying down on the steps. I'm trying to jump over people to get to the bottom of the stairs so I can help stop an individual that's probably shooting.
What happened next?
By the time I got to the bottom of the stairs, I was informed on the radio that we had a shooter in custody. So I thought at that moment, I was like, oh, that was kind of fast. Obviously, it was close range probably because we had an individual in custody. Another officer came on, said we had an individual in custody. So I decided to, since the threat is gone, now I can assess for anybody that's injured and start looking for any medical needs that's needed at that moment. I started canvassing the area. As I canvassed the area, I was looking for anybody that was injured. I saw a kid on the ground that was on about the second or third tier in the grass next to a wheelchair, and he was almost convulsing. I thought he'd maybe been shot. Talked to the dad as I was running over there. He said that he was just having a seizure, that he was fine, he was not injured. So then at that moment, I observed that there was no other injuries that I could see at that moment.
Okay. Was your attention drawn to anything else at that time?
Yeah, so after we got some people kind of cleared away a little bit, I thought I needed to start preserving the scene because we had a crime scene. And with some of my experience and training to that effect I decided now we need to contain the scene and help preserve as much evidence as we can. So I started pushing people off the grass out of the courtyard area because I knew that's where the crime scene was. So as we started pushing those guys out, my Chief Long, that was right next to me, I looked down and saw an empty pistol holder that was sitting just on top of the grass. And at that moment, things had died down just a split second. I realized that the shot I heard.
Wait a second. Pistol holder? You mean holster? Sorry.
Was more of a rifle shot and not a pistol shot.
And what causes you to say that?
Just from being around firearms through all my trainings, the difference is, a handgun is more of a short bang pop sound. With a rifle, you have more of a longer, violent bang or crackle sound. It's more of a violent kind of sound. It's longer. So that's why I recognized it.
Okay. Is a rifle sound louder typically?
Yes.
Okay. Going back to when you heard this gunshot, could you tell where it came from? As far as direction?
Yes, I knew it came from the east of me.
From the east of you. Okay. Yes. So you see this realization comes to your mind. What did you do next?
At that moment when I saw the holster, the empty holster, I turned to my chief and I said, that was a rifle shot. And he said, I agree. And I looked up at that moment, right in the line of sight, I could see the Losi building had a direct line of sight. So I proceeded to go look at that and see what was going on up there.
Okay. Can you just briefly describe your route to the Losi Center?
So from the courtyard, you can go into the Sorensen Center. And like I said earlier, there was on level 1, there's some elevators or there's stairs. I ran up 4 flights of stairs, got to the 4th level of the Losi building and proceeded to the south of the Losi building. There's some stairs between the computer science building and the Losi building. There's some stairs that go up to the top of that. And so I went to the top of that.
Is that the stairway that you previously described?
Yes, on the outside of the Losi building.
Okay. And it's a public stairway.
Yeah.
Okay. Did you make it to the rooftop?
I did.
Do you know about what time you got there?
I got it there at 12:44.
Look, the vast majority of law enforcement are not gun guys. It's just a fact. They're not subject matter experts. That's why when I hear all these people say, well, my dad was a freaking cop or whatever, like, no offense, but they're just not gun people. The vast majority of them are not. They just don't know what they're talking about from a technical standpoint when it comes to firearms use and deployment. They're just not. And that's okay. Nothing wrong with that. It's just a fact. Just because they use it doesn't mean that they're a subject matter expert in it.
Okay. What did you do when you got on top?
When I got on top, I hopped over the guardrail. I noticed that there was an object which was sitting right about 10 or 15 feet in from the other side of the guardrail in the gravel. That looked out of place to me.
And in relationship to where you hopped over the guardrail, what direction was that object?
To the west of the guardrail.
Okay. And did you recognize the object?
I did.
And what was it?
It was a red and black screwdriver.
Okay. Did you touch that object?
I did not.
Okay. I am going to refer the witness on your screen, Officer Bagley, to State's Exhibit 3.1. Let me know when you see that.
Yes, I see it.
Do you recognize what that is?
I do.
And what is that?
That's a picture of the screwdriver that I saw that day on top of the rooftop of the Losi building.
Okay. And that's how it appeared on the roof that day?
Yes.
Is that a fair and accurate portrayal of the screwdriver you observed and found that day?
Yes.
Your Honor, the state offers State's Exhibit 3.1.
Ms. Nestor?
Your Honor, we renew, we renew our standing objection and object on the grounds that there's no foundation laid as to when the photo was taken or by whom. Thank you.
Same response, Judge. My previous arguments.
And did you state that this was a fair and accurate representation as of September 10th, 2025?
I had said that day. I'll ask it again.
All right.
To the officer. Officer Bagley, you saw this screwdriver you're describing on September 10th, 2025. Is that correct?
Yes.
Is State's Exhibit 3.1 a fair and accurate depiction of?
I will go ahead and admit, State's Exhibit 3.1 is admitted based off of the first-hand knowledge of this, what this image purports to be, and it is a fair and accurate representation as this item on that date of September 10th, 2025, and this exhibit may be published.
Your Honor, before we continue to publish it and ask a few more questions, right now might be a good time to take a break.
All right.
If that's okay with the court.
All right, let's come back at, it's 10:43. Let's go ahead and come back, well, 10:44. Let's come back at 11 o'clock and then we'll resume direct examination. Court is in a brief recess.
All right. All right, so we're in the middle of a recess. Obviously, a lot of people are talking about the different objections, the multitude of objections over basically the source of the photos where they're describing just the layout and the terrain of the campus. I am curious if there's a point to where too many objections become self-defeating, and who knows. We'll have a lawyer on a little bit later to discuss some of those things. At 157 on our video, he does identify the red and black screwdriver. So that's a significant element of this, and we're going to continue I'm going to go through and start taking some questions and reading comments as we go through this thing. Let me make sure we got all the super chats. Folks, we appreciate all the support in the super chats. I was a cop, and I confirm a lot of cops don't ever touch firearms outside of their job. Some officers couldn't even pass the state certification test. I would say, look, as someone who's trained law enforcement, both federal law enforcement and have trained a lot of state and local law enforcement. Number one, most cops can't shoot very well. Their knowledge and firearms handling is atrocious. It's just a fact. So it doesn't mean that they're bad cops. It just means you don't want them in a firefight. Some of these people are very good at policing. Firearms are just one of the smallest elements of police work. It's the thing that they use the least. But it's just the fact that most of these guys don't appreciate firearms, aren't knowledgeable about firearms. And we always think about the average citizen thinks that like cops are subject matter experts in firearms, know how to deploy them, know how to use them, get lots and lots of training, stay proficient. None of that's true. It is the least, it's one of the smallest elements of their job, even though that seems to, everybody thinks that's like 90% of their job. It's not. So, take that for what it is. I'm curious to hear some other thoughts in here. And once again, I'm going to throw down a guest link. And if somebody would like to jump in, video or audio only, you're welcome to do so. We're going to throw that down in the chat. You guys can jump on here and we'd like to hear what you have to say. We'll probably have SK Dub come on a little bit later. Ultras Sentience says Candace can maliciously misdirect every day, but we all know who the wicked group that celebrated and mocked Charlie's death the loudest, these radical Marxist trans leftists. Absolutely. Training money is a great way to siphon money away. Yeah, and there's not that much of it to begin with, but I will say it gets pissed away a lot of times. It's just technicality. So the lay of the uni can't be verified when video evidence of Tyler being there comes into it. If they can put doubt, that couldn't get from A to B. Yeah. So far, I don't think we're obviously into the meat and potatoes of the evidence. They're kind of establishing, obviously, just the layout of the campus. And I am very curious to see what's going on here. We got Gil.
Hey, how's it going, man? I'm the 101 right now.
Fair enough. I'm assuming you probably haven't been listening to this too much, or were you?
No, I haven't. Just the last few minutes. Can you give me a quick rundown, or
yeah? I'll be honest, you haven't missed much. Basically, what we have is they're just kind of they're showing pictures or attempting to show pictures of the campus layout. And the first law enforcement officer that's up there testifying, he just testified that he identified, number one, that he was right there when the shot took place. He said he believed that it was a rifle, that it was not a pistol. He ended up going up to the roof. He found and identified the screwdriver up there. We have multiple objections from the defense saying that essentially they can't confirm the source of the photos that they're using, including like overheads of the campus and even pictures of the screwdriver itself. Any picture that comes up, basically they're objecting, saying, hey, we need to establish the source of that. We don't know when that picture was taken. And so far they've been overruled multiple times. And one of the things I was just saying, when you have a defense that is, I know it's their job and they're going to do that. When they're objecting over and over and over for the same objection, at some point, does that become self-defeating? What's your thoughts on that?
I would say maybe during trial, because it could be a little bit off-putting to a jury. They might seem like they're being obstructionist and just annoying. But during a preliminary hearing, there's not really any downside to just objecting every chance you get. Most of the time you're objecting, you're expecting to be overruled. I mean, I don't know about most of the time, but a lot of the times, and it's just to preserve it for the record on appeal, just in case. So I would say, yeah, at trial it becomes self-defeating after a while, especially if you're getting overruled every time. But at the prelim, there's not really a downside, so might as well.
Now, real quick, Gil, just give everybody, I know you had put it up in the comments earlier, but just so everybody knows who you are, tell everybody who you are and give them your background and your expertise in these matters.
Thank you. Yeah, so I am based in Los Angeles. I do criminal defense. I also do civil law, personal injury, and other matters. But I worked as a city attorney for LA, prosecuting misdemeanors. I did that for a while I was in law school, and right out of law school, I worked in the district attorney's office, the LADA, different divisions. So I've kind of seen from both sides, prosecution and defense. And yeah, but now I work now I work as a criminal defense lawyer and also do personal injury matters.
Awesome. No, I appreciate your time coming in here and providing your expertise and some commentary on this. Real quick, I do want to address this comment. Thatcher Freeman says, Gary, out of curiosity, do you feel that if you trained with rifles and pistols on a range, would that still give you the confidence to tell if a sound was from a rifle, say on UVU? Generally speaking, yes. I will tell you right now, there are times, and UVU is a great example of it, depending on where you're at in there. If we look at that courtyard, as a matter of fact, I will pull up a Google Earth image of that. But that being able to identify it depending on the structure, the terrain, and everything else, and how that sound is going to bounce off things, it can be a little bit more difficult. I think from Charlie's position or anywhere that was basically had a line of sight of that rifle, you're going to be able to tell the difference. Now, you get outside of that line of sight off to Charlie's left, where both your vision and essentially hearing, you're relying on echoes at that point. That can get a little bit more confusing, to say the least. And I've seen that, being in urban areas where we hear gunshots, it becomes a little bit more difficult to tell exactly what's going on with that. Oh, we lost Gil. He's driving. He may have lost the signal. Hopefully that answers your question. Yeah, and look, this is a really important point. You're never going to hear Gary come up here. I like to talk about myself in third person, no big deal. But you're never going to hear me come up here. You're never going to hear me come up here and pretend that I know something I don't. That's why it's really important. And there's so much nuance that goes on. I don't care if we're talking about firearms, we're talking about the law, we're talking about, you name it, a multitude of different areas of expertise. And when you get these people like Candace Owens, Baron Coleman, and everybody else that comes up here and pretends they know everything about everything and don't have the humility to actually bring on subject matter experts, I mean, that kind of tells you what you need to know and how sincere they are to getting to the truth. Candace Owens has unbelievable amount of resources. She could be spending $1 million on just actually investigating this, making sure that she has a team of lawyers on hand to go through the evidence, the case, the filings, to have investigators tracking down leads instead of just, outsourcing it to wine moms that are sitting there behind their computer pretending that they're some sort of investigator. She could be bringing on ballistics experts. She could be bringing on former FBI and other people that have a lot of different subject matter expertise, whether it's terminal ballistics, forensics. She does none of those because she is an all-in-one expert of everything. And that way, what she is able to do is to control the narrative frame, and then ultimately narrative form, so that she can give you your opinion. And she can give her analysis. It's the only analysis that matters, even though she is abhorrently wrong so many times.
Well, Gary, if I may add something, when it comes to Candace Owens, I don't think the truth is the goal. I think that it is, it's almost like she delights in arguing against people that do care about truth, because for her, it doesn't matter. So it's, it's much harder to argue against somebody that just doesn't care about the truth. Because while you're, looking for evidence to counter her, she'll just go on to. So it's almost futile, I would say, to argue against somebody operating in such bad faith. But I love that you keep you keep doing it. Keep up the good work. So that I don't end up as a personal injury client myself, I'm going to get off. And when I get back to my home office, if you'll have me, I'll get back on.
You. Love for you to come on, man. Yep. Drive safe, bud.
Thank you. Thank you.
No, this is exactly right. And this is the point. This is what we are here to do. Man, I can't stand it. I can't stand when I'm just watching somebody with such a large audience lie to people over and over and over again. And unfortunately, convincing these people. And a lot of this is just fun and entertainment. I mean, that's what this is for a lot of people. They delight in this. They delight in attacking Erica Kirk. And that just shows you how evil they are. And I know many people have mentioned this in the comments already. That Candace and other people claiming they're on Candace's side aren't Christians. And I'm sorry, but I just have to agree with that. Like, there is no way that you can sit here and watch what's taking place and not be condemned by your conscience, the spirit. Like, it just doesn't make sense to me. I think this is an IQ test. This entire thing is an IQ test, but it's also a spiritual test. There is nothing that is taking place that is biblical, that is holy. There's nothing she's doing and her sycophants are doing that can be backed by a single Bible verse, by doctrine, by anything. Just by your, like, forget if you're a Christian or not. You should have enough conscience that you can see how evil and destructive this actually is. Like, these are social norms that have been established that are being attacked right now, that I think we need to reestablish. But we just don't accuse people of unbelievably horrific crimes without the evidence. But yet that is the new norm. And folks, this is damaging to society to the point to where it's like, now the standard that a lot of people are accepting is you accuse first and make people prove that they're innocent. That's not the standard how this works at all. And it never has. And we as Americans should reject that outright. I don't care if it come to find out that Erica Kirk is guilty of something. We know she's not. There's no evidence. There never will be. But the fact is like, present the evidence. And this is the other thing that's so disgusting to me. It's so disgusting that it's not enough to accuse Erica Kirk of murdering her husband. They have to go much even further and claim that she is actually guilty of child sex trafficking. It's wild to me. And it's wild that so many people accept it. And it's discouraging, to say the least. It really is. Yeah. Gil, what do you think the chances of getting a non-biased jury are? We will, I'll bring that back up. I'll highlight that. And if somebody, 06 Chevy guy, you remind me, I'll bring that back up. But it really is. And I'm watching the stream over here, folks. They're still on break. Don't worry, we're not going to miss anything. The eclectic journalist in the house. What's happening, Megan? You can't hear. Everybody can hear me, right? Let me know if we're having any audio issues. Absolutely. Absolutely. If Christians would stand on the word of the one creator, they would not be Christians. After my first 20 plus years of Christianity, I realized it was a complete false doctrine. I don't know what you're saying. The Bible itself is not a false doctrine. The father of lies must be pleased with Candace. I mean, look at the fruits of her efforts, the fruits of her spirit. It is steal, kill, and destroy. It is defame, demolish everything, destroy TPUSA, destroy Charlie's family, destroy Charlie's legacy, destroy the efforts. And like, we went through the entire insanity of the Biden administration, and now we have the Trump administration, which is full of flaws, always will be. But let me tell you something. It is 1,000% better than the Biden administration. And these fools are out there trying to tell you, you know what, it's all the same. There's no difference between the Democrats and Republicans. Folks, there couldn't be a brighter contrast. We have evil versus good. That's what we have. We have open borders, our country being flooded and invaded, millions of people at a time, versus net negative migration. We actually have security on the border. Our country is safer. Your children's future is safer without all these millions of people that are going to become dependents. And folks, it's important to say it over and over. Remind people, if we lose the midterms, we're going to lose 2028. If we lose 2028, quite frankly, my opinion, we lose our country. That's not hyperbole. That's not exaggeration. I really do believe it's going to happen because that's what they're telling you they're going to do. And so far, the Democrats are pretty successful in getting things passed. You guys remember Obamacare when they're pushing this, and me and everybody else? Of course, I wasn't streaming. I was still in the military. But I was like, man, there's no way that they're going to be able to get that through. They did. And then it goes to the Supreme Court. I'm like, there's no way that the Supreme Court is going to rule that constitutional. They did. And what the Democrats are telling you is that 2028, if they win, especially if they win the House, the Senate, and the executive branch, we got our country's done for. They're going to reopen the borders. They're going to be flooding this country with millions of people per year. And then they're going to have the power, because they've already said they're going to get rid of the filibuster. They're going to pack the Supreme Court. They're going to flood the federal courts with activist judges. They're going to be legislating from the bench, left and right. Everything that we've been able to get accomplished in the Trump administration, like, they're going to completely get rid of that. And then on top of that, what they are going to do is they're going to push legislation to make sure that there's a pathway to citizenship and that illegals are going to be able to vote. And, by the way, push other initiatives, executive orders, and the like, to make sure that we do not have election security. We're going to have millions upon millions of people that shouldn't be voting in elections going forward. And then on top of that, they're going to turn millions and millions of illegal immigrants into voters by giving them citizenship, passing other legislation that allows illegals to vote or non-citizens to vote. They're already doing it in all the cities. The playbook is laid out, folks. And after that happens, how do we win again? How do we ever win? We won't even be able to get into office to execute any sort of power or political influence. Like, the Republican Party at that point is done. If the Democrats get 50% of what they say they're going to get done, and let me tell you something, you got to give it to the Democrats. They are, I don't know, they're just much more forceful and quite frankly capable of getting things done more so than the Republicans. And part of that problem is that because we believe in the rule of law, we believe in doing things that are constitutional. They don't care. They hate the Constitution. They hate everything that this country stands for. And, like, we're in a fight for our life. And quite frankly, that's what this is all about, folks. This Candace Owens, look, Candace, what she's doing is just fueled by jealousy, hate, revenge, and then she's just being used. All this stuff is being promoted because it's so damaging to the fabric of our nation. It really is. When we start turning our ideas of justice and on its head, and you are guilty until you prove yourself innocent, if that becomes the standard, and a lot of people believe that is the standard, and then on top of that, when they will believe such nonsense all the time, you don't think that all of our enemies are looking at this and saying, my God, you know what, we can push just about anything, and these idiot Americans will believe it. They no longer know how to use any source, any tiny bit of logic and reason. There are no objective facts anymore. There are no objective truths anymore. It's all relative. I don't want to believe that Tyler Robinson is guilty, so therefore he's not guilty. I will believe in tunnels, and I will believe in exploding mics. I'll believe all of those things because it's fun. It's interesting. It's exciting. It's like, it's pornography is what it really is. And people are just reveling in it, unfortunately. Let me take some more super chats here. Getting me all worked up. My blood pressure's all through the roof now. What do you think, Candace, would be? You would think that Candace would be very invested in this court hearing after all of her investigating. I believe she's on vacation instead. I thought she was best friends with Charlie. You would think. Gary Ben sent you a message in 3 places to pull up Andrew K's phenom post about Candace Owens. Thanks, buddy. Go Lions. All right. Let me pull that up. Let me see what we got here. I reposted, I don't know if it's what he's talking about, but I reposted a couple of Andrew Colvett let's see what we got here. Here we go. Let me split this. Let me separate those views, and I will share this tab instead. Make sure we're sharing. All right, so here's one. I don't know if this is the one. Matter of fact, let's just go to his page and make sure we're seeing what's going on here. They obviously are having live coverage as well. I imagine that this is the one that he's talking about. Candace, you and Charlie were not friends. He managed you. He kept things light and polite so you wouldn't turn on the organization. Show me any proof of genuine friendship from the past 12 months of his life. From the last 18 months, from the last 24 months, not some 2018 text, something recent. You gave him anxiety whenever you called and texted, asking, demanding to speak at our events. He made me or Justin deal with you and George. This is why when you tried to fire me in February 2024 for PR, I agreed to go along with it against my better judgment, because Charlie asked me to keep you close and protect the org from you. The publicist I tried to hire to run Point prayed about it and felt the Lord told her a firm no, and so I ultimately declined. This is your central foundational lie. You were not his friend. You were not his defender. You were his tormentor. And now you torment his wife and the organization he built. Candace, you are a fraud. And I absolutely believe this. I believe this woman is only about the power and influence of this woman. She has no moral or definitely no biblical foundational structure to her principles. She's just immoral, unethical, and all she does is care about herself. She's a narcissist. I mean, there's some I believe there are genuine mental illness that is kind of underlying most of the problems that we see with Candace Owens, for sure. All right, court's back in session. Let's jump on this. Yeah, and I will even back this thing up a little bit to make sure that we didn't miss anything.
Where pursuant to that, pursuant to the Utah Constitution, Section 1, Article 1, Section 28, where victims and victims' representatives are entitled to be treated with dignity and respect, that if they choose to leave the courtroom, they can come back whenever they wish. They're not prohibited to coming back solely at the break. So I just wanted to clarify that in case there was any question about that. In addition, I want to talk about the exhibits as it relates to their admission and publication of the exhibit. So whenever there is an objection to an exhibit, I would ask that the attorneys are clear specifically what they're objecting to. There's basically 3 levels of objections that could be objected to. First, the admittance of the exhibit itself. Second is the publication of the exhibit to the gallery. And third is the publication which is electronically captured by the media. So counsel, I'll leave it to you in regards to what you object to or what you wish to respond to. If no objection to the publication media capture of the exhibit is specifically raised, the court will presume there's no objection. So Being that the monitor was introduced today by the court, I wanted to offer that guidance to the parties in regards to your objections. With that, let's go ahead and return to the witnesses. I do note for the record that
Natalie Beisner in the chat. One of my favorite people out there, folks. If you're not following Natalie Beisner, you need to. She is logical. She's sound. She's biblical. She is a woman of God, and I really I love reading her content. I've talked to her many times. Natalie, you're welcome to come on the show. I'll literally send you a guest link right now if you'd like to. No pressure. I know you got a lot of things going on, but we always appreciate Natalie, and make sure you all are following her.
council is present and all the parties are present, and let's go ahead and proceed. Mr. Grunander.
Thank you, Your Honor. We left off Officer Bagley with just having admitted State's Exhibit 3.1. I believe the court also granted our motion to publish 3.1. So we would ask the court to publish that to the gallery, 3.1.
Ms. Nestor, any thoughts?
No, Your Honor.
All right, we'll go ahead and publish Exhibit 3.1. Looks like it's just taking a second to come up on the screen. Let's go ahead and unplug and replug in the monitor to see if that brings it back to life, to display. All right, looks like it's noticing a flicker on my screen here.
Thumbs up.
All right. Yes.
Double dub. And we had Kelly Smith on as well.
All right. Mr. Grunander.
Thank you, Judge. Officer Bagley, so you testified that this is the screwdriver as you saw it on September 10th, 2025, correct?
Yes.
I'm going to, and this was on top of which roof?
The Losi building.
And in relationship to the entrance, the stairway, and when you hopped over the rail to get there, where was it located?
About 10 or 15 feet in.
Okay. If I could, Your Honor, bring up State's Exhibit number 2 that was previously admitted.
All right.
I would like to have Officer Bagley come down from the witness stand and point on that exhibit approximately where this screwdriver was located and describe it for the record.
All right, you may step down. And if you have a microphone for him as well.
I think there was one up there. Oh, here we go. So if you can describe where you saw that screwdriver, point to that.
Yeah, so this is the Losi building right here with the light gray. Here's the guardrail in the center of the picture with the red brick. Just over that, about 10, 15 feet in, about right there.
About right there. Okay. Now on this exhibit, Exhibit 3.1, there's an evidence tag, yellow number 5. Was that present when you found the screwdriver?
No.
Okay. So that was left there by an evidence tech.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. You can take your seat again. Officer, I'm going to direct your attention to your monitor again and have you look at State's Exhibit 3.2. And if you'll let me know when you see that.
Okay, I see it.
Okay. And can you tell us what that is?
Yes, that's the picture of the top of the Losi building looking west.
Okay. And how do you know that that is, in fact, the top of Losi Center, looking west?
I can see the landmarks of several buildings, that the Fugel buildings on the top left of it. You've got on the right is a white roof, which is the Sorensen building on the right side of the picture. This is also the gravel area on top of the Losi building.
Okay. Can you see the courtyard from this exhibit?
Yes, a little bit.
What about the tent that was set up that Mr. Kirk was underneath?
Yes.
Okay. What about the Hall of Flags?
Yes.
Did you mention that this was facing west? What direction are we looking?
We're looking west towards Utah Lake.
Okay. Officer, is this a fair and accurate depiction of what you observed on September 10th, 2025 on top of the Losi building?
Yes.
State offers State's Exhibit 3.2, Judge.
Ms. Nestor?
Your Honor, I think that we renew our standing objection. There is an evidence tag here, which begs the question that it's not a fair and accurate representation of how he saw it. And we also don't have any indication about when this picture was taken or by whom. So we object to its admission.
I see. Thank you. Mr. Grunander.
Officer, one more question, Judge. Officer Bagley, apart from the evidence tag, do you see an evidence tag on that photograph?
Yes, I do.
Was that present when you were on top of the Losi Center and observed this?
That was not.
Okay. Otherwise, is it fair and accurate?
Yes.
State moves to admit.
Anything further?
No, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. Given that follow-up question, noting that the evidence tag, it appears to be number 2 on State's Exhibit 3.2 was not present, but otherwise it is a fair and accurate representation as stated by the witness to State's Exhibit 3.2. The court will admit it into evidence, and it may be published at the discretion of or the request of counsel.
Your Honor, the state would move to publish it.
All right.
Officer Bagley, will you describe what it is that we're looking at here?
Yes, on the top of the photo, you got the mountain range on the back. That's going to be looking west. You also have Utah Lake, which is towards the top of it. As you come down towards the center on the top, you've got a pond, which is the ponds over at Utah Valley University. I've come down from that, from where the water meets that red brick part, more towards the center is the Hall of Flags. And just below that, where you can see the grass and the white tent, is where Charlie Kirk was sitting looking west. And we're on top of the Losi building.
Folks, if you want to, in a moment, when we come to another break or whatever else, we're going to go through the orientation. Probably should have done that last break, but we're going to do this. I'm going to show you Google Earth, make sure everybody knows what the Sorensen building is, the Losi Center building is, the Hall of Flags, the courtyard that he's talking about, and the lake that he's talking about, and make sure everyone is oriented in the right direction so they know exactly what's being said. We will go through that at length at some point at the next break or whatever we got going on.
And is this depicting a particular corner of the Losi rooftop?
Yes, it is.
And this is the top rooftop?
Yes.
Is it the same level where we observed the atrium that's to the north?
The atrium's up just a little bit higher. So this is level, at the top level of 4.
Level 4, okay. And what area of the rooftop are we looking at here?
You're looking
as far as the gravel?
Southwest side of the Losi building.
Southwest side, okay. Is there a line of sight down into the courtyard?
Yes, there is.
In that area? Okay. What else do you observe on this exhibit that's significant to you, officer?
There was some disturbance in the gravel right where, and around the area where in the area where the yellow marker is there was some disturbance that caught my eye there.
Okay. And does this photograph do it justice?
No.
And how so?
You can't really see the impression I saw the time of when I was up there on that day. I saw a distinct impression in the gravel, and this does not show that.
Okay, so you could see more with the naked eye?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to refer the witness to State's Exhibit 4 on your monitor there. And let me know when you can see that.
Okay, I can see it.
And do you recognize that exhibit?
I do.
And what is that?
This is a nighttime view of that same photo. That was just last, same view, looking west, and I can see the disturbance in the gravel.
And what tells you that this is the same photograph as the last one, as Exhibit 3.2?
You can see the hall flags. That's direct, almost the top of the photo. In the middle, you got the hall flags. You can see the tint in the grass area, the direct line of sight with the Sorensen building, and I'm on top of the gravel of the Losi building, southwest side.
Is there also an LDS temple that's depicted in that photograph?
There is. It's going to be on the top left of the photo. It's lit up.
Okay. Do you know who took this photo?
I do.
And who took this photo?
Melissa Richards.
And who is Melissa Richards?
She's the lead senior forensic for the state of Utah.
Okay.
Examiner.
And how do you know that she took this photograph?
I spoke to her.
Okay.
Let's renew the objection to hearsay that's in our standing objection.
Thank you. Mr. Grunander, do you want to respond to the objection about hearsay?
Yes, Judge. Under Rule 1102, hearsay is admissible to establish the foundation or the authenticity of any exhibit. That's found in 1102 sub B sub 3. I would also point out for the court that under Rule 1101, which is the applicability of the rules, in subsection C1, the determination of questions of fact preliminary to admissibility of evidence when it's determined under Rule 104, which are preliminary questions, the rules of evidence do not apply. 104 speaks directly to laying foundation for an exhibit. So even at trial, hearsay is admissible to establish the foundation of an exhibit. I would also just point the court to State v. Griffin. This is a 2016 Utah Supreme Court case. The citation is 384 Pacific 3rd 186, which stands for hearsay evidence is admissible to establish the foundation of an exhibit, even at trial. And we're at a preliminary hearing today, Judge.
All right. Anything further, Ms. Nestor, before I issue a ruling?
No, Your Honor.
All right. I'm going to overrule the objection to hearsay. I note the standing objection by defense. I also note Rule 1102, and I also look to Article 1, Section 12 of the Utah Constitution, which states nothing in this Constitution shall preclude the use of reliable hearsay evidence as defined by statute or rule in whole or in part at any preliminary examination to determine probable cause or at any pretrial proceeding with respect to release of defendant if appropriate discovery is allowed as defined by statute or rule. For those reasons, I'm going to overrule the objection, and as it relates to reliable hearsay, in this instance, you may proceed.
Officer Bagley, did you ask Ms. Richards if this was a fair and accurate depiction of this scene on the Losi building on the night of September 10th, 2025?
Yes.
And what did she tell you?
She said it was.
Okay. Your Honor, the state offers State's Exhibit 4.
Ms. Nestor?
Just object to relying on what Ms. Richards told him in terms of creating the foundation and refer back to our standing objection.
The state will submit it.
All right. Well, as I look at State's Exhibit 4, and again, I'm just looking at it before me, it said it was a fair and accurate representation. There's a notation. I mean, in the previous exhibits, there's a marker, exhibit marker, and I see 2. But it also appears to be other artifacts on this image that I haven't heard any testimony about. And so
I will follow up, Judge.
All right.
Officer Bagley, do you see an evidence tag in that exhibit?
Yes, I do a number 2.
A number 2, and that's yellow and black.
Yes.
Do you see other evidence markers that are red in color?
Yes, to me, they're orange, but they're triangular shaped.
Okay. Were those markers, the evidence tag 2, as well as the orange or red markers, present when you observed that scene that day?
No.
Okay. Were they present, however, when Ms. Richards took this photograph?
Yes.
And she indicated to you that that is a fair and accurate representation of what she observed that night?
Yes.
State would move to admit Exhibit 4, Judge.
Ms. Nestor?
Objections, Your Honor.
Thank you, Ms. Nestor. I'm going to go ahead and overrule the objection, noting that the evidence marker, as well as the red or orange markers, I can't tell which color it is, was not present originally. And with those included information, State's Exhibit 4 is admitted into evidence and may be published.
Thank you. State would move to publish that.
All right.
And I would ask for the witness to come down to explain the exhibit.
All right, officer, if you'd like to step down, use the microphone, and as previously noted, describe, when you're describing something on the image, where it is located on the image for the benefit of our recording.
So, officer, will you describe for the court what it is that you're looking at?
So what I'm looking at is I'm on top of the Losi building, which is where the gravel is towards the bottom center. I'm looking west towards the tent, which is in the upper center, that you got a white tent. You can see the grass down there in the amphitheater. You got the Hall of Flags that's more towards the top center. And behind that, you've got I-15. But what I'm looking at is in the disturbance of the gravel is what I saw that day.
Okay, and what can you describe for the record that disturbance?
To me, when I got up there and I could see this disturbance in gravel, to me, it looks like a sniper pad, a person that has been laying in a prone position, and you've got markings of elbows, knees, and feet to where somebody was in the line of sight of where Charlie's tent was.
Thank you. And if we could, again, take the, if we could publish State's Exhibit number 2. You recognize that, right, officer?
Yes, I do.
Where on the Losi rooftop did you observe this disturbance in the gravel?
If you go to the
Can you
center
point
of the
to that?
picture, if you go to the center of the picture in the darker gray part of it, on the left side, so the south side of the Losi building, it would be right in the line of sight of the Charlie Kirk tent that's straight in front of it.
Okay.
So the southwest side of the roof.
Thank you. You can take your seat. And finally, I would direct the witness's attention to State's Exhibit number 5 on the monitor. Let me know when that's there.
It is.
It is
Yes.
there. Do you recognize that exhibit?
I do.
And what is that?
This is going to be a picture of the side profile of that last photo we looked at with some red or orange markers and a number 2 with also a tape that's there on top of the Losi building.
What was that tape that you said?
There's a measuring tape, it looks like.
Okay. Are you able to tell which direction the photographer was facing?
Yes,
And what direction is that?
it's facing south.
This is a nighttime photograph, correct?
Yes,
Do you know who took this picture?
I do.
And who took the picture?
It was Melissa Richards.
The same individual that you spoke about before?
Yes,
Did you ask her whether this is a fair and accurate depiction of what she observed
Yes.
that night?
yes.
What did she say?
She said it was.
With respect to what you observed that day, apart from the evidence tag, the yellow tag, as well as the orange or red markers, is this a fair and accurate depiction of what you observed?
Yes.
What's different about what you observed as far as what's on the photograph, the previous exhibit, compared to this?
You can see more of the length of an individual. So you can see that there's 2 elbows, 2 knee areas, plus also towards the far right of the photo is also a marker where like somebody laid a gun down.
Okay.
It's like a prone position.
Your Honor, pursuant to Rule 1102, as well as other authority that's been cited today, the state offers State's Exhibit 5 into evidence.
Your Honor, we renew all the same objections we made to Exhibit 4.
Thank you. Given the foundation that has been laid and that the witness has testified that this is a fair and accurate representation of the scene, noting the tape as well as the markers in that, State's Exhibit 5 is admitted into evidence and may be published.
State moves to publish Exhibit 5, Judge.
All right.
Before turning to what you did next on that day, taking you back to the daytime of September 10th, 2025, did you secure the rooftop of the Losi building that day?
Yes, I did.
And how did you do that?
I put yellow police crime scene tape around the portion so nobody else would disturb that area.
And when you say that area, what areas are you talking about?
I'm talking about the roof where it was the southwest side of the roof where I found the disturbed gravel, where it looked like somebody had been proned out in the line of sight of the tent. So right there.
Did you secure the area as far as anything?
Real quick, this is what they're talking about right now.
If we were to zoom in on this photograph, are you able to see the police tape that you put up on the rooftop of the Losi Center? Officer?
Yes, you would be able to.
Kimberly, if we can zoom in. Officer, I'm going to have you come down and describe for the court where you put that police tape up to secure that scene, the rooftop area. On the southwest corner of the rooftop.
So this is the top of the Losi building. You got your 2 different grays. The southwest is towards the top, center of the picture. You can see some yellow tape that spans from over here on the far right side of the picture by these black pipes, goes around a silver vent, comes back down around to the corner of that silver to keep everybody out of that area where that prone position was at.
Okay. On that photograph, are you able to see where you put the tape up as far as the access way to that roof near the stairway?
So it was right here, actually, this natural barrier where you have to climb over the guardrail. So this is the elder barrier that I had set up.
And you put police tape on that?
Yeah.
Okay. Did you eventually leave that area?
I did.
Do you recall about what time you left that area?
Oh, I have it in my notes. It would be when I left that area, it was almost 1 o'clock, about 1:03, 1:01.
Okay. Before leaving, did you leave the scene with anyone?
I did not leave the scene. Or did I leave the scene to somebody? Yes.
Just to someone else?
Yes.
And who was that?
It was a county deputy, a female.
Did you provide instructions to her?
I did.
And what were those instructions?
I advised her not to let anybody inside the crime scene.
Okay.
Without being a police officer or an investigator.
Okay. Thank you. You can take your seat again.
All right, I want to pause this real quick and go through a quick orientation. They're not showing the pictures. I'm a little disappointed in that, but I want to make sure that everybody knows exactly what we're talking about and you're familiar with what is happening here. I know a lot of people aren't following this as close as many other people, but this is exactly the shooting position right about here. All right, that's what we're talking about right here. And we can see the court and the actual courtyard. All right, this is the amphitheater. And this was the shooting location. That's approximately 138 yards to Charlie Kirk's location. We are facing west. When they're referencing the lake, all right, it is actually this right here. All right, that's not correct. Let me see where there you go. All right, and you can see that. I know that looks really far, but you can see that lake. I've stood right here on the upper decks of this. I've stood right here behind where Charlie Kirk was murdered, right on this place right here. And you can see that lake very clearly. It looks a lot closer in person than it does right here. But we are essentially facing west right here. This is the shooter location. And going back real quick, this is what they're referencing right here in this picture. So this was the shooter location. He did a great job getting just left enough to have a clear line of sight, but having the edge of this building, and this is the Sorensen Center, and this is just enough to obscure everybody over here from seeing him. So that was tactically sound. That made sense. This hall back here, that's what this is. This is the hall of flags that they're referencing. So this is what we're talking about. And the walkway is both there. There's an internal hallway right there. You can see right through this. This is kind of like, this is printed, but you can still see through this. And then on top of this walkway right here, that is the hall of flags. Let me show you. All right. So this is the top of the hall of flags. This area was roped off, but there were people over here and there were people over here. And this, of course, is the little landing up here, a little patio that opens from the third floor door, actually. And there's a little patio over there. So hopefully everybody is oriented properly and understands what's going on. And going back to where they found the screwdriver, I understood it. It was this pathway right here. So you walk down all this kind of red brick area. These are public pathways. They move from one building to the next, and this is the rooftop. The only thing that separates the roof from the pathway is a little guardrail right here, and there's a little retaining wall right here, and there's some utilities over there. You guys see a vent or something else right there. This is where he essentially goes out of view, allegedly assembles the rifle, puts the buttstock or the stock itself onto the barreled action, and then moves out to this position. And this is where he shoots from, just so we're clear. All right, let's get back to, if you guys have additional questions on that, let me know and I will address them.
Officer, upon seeing this disturbance in the gravel, you've described what it looked like to you.
Yes.
Someone lying down in a prone position, correct?
Yes.
What did you do next?
So when I got to the top of the Losi building during that day, I noticed the screwdriver, kept going to the edge, found that prone position. At that moment, I realized, because it was direct line of sight, plus the disturbance in the gravel, where I could see somebody laid down in a prone position or a sniper position, and asked dispatch to get on then I realized that we probably didn't have our shooter in custody from that moment. I asked dispatch to get on the camera system and to see if anybody was on top of the Losi building during the time of the incident.
Were you advised of anything?
I was. Dispatch came back and advised me that there was a male individual on top of the roof that was there at the time of the shooting.
Did they describe what his movements were?
They did. They stated that he ran to the edge, dropped down, crawled, got in a prone position.
I'm going to stop you right there. Ran to the edge. What direction and what edge?
Running west and southwest of the Losi building. So ran towards the tent where Charlie Kirk was, so they could get a line of sight. And then the individual stood up after the shooting and ran northeast on the top of the Losi building.
Okay. You mentioned that this individual on the video dropped off the edge. Did you get that?
I haven't mentioned that.
Oh, what happened? What else was described to you?
Then, well, at that moment, so I knew that there was possibly a shooter on the run.
Your Honor, can we just have a continuing objection to all of the hearsay that's being testified to here?
And Judge, my response to that was, I'm not actually offering this for the truth of the matter asserted at this point, simply for the effect on the hearer. So I'm not offering what's been described in the video as substantive evidence.
All right, Ms. Nestor, with that clarification, any thoughts?
I'll just stand on the objection. I don't, I don't think, I mean, he's clear.
All right, real quick, somebody asked where he jumped off of. So he actually shot from this position. He ran all the way around here, and this, the bottom right-hand corner where we see this white portion, this is where he dropped off and jumped down from the roof, right there.
As a magistrate, I am not accepting that statement for the truth of the matter asserted, simply for what has been stated. So I'm specifically making that finding as I'm receiving this evidence, and I'm not accepting it for the truth of the matter asserted, only as represented by Mr. Grunander. And with that, the objection is overruled. Mr. Grunander, you may proceed.
Thank you, Judge. So you mentioned you were provided with information that an individual was running north on the Losi.
Gil, thanks for joining us, rejoining us again. Anytime that you have something that you want to comment on, just speak up, and I'll pause it and let you discuss anything you'd like to.
Thank you, Gary. Yeah, I just got to my office, so I need to refamiliarize myself where we are.
Yep, we haven't moved very far.
Correct.
Yes.
What else was described to you?
At that moment, I knew I had responding units coming into the scene. I advised other officers that I needed the Losi building secured, searched, because I didn't know exactly what way that other than he ran north. That moment, I went down to the police department, which is just down the stairwell, and looked at the video myself. And
Where is the police department located?
it's in the Gunther Trade Building, just directly to the south of the Losi building.
Okay.
So where I described those outside stairs, the building to the left of that or south would be the Gunther Trade Building.
Okay. On what level is the police department?
It's level 3.
Level 3. Okay. Upon arriving at the police department, what did you do next then?
I then look at the footage to verify for myself exactly what expired on that moment, where I could see an individual run to the edge, get up, and then run off, and then drop off the northeast side of the building, of the Losi building.
Okay. Having viewed that, what did you do next?
At that moment, I realized I had more crimes, a bigger crime scene that I needed to contain and preserve for evidence. At that moment, I went and grabbed some more crime scene tape, and I responded to the northeast side of the building and secured an area where I saw impressions of the shoe print inside the grass, and also up above on that northeast side of the building, I could see on the cement where someone had scuffed there and then dropped down to the shoe imprint and then finished going northeast.
Okay. If I can take the witness back to State's Exhibit 2.
Yeah, so I don't know. I'm sure you already mentioned this, Gary, to everyone, but
You mentioned seeing an...
Go ahead.
Preliminary hearings, it's a very low bar for the prosecution. I mean, basically, if you show that the person in the courtroom is the same Tyler Robinson as the person on the complaint, you're pretty much there.
Yeah.
And as for the defense, there's really not much by the way of defense that you can present at a prelim to overcome it, unless you have like a very airtight alibi, something that's incontrovertible. It's pretty much impossible. So from the defense point of view, they just want to object a lot to preserve the record. Maybe they'll get lucky and one of them will get sustained. And then also to elicit as much testimony as possible, just so that at trial they can point to any inconsistency to impeach credibility. But beyond that, the prosecution doesn't have to present a whole lot of evidence here, just enough to overcome the probable cause standard.
Fair enough. 06 Chevy guy has a question. What do you think about the ability to get an unbiased jury in this case?
I mean, every juror is biased in some way. I mean, to find somebody that's completely unbiased in every way. I mean, humans have built-in biases.
Sure.
It's a matter of can they look at the facts impartially in this case? With all the junk that's been throwing around all the conspiracies and stuff. I don't know how much that's affected normie jury pool. But yeah, I mean, it's just a good question. I don't know. That's what jury selection is all about. And that is a big part of the case, is selecting the right jury.
Do you
both
think that they're
sides.
going, between the defense and the prosecution, that they're going to be able to go through a vetting process that will be able to find 12 people that are, do you think, based on the jury, that Tyler Robinson is going to get a fair trial?
Yeah, I mean, I think he's going to get a fair trial. I mean, yeah, I'd say, I think that he will get a fair trial. I think the defense here, I mean, I don't know all the evidence, but from what I gather, it's pretty strong against Tyler. And I think that the defense probably is going to be looking for sympathy more than anything. Maybe try to, bring in mental state so that he seems less culpable, if it was like a heat of passion, although that would really be inconsistent with the facts here. But that's the best defense, I think, here. Go for leniency and mitigation.
So from what you've seen in the evidence that we know about, forget about the evidence that we don't know about, this is a pretty tough case for the defense to overcome. Would that be your assessment?
I mean, yeah, I don't want to sound like I know all the evidence like back of my hand. I haven't studied it all. But I mean, there's video surveillance footage that puts them there. I think that there recently came out cell phone data that puts them in the location.
That's correct.
So that's opportunity. We have, motive and his own statements. Those are admissions. And opportunity again with the weapon. He had access to the weapon, and the ballistics, is consistent. So that's a pretty strong case.
Sounds good. We'll discuss that more during the break.
Individual drop down. Could you come down and point that area out to the court?
Yes. Okay, this is the Losi building again on the top right center of the photo. Southwest side is where the individual was laying down prone in the line of sight, came behind the aquarium or atrium, came behind that on the west side of it, came up to the north side of the Losi building on the east on this white square piece on the far right of the picture. And then he dropped off on the east side of the Losi building into the grass down here below.
So the northeast.
All right, just so we're clear, this is the shooting location. And then he moved over to this location, and this is where he dropped down from.
Describe in as best detail as you can what you saw on the grass then.
So when I got to the scene, I could see that there was a shoe imprint there. When I looked up onto the cement from the roof, I could see some scratching or rub marks from the top of the roof. That was not there. I could see that looked abnormal. I then decided to put crime scene tape around the whole area in case there was more evidence that needed to be preserved.
On that exhibit number 2, do you see where you placed the crime scene tape?
Yes, I do.
And where is that? Can you describe that to the court?
It's going to be on the far right in the center of the picture. You can see the yellow tape. I came around trees, came up further out of pictures, some more trees. I came down all the way down to the back side of the LDS Institute building where there's a sidewalk to block everybody out of coming up that way.
Okay. Did you at one point leave the scene?
I did.
Did you release the scene to anyone?
Yes, I did.
And who was that?
There was 2 Payson police officers that were standing there.
Okay. Were they in uniform?
They were.
Did you provide them with any instructions?
I advised them not to let anybody inside the crime scene other than law enforcement or investigators.
Okay. You can take your seat again, Officer Bagley. You've talked about the disturbance in the gravel that was observed on the Losi building.
Yes.
Did you walk through that disturbance in the gravel?
I did not.
Did you otherwise touch it in any way?
No.
With respect to the shoe print that you observed on the grass on the northeast lawn area below the LOSI building, did you walk through that?
I did not.
Did you otherwise disturb that?
No.
Officer Bagley, what did you do next?
From that moment, I then released the scene. I went down to the Fugal building and knew that where the incident command center was at, so I could relay information that I'd found to responding units and people in charge.
If I can have just a moment, Judge.
You may.
Ask the witness, Judge.
All right. Ms. Nestor? Ms. Nestor, before you begin, what time would you like to break for lunch? I don't want to interrupt a line of questioning, and so I just want to make sure that we're just taking a look at the clock and when you feel is a good time to break, roughly in that 12:10 range.
I will aim for that, Your Honor. That shouldn't be a problem.
Okay, thank you. You may proceed.
May it please the court.
Yes.
Good afternoon, or morning still.
Morning.
Officer Bagley, my name is Kathy Nestor. I'm one of the attorneys representing Mr. Robinson today, and I do have some questions for you.
Okay.
So you mentioned that you checked in around 11 a.m. on the day of the shooting. Is that right?
Yes.
Did you know in advance there was going to be this event on campus?
I did. I signed up for an overtime shift, so yes. For
You
the special
signed-
event, I signed up for the overtime shift.
Got it. And so did you attend any type of debrief or briefing or meeting to prepare for the security of this event?
I did not, because that morning when I got there, we had individuals on top of the Hall of Flags. So when I walked in, I just checked on, was going to get my uniform on. The chief Long got a text or an email or phone call stating that there's people on top of the Hall of Flags throwing stuff down to the tent. Therefore, he sent the two officers that were on duty down to secure the area. I got dressed and then came back on, and then went to the Hall of Flags to secure that area.
So you never attended any kind of, I'll just use the word debrief or meeting to talk about what the officers on scene were going to do that day to keep everybody safe?
No, not that morning.
Do you know if there was such a meeting?
I don't know, because when I got there, it was starting to, people were throwing stuff down on the tent.
And do you know how many UVU officers you guys employ normally?
Employee, there was 15.
And do you know how many were assigned to cover that event that day?
That were assigned to cover it. There was 6 of us that were, there was patrol 1 and then 5 others that were there with the chief.
Did you all have an idea there were going to be thousands and thousands of people there? Or was that a surprise to you?
Had an idea.
And you only had 5 officers?
6, yes.
6, I'm sorry, I'm counting you, I was
Yes.
thinking. And of those 6 officers, are you all armed? Do you carry weapons?
Yes.
What type of weapons do you carry?
Glock pistols.
And was there any use on campus of, I think they're called magnetometers, but the machines you walk through at TSA on the airport where it checks to see if you're carrying anything metal, what we all had to go through to get in the courtroom. Were there any machines like that set up or being used on campus that day?
No.
And as far as you know, were there any drones that were flying above campus that day?
Not that I know of.
And did anyone ever talk to you about covering anything near or on top of or in the LOSI building? Were you ever assigned that area before the shooting?
No,
Do you know who was?
I don't.
And when you got up to the roof that afternoon, was anybody around that was law enforcement?
No.
Nobody on the roof?
No.
Nobody on the stairway?
No.
Nobody on the walkway?
No.
Okay. And in the state of Utah, is a campus a gun-free zone? Are students allowed to have guns on campus?
It's an open carry state, so yes.
And did you see anybody that was armed that day other than law enforcement?
I did not see.
Were you aware of whether Mr. Kirk had his own security team present there with him?
Yes.
Did you communicate with any of those people?
I saw one individual that was on top of the hall flags right next to me. Yes.
Okay. And that was before the shooting.
Yes. And then I saw several down in the crowds and down by him. Yes.
And were you aware of whether that person was armed either?
I was aware he was armed.
Okay. Was there any other law enforcement agency besides Mr. Kirk's private security team and your 6 officers, including you, that were covering that event that day? In other words, did you have any Provo police or Orem police or anyone that you knew of, or federal agencies?
I don't know.
You never saw any that day?
No, not until the response came in.
And you did mention, I think I heard you just a few minutes ago testify, you turned over the scene on the roof to a woman who was a deputy sheriff, right?
Yes.
And that you turned over the scene where the individual dropped off to, I believe you said, was it Orem Police?
Payson.
Payson Police, thank you. Those people weren't there till after the shooting, right? They were part of just a response of everybody in the area.
Correct.
Okay. Did you receive any type of briefing materials, written materials prior to the event that talked about who would be covering what or anything like that?
No, not that morning. Like I said, it started getting hectic, so we were trying to get down there to secure the area and push people away from the top of the tent.
Now, when this event was over, you prepared a report, is that right?
I did.
And in the report, it covers a lot of what you testified to with Mr. Grunander, doesn't it?
Yes.
And I think you said you attended, what, 600 hours of post-training?
It's around 600 hours, yes.
And I'm sure somewhere in that training, you were taught the importance of your police report
Yes.
and how it will be relied on years later to recreate events like it's being done right now. And so you know it's really important to be as accurate as possible in your report.
Yep.
Can we put up Bagley 1? Can we switch it over to the defense table, please? Thank you so much.
So
And
just from a,
show it only to the witness. This is.
What were you saying, Gil?
yeah, just from a defense lawyer's perspective, I think what she's kind of trying to allude to, maybe set it up for, is sloppy police work. That's like a common avenue for a defense to go. So that's just my 2 cents about why she's this line of questioning.
Yeah, so basically what she's trying to frame this as is, hey, there wasn't enough security. The security itself, whether we're talking about Charlie's security team or the law enforcement that are there on campus, they provided inadequate security. I don't know how that relieves culpability of Tyler Robinson for taking the shot, but that is clearly what she's framing. Did I get that right?
Well, no, more, I mean, yes, but more with regards to the investigation. If she could say that, that inadequate preparation, then she could kind of tie that into, okay, you guys were sloppy with your investigation, and then, you didn't follow enough leads, you contaminated crime scene, so on and so forth. I think that's probably that avenue that she's trying to set up here.
So basically saying from start to finish, there was incompetence involved, and therefore we can't trust what's taking place as far as the investigation.
Yeah, from a defense perspective, yeah, that.
Fair enough. Good point.
All right.
Do you see that report in front of you?
I do.
And is that the report that you prepared, or did you prepare this report?
I didn't. I did a supplement on it, but I didn't prepare the report. So because the incident was a big agency assist, so obviously it says it has all the responding officers to that effect.
Oh, we need to go to the page. Thank you for pointing that out. Can we please move to page 3 or 5 maybe?
Reasonable people would agree with that. We're behind a little bit, so we're just going to fast forward.
Right, you just had the cover sheet up. Is that your report?
Yes, this is.
Right, and did you prepare that?
I did.
When did you prepare this report?
It looks like it was done the next day, either that day or the next day, because I wanted to make sure that I had it done where everything was fresh on my mind.
And do you have a copy of it in front of you?
I do, as a matter of fact.
May I just step in and just make sure that it's the same one? May I approach, Your Honor?
You may.
Oh, you're good.
We got to ask this now. Did you use AI to help you prepare your report?
I did not.
Okay, good. When you
This up there to clarify. So it sounded like she was paid to pre-start the lawsuit against Owens. Why is she trying to blame security? The lawsuit against Owens is not about her pointing out the inadequacies of security, whether it's Charlie's security team or not. The lawsuit against Candace Owens has nothing to do with that. The lawsuit against Candace Owens is defamation by saying that Brian Harpool is involved in the killing of Charlie Kirk. That's what the lawsuit is. It's not because she sat there and said, "Hey, security sucked." That's not what's discussed in the lawsuit at all. It is a lawsuit for the conspiracy of Candace Owens and ultimately Mitch Snow working together to push a false narrative and say that Brian Harpool was at Fort Huachuca and he was involved in the planning and had pre-knowledge of Charlie's assassination. She is a liar when she says, "Oh, I don't know why he's suing me. I just said that security sucked and so he's losing business." That's a lie. And it's she knows it's a lie, but that's what she said. Just so clear on that.
And also, I just want to remind the viewers that the defense here, that's their job, is to throw up as many obstacles. I mean, that's what you're constitutionally obligated to do as a defense lawyer, is zealously represent your client. And part of that is really just throwing as much shade on everything official, all the official investigation, everybody, as possible, in the hopes that you could get through to maybe one conspirator Candace follower that made it to the jury.
So what we expect to see is essentially some of these, what would, to the average person seem like petty objections, petty points, things that like, how is that even relevant? But that's exactly what she should be doing, is what you're saying.
Right. And I think what she's about to do right now is point to some, probably, I mean, I don't want to prejudge, but it's probably some like minor inconsistency in the report. He put the wrong date or something, and then that casts doubts on its credibility. That's just my guess. I could be wrong.
Well, let's see if you're right.
You prepared your report. You referenced when you first heard the shot, don't you?
Yes.
And what is the time that you say that you heard the shot?
12:23.
Right. And when you wrote that report, you did not state in your report the direction you heard that shot come from, did you?
No, apparently not.
And take your time and look at the whole report and see if there's anywhere in there where you ever mentioned that it came from the east or to your right.
I don't see a direction.
Okay. And you also, I believe, in your report, you also don't state whether or not, you don't mention anything about thinking it came from the Low-C building or anything like that, right?
Later on, when I recognize when I saw the empty holsters, I think I actually said that in there, where I see the empty holster, that I realized the line of sight.
Okay. So let's talk about that holster for a minute. So you heard the shot, and you only heard one shot, correct?
Yes.
And then you came down from the walkway above the tent, right?
Yes.
And you came down to really the grassy area that we've all been looking at, the courtyard.
Yes.
And there was kind of chaos, people running around.
Yep.
Yes. And while you were down there, you saw what you said was an empty holster.
Yeah, it was as I was clearing people out and making sure that the evidence was preserved. About towards the top, after a little bit, I saw an empty holster sitting there.
And when you say towards the top, can you be specific and tell us where you were?
So on the south side in the courtyard, there's some tiers of seating where the grass is different levels. And it was towards the top, maybe just right before the cement is where everybody's standing. So there's different levels. It's towards the top on the grass.
And when you saw the holster, can you describe to me what it looked like?
An empty concealed holster.
For what type of
For a
weapon?
pistol.
And did it have any markings on it?
I didn't even know, not that I noticed.
And what happened to that holster?
I have no idea.
Did you ever take custody of it?
Nope.
Did you ever tell anyone else to take custody of it?
Nope.
You just left it on the grass?
I did.
Was it ever fingerprinted to your knowledge?
I have no idea.
Okay. At some point, there were drones in the air. Is that right? Did you become aware of that?
Yes, I was made aware of that.
Do you know who put the drones in the air?
Sergeant Cam Nelson with the Provo Police Department.
So it wasn't UVU.
No,
Did you guys even have drone capability? Did you have a drone on campus that you used?
no.
All right. So someone would have had to bring one after the shooting onto campus because you wouldn't have had one there.
True.
Right. You mentioned that as you were coming down into the grassy area from the top above the tent, you come down the Hall of Flags, you come into the grassy area. You mentioned that you heard, I guess on your radio, that they had a suspect in custody.
Yes.
And so how long do you think between the shot being fired did you hear that?
I was in, like I said, trying to.
Devin, I'm with you. I understand we can speed this up. I just want to make sure that everybody hears it, and we're just going to keep it at normal speed. I might speed it up a little bit later. We'll see.
Get down the stairs, jumping over people, trying not to step on people as people were fighting up within 30 seconds, maybe.
Right. So they pretty much instantly had someone in custody.
Yes. And that's why I was quite surprised.
Were you aware of where the person was taken into custody?
Right down by where Charlie Kirk was sitting by his tent, somewhere down there.
So in the courtyard area, the person would have been in the courtyard area at the time of the shooting.
Yes.
Was that person in or near or around the holster in any way?
No.
You don't know?
No, what he wasn't. Where the holster was up on the top level up there, and it was where when the incident happened, when Charlie got shot. Within seconds, the other officer that was down by him said that he was in custody with the prisoner of the shooter. So they had been within right there.
You didn't, at that time, it was your understanding the person they took into custody was close by Mr. Kirk. Is that right?
Yep.
But it didn't occur to you that, well, that's not where I heard the shot come from. They must have the wrong person. I should talk to somebody.
During the chaos moment, no. That's that they said they had a person in custody. I figured those guys saw something I didn't see. They took the person in custody, and I thought that was him.
Okay. This would be a good stopping place because I'm about to start another section.
Okay.
So maybe we could go 5 minutes early for lunch.
Absolutely. All right. Thank you.
Thank you, officer.
We're going to go ahead and break for lunch. We'll come back at 1 o'clock. I do want to note for the camera operator, if you would just be cognizant and turn off the microphone during breaks and when we break for recess.
All right. Nothing real major there. Gil, what do we got? What's your analysis of this so far?
I'm kind of curious about this holster situation. Yep. Did you ever hear about this before? Or?
Yes. So I've known about that there was a holster on the ground. Matter of fact, I think there was a picture of a holster on the ground.
Oh, really?
And there's at least one picture of a guy with a gun out after the fact.
Oh, really?
Yeah. So there are pictures of a guy with a handgun, a civilian, which, doesn't really surprise me. That is an open carry campus. Right. I would imagine that 5 to 10% of the attendees probably had handguns on them. So you figure 150 to 300 firearms that are there. So I think this is probably a good tactic of hers. I think she's going to have a hard time. Where she seems to be going is there could have been a different shooter. We'll see if that's how that plays out. But yeah, no, there's definitely a picture of a guy that has a handgun out after the shooting has taken place.
Right. And yeah, and I don't think that in and of itself is that significant. Like you said, it's an open carry state. So, but I think what the defense is going to push here is why didn't you take that holster into custody? And that's
Sure.
going to play along the lines of you guys were sloppy. And because you were sloppy, you didn't chase down other potential leads. But, I really think that one of the biggest boons for the prosecution here are those admissions by Tyler Robinson. I think that is going to play a big part in the whole case. I don't know off the top of my head exactly what he texted or what have you, but I mean that you don't admit to something that you didn't do, and I think that's going to be a major point for the prosecution, probably the
Yeah,
biggest.
I believe in total there are 5 different confessions across different platforms and methods, from the note to text messages to discussions with his parents to the Discord chats. They're going to have a hard time overcoming that. And let me ask you this: being that it's UVU campus police, I really don't even know what number one, we don't know if SBI came back later and ended up processing that holster, collected that holster. I don't see basically these rent-a-cops, no offense to campus police, but they're not going to be the ones that are doing the deep dive as far as an investigation or anything else here. I think at that time, in the immediate aftermath of the shooting, their job is to try to secure the campus, right? And try to make sure that the threat is either gone or eliminated, and then to make sure, get accountability of the people. He's not going to stop in the middle of the mayhem and start processing evidence. That doesn't even make sense to me. I understand why she would take that approach, but I think it's kind of a moot point, generally speaking, and doesn't make a lot of sense.
No, I agree with you, and that's probably the counter argument that the prosecution is going to present is that, look, this is not CSI investigators that saw this holster and then ignored it. This was the first responders and stuff. But again, the defense is not. It's not on them to lay out the whole case. It's on them to just throw sand in everyone's eyes.
Sure.
Oh, you got a holster there that you didn't fingerprint. And that might be enough to sway 1 or 2 jurors to think, oh, maybe there's some more to this, And yeah.
Now, for right now, the job of the defense is to sway the judge, right? Right now, it's their job to prove to the judge and to make a decision for the judge to make a decision whether or not he believes that there's enough evidence to go forward with a trial. Is that correct?
Yeah, yes, you're right, but that's a really tall order. And so I think that much more likely what they're trying to do is kind of trap the witnesses in inconsistencies, because there's going to be a transcript of this preliminary hearing that could be used at trial. So when the trial comes up, they're going to be like, well, didn't you say during the preliminary hearing that it was a 1223? Now that's more the strategy for the defense to actually persuade the judge that there's not probable cause. I mean, that's a really uphill battle.
So basically what we're doing is we're getting a preview of some of the defense's approaches and tactics and things that they're going to use in the trial itself.
Right. And actually, I would say from the defense's point of view, they probably want to hold their cards closer right now, because again, the chances of them winning at the prelim stage is just so, it's some lawyers just don't even go through the prelim, if it's for certain reasons. So I was surprised to hear that this prelim is going to be a week long. That's unusual. Usually it's a few hours, even for like a murder case. But that could just be that there's a lot of evidence.
Well, I would say it's probably a good idea, because I think we got like 10 minutes of substantive discussions in between. Like, no, we got to pull that down. We can't show that. Walk over here, point to where we're talking about. Now we can show a picture. Now we can't show a picture. There seems to be, again, an overabundance of caution that I think, I don't know. I think at the end of the day, probably in a normal hearing where the judge wasn't so worried, and I'm glad he is. I'm glad he is being cautious about what he says and how he lets this proceed. But we could probably get through everything that we're going to see everything that we're going to see over this week
Yeah.
probably be condensed down to about a 30 or 40-minute video as far as actual substantive arguments, presentations, and everything else. But because of all the other complications that have been introduced into this, I think it's going to be slow. It's going to be slow and painful, to say the least.
I mean, that's part of the reason for the prelim. If a jury had to deal with all of this, they would just be falling asleep at certain points,
Sure.
So you want to get rid of the mundane parts, so that kind of narrow it down to the main points for a jury trial.
Makes perfect sense.
Yeah. But I would be remiss if I didn't say I want to share my channel real quick. I also
go
have
ahead.
a channel on YouTube, Whole Truth. Check me out, subscribe, share. And Gary, I really love the work that you do. You're a good guy, and I really appreciate everything you're doing. It's
Well, no,
really it's dispiriting to see all the crap out online now. So it's good to see that there's decent people out there.
Yeah. Well, no, thank you very much. Yeah, no, and again, they are on a break. I guess they're going to be about an hour or so here. Is that what they said? Or is it 2 hours? So they're going to come back. I forgot what they said. They're going to come back on. Probably need to rewind it. But anyways, we'll be paying attention. I am going to grab something to eat myself. I haven't eaten today at all. So we'll take a little break. I'm going to keep the stream up. I'm not going to close it down or anything like that. But and then Gil, I'd love to have you back when we re-adjourn. And then I will try to go eat something real quick, come back, and then we'll go through some of the evidence, and I'll go through some of the things that I think they showed already, make sure that you guys have a good visual representation of everything that goes on. And we'll also answer any questions and add a little clarity to what's happening, because it is disappointing that we're not seeing the pictures that they're showing. So
Yeah, why did they put it off to the side? They can't turn the camera? That's
no, they objected to this earlier. So
got you.
the defense objected to this earlier, saying we don't want them seeing it before it's officially entered into evidence. So it's like they're showing it off camera. They're coming to the judge is deciding whether or not it's going to be officially added to evidence, and then they said yes. So now it's in evidence, but now the picture's gone, so now they're not showing it. So it is what it is, right?
But that explains it. I got it.
Yep.
All right, man. Well, have a good lunch, and I'll be back.
Thank you, Gil. Sounds good. Thank you very much. All right, folks, I'm going to leave this right here, and we will be back. I'm going to take like 20 minutes, and we'll come back and answer as many questions as possible, go through what's going on. I'll show you some of the other pictures and videos and some of the animations and things like that. So if anyone doesn't know what's happening or what they're showing, we'll make sure we remedy that before the trial or the hearing rather starts all over again. All right, folks, go get something to eat. I'll be back, and we'll leave this right here. All right, folks, we got about 20 minutes before they readjourn. And I want to take the opportunity to just kind of go through and again, make sure that everybody knows what's going on and to address any questions that some people might have. Not everybody pays attention to this stuff as closely as we do, and many of you in the audience. So let's make sure as many people as possible understand the facts surrounding the case. Thank you guys for tuning in. If you haven't done so already, make sure you like, subscribe, and share. We really appreciate that. Let me turn this banner off. All right. Also want to go through and make sure we didn't miss any super chats. Here's one from Colton. Hopefully Colton is there to see me present this. For anyone that's never done a police report, cops need their reports done typically by the end of the shift or within 24 hours. That takes hours. I spent 4+ hours just writing reports, overtime hours. What do you think the chances of the Robinson will take a plea deal after this hearing? Amy, I don't think they're going to offer them a plea deal. I mean, it's not just up to the defense whether or not they're going to take a plea deal. It's up to the prosecution to offer a plea deal. And I've seen nothing that indicates they're even willing to offer a plea deal. We'll see if that turns out to be true. I don't know. So what did everyone do on the 4th? My wife and I saw the largest fireworks ever set off in Idaho. Good for you. You know what? We had a kind of a low-key 4th of July. We invited some friends over. They have their son wrestles with my son. They wrestle together, I should say. Anyways, we had them over. We bought some fireworks for the kids to set off, and we just kind of sat back and chilled out and had a great time with a small group of friends and family back here in the holler of West Virginia. That's what we did. I hope everybody else had a wonderful and safe 4th of July. Hopefully they left with the same amount of digits and eyeballs as they arrived on 4th of July with. It is what it is. All right. So real quick, let's do a couple of things. I'm going to pull up our, actually we got it right here. Let me pull this up. And this thing takes a while to load, but we are going to show our 3D model. And it's loading. It's loading. This is a big file, folks. This is a big file. Unfortunately, it doesn't let me really do. There we go. All right. Anyways, while that's loaded. Oh, and by the way, let me send SK a guest invite. We'll get her on here. Comment. We always enjoy her commentary. Oops. There you go, SK. I just sent you a guest link. Make sure you get that. Let's get 700 likes. All right. Let me see. We're going to stop that screen for just a moment. We'll share a screen window. All right. And this is not the easiest program to navigate. I'll just be honest with you all. Pull this up and make sure we are sharing this. All right. So here's our 3D model, most of which was done by CJ Correnti. Hope he's in the chat. We appreciate his efforts so much on this. And again, this is available free to you folks. This, between the two of us, this costs tens of thousands of dollars to get this done. So we have it offered in this program, which is Rhino 8. It is expensive. I think it's like $800 for this program, but you can use it, I think, for 90 days for free. And then no affiliation. That's not a plug or anything else. But then there is a free version of this available for Blender. So you guys can check that out. But let's kind of see what's going on here. So let me go to the standard view here, and we will navigate through this screen a little bit and try to rotate things around. There we go. All right, and I have some standard views. This is the lossy building perspective. This is exactly what Tyler Robinson would see. We spent a lot of time and a large team and multiple revisions to make sure that this was as accurate as possible. So this is almost exactly what Tyler Robinson would see. This model is based on a GPS mapping drone that flew over this area. Is plus or minus like an inch. I mean, the how accurate this is better than anything you're going to get on Google Earth or anything else. Not to say that some of those, most Google Earth, depending on when the last time that the survey was done for Google Earth, is pretty darn accurate, but it's not going to be as accurate as this. But it gives us some perspectives here that really drive home what's going on with all this. And so, let me just, there we go. I'm going to pull out of this for just a moment. But back here, this is the Hall of Flags, where the flag is actually in. And of course, the black portion that we see there, that you cannot, it is clear, you can see through that, right? From the inside. Just above that is another walkway that officer, I believe it was actually Officer Bagley, that was actually standing on this particular walkway. I have some other pictures that we can reference. Whatever, we can remove that. We timed out on our Instagram coverage. That's all right. I may start that back up or not. We'll see. Anyways, so here on this model, we can see this is exactly where Tyler Robinson was. Now, once he took the shot, he ran from this position, ran in this direction, around the far side of this. I'll zoom out a little bit. So he ran around the far side of this, I don't know, little atrium thing, whatever we got going on there. And then he jumped down right over here. Ran over here and then jumped down from this position. This is where he jumped down from. So this is what we have here. And he ran all the way around there and then jumped down from that position. So we're basically facing west right now. East is to the behind us. This is the Lossy Center. This building right here that the shooter was on top of is the Lossy Center. This right here is the Sorensen building that we see. Is actually what it is like a cafeteria. You go in there and it's like a double. It's a two-story cafeteria, and there's basically restaurants on the lower half. Looks like the mall little area, and on the second floor as well. So it's a big food court is what it is. Two-story food court is really what it is. I do want to show you guys, we'll remove that and we'll talk about, let me see what we got here. I was born and raised in Utah. Utah has one of the highest suicide rates. People either go all in on Mormonism or go far left. Mormonism is not what people think it is. It does not surprise me that Tyler did it. The other thing too, we got another one I missed too. I'm in West Virginia too. I'm in Wheeling. Thanks for doing this, brother. Great. Yeah, we're over here in the Martinsburg area. We are in the Martinsburg area. Let me go through some of the pictures that I have and see. The other thing I want to see is if I can actually find a picture. I know I have it somewhere. And that's the problem with all this, keeping all of this straight. But I actually have pictures of the officer up there. This is a good one that we should actually show you. SK Double Dub is in the house. SK, what's happening?
What's up? Can you hear me?
Now I can. There was a half a second there where I
Okay,
didn't
good.
hear you. Anyway.
Okay, well, I just sat down.
The other thing, a lot of people are saying that he doesn't get off the roof with a firearm. That is absolutely false. It's a bad footage, I will tell you, but the firearm is there. You can see this towel that he has that is just a magic towel, I guess, because it's rigid the whole time. On top of that, why else would he have even a towel? But we can clearly see if you decide to look. That's what's funny to me, SK, is like all these people, they will pixel peep. They'll see one little pixel and be like, oh my God, that's a gun or that's a bullet flying through the air. They can see all of these things that aren't there, but the things that are obvious like this, like suddenly they become, Ray Charles. They can't even see what's going on.
It
I don't
is
know.
really crazy to watch this play out, right?
It is. It is. And how much they cope and how much they just try to push narratives either because of, just because they're lying and they want it to be so true so bad, or it's just genuine cognitive dissonance where they just refuse. Their brain won't let them see the truth. It's funny to watch for sure. Let me know down in the chat if there's any other things that you guys would like to clear up. I think we've done a pretty good job for the most part of trying to keep you guys up to date on what we're talking about. If we need to look at some more video footage or Google Earth footage or anything else. But you guys let me know in the chat where if you have any questions, criticisms, or anything else.
Gary,
Yes, sir.
I think I first found you when you did your, or maybe not, but I remember the video you did where you went to the campus.
Yeah.
And that was so good because you have on people, I mean, you see people like Jimmy Dore on Tucker Carlson, who still spews this thing like, what are we supposed to accept? That Tyler Robinson is Spider-Man crawling up and down walls? And you went there and it's like this like short little chain that he had to walk over or something. So that was really useful. Because yeah, I mean, those narratives just get thrown around and get out and keep getting propagated without any pushback, you know? And so
Yeah, no, and that's why this is so important. And so many things, there was a lot of things early on that I either didn't spend time on addressing or didn't spend very much time on it because I thought it was dumb and silly. Only later on for those things to kind of pop back up and become a bigger issue than I ever anticipated. And, you know, that just showed me right off the bat, like you can't allow these little lies to propagate and to be perpetuated because they turn into bigger lies and they become more important in this case. And, you know, just like the thing that we are always dealing with is that the lies spread so fast and it's so much more difficult to prove, number one, that the lie is a lie. And then on top of that, it just like it never that doesn't go nearly as far. And all of these people, they see the lie, whatever's being said, and then like 3/4 of them, no matter how much time you spend correcting it or attempting to correct it, like that lie stands because people just aren't paying attention and they see what is you know,
it's like the truth doesn't matter to a lot of people. It's not even that there's an insufficient amount of evidence that you're countering with. It's just it doesn't matter to them at the end of the day. And they'll just go on to the next lie. I mean, and you would think like, well, once you get proven false, like about an important claim, like you should probably sit back and think to yourself, okay, maybe I need to reevaluate how I'm assessing, you know, claims, but it doesn't matter. They just go on to the next one like as, you know, nothing happened.
Yeah,
And
the lies are
crazy.
sensational and salacious, so they're going to get a lot more attention. The truth is just unfortunately a little bit more boring.
Exactly.
But that's why it takes a group effort. And this is why I'm telling everybody, like, this is not just for you to watch and hear me talk or SK or freaking Gil. What you need to be doing is going out there and fighting those lies. This is a call to action because we're going to lose our country over these little lies. And if we let them stand and we don't fight them as aggressively as they're spreading them,
yeah,
that's how we lose, folks. That's how we lose.
I agree. I mean, it's almost like there's a line in the sand where there's like two groups of people that just don't care about the truth and are happy to push lies, and those that still do.
Yeah.
It's crazy how that is a serious division. Like I just don't get like how people can attack a widow, you know, so vehemently. Like what happened to basic decency, you know? I mean, if you had some strong evidence that she did something, okay, but there's been nothing even close to that. They're talking about her dresses and, you know, how she's, it's just insane. There's no decency.
Their evidence is sparkly pants and that she cries too much or doesn't cry enough or wears fake eyelash. too much jewelry. She
Yeah.
laughs one time in the middle of a Zoom call. God forbid.
The fact of the matter is, there's nothing that Erica Kirk can do that would make these people in any way, shape, or form change their behavior, no matter what she does. If she cries, it's fake. If she doesn't cry, she's not grieving. If she goes to work, she's leaving her kids behind and she's a terrible mother. If she stays home, she's just being a recluse and she's just doing it wrong. It doesn't matter what she does, she's going to be wrong.
If we didn't see Erica Kirk, this is what the narrative would be. Now she's just living off of Charlie's legacy and living off his money and living her best life now that he's gone. She's not doing anything to continue his legacy and to provide leadership to the organization. And the crazy thing is, if you followed, this is the problem. Most of the people pushing this BS never followed Charlie to begin with. I did. I followed him on X. I've been following him, all of his content for many years now. And I'm just telling you, the same attacks, the same type of attacks that are being used against Erica Kirk, the Zionist, like you can cut and paste everything that was said about Charlie and change it up slightly to fit Erica and put it on Erica. And this is exactly what we're seeing. We're seeing the exact same people, the exact same tactics being recycled and being used against Erica, same ones that were being used against Charlie Kirk in the beginning.
You know, I actually made a short video kind of along those lines saying that it's really not about Erica, it's about Charlie. And now that Charlie, you know, is gone and can't defend himself, people are trying to hijack, you know, what he thought. He was turning on Israel, but, you know, in private. And I think they're attacking Erica as a way to get to Charlie in a way.
100%. It's the movement that's being attacked, the movement that Charlie started. And no matter who you put in that seat, they're just the mascot for the movement. And
There's a reason for all of this as well. And I suck at self-promotion, so I will promote one of my friends. If you guys get a chance, go over to X and click on the thread that Data Republican posted this morning. There's an article at the end of the thread. There's several videos in there as well. And it explains exactly the process that is taking place to make people fall into this. And Charlie has even talked about this. He's posted about it on X, I believe. But I know Charlie's even talked about this. This is how the softening or the idea of political violence comes into society and the steps that they take in order for people to accept it. Not just accept it, but celebrate it.
It's very true.
I showed everybody that I actually talked about that before we started this morning, Data Republicans post, and played some of those videos in there. But yes, the key here is the same thing they did to Trump is first they dehumanize you and then they incite violence against you. And that's exactly what's taking place against Erica. And let me tell you something. I believe in my heart of hearts that Candace Owens would just be pleased as punch. And she'll feign grieving and say that she didn't want it and whatever else, but she is trying to incite violence against Erica Kirk. I mean, there's any objective person watching what she says, watching the things that she presents, and trying to push the idea that A, she's the one that killed Charlie Kirk or was involved in it or involved in the cover-up, and B, that she's a child sex trafficker. That was her whole intent behind her series, trying to say that she was tied into some child sex traffickers and even Epstein. It's bonkers.
You know, I think Candace Owens is a certifiable sociopath. I'm not a doctor, but I mean, I think that it's pretty obvious to anybody that like has studied sociopathy. She is a sociopath. And, you know, as a criminal defense attorney, I've encountered a few, you know, my cases, a few sociopathic women. And what they do often is make false accusations. You know, they're not able to really, I mean, you know, they're different from sociopathic men who, you know, are more violent and outwardly aggressive. They're more passive aggressive and make false accusations, which can ruin somebody's life. I mean, and that's, I mean, Candace Owens definitely fits that bill. I think she is a sociopath, and there's not too much more analysis of her required beyond that. Although I will add, you know,
with her and Erica, her hatred of Erica, I think, is born of envy and jealousy. But I don't get everyone else that's jumped on this hate Erica. I just don't get it. Like, what has she done? She's a widow. Like that. What has she done to deserve this? I don't understand.
I think we're witnessing like mass behavior manipulation in real time, to be honest.
Well, and the part of that is that what people have found is that it is extremely profitable to push this nonsense. And again, this goes back to some of the things I talked about last night and earlier this morning. It is influencers being influenced. I 100% believe that our political and our foreign adversaries are boosting this information, and they can 100% determine what people are going to, what content they're going to put out, what messaging they're going to put out. And all they got to do is boost it. And then if they get off script, they just don't boost that. And, views go down. So they revert right back to it, because all they care about is their analytics and their views. And all of that translates to money, power, and influence. And that's what we're seeing. It's not that hard. It's not sophisticated. There's nothing crazy about it. We should be readjourning here in just about any moment. I believe
I think they said an hour and a half. That's usually how long these lunch breaks are. I don't know if it's been.
Well,
judges have a very.
I went back. The judge said come back at 1 p.m.
Oh, okay.
So recess till 1 p.m. This is actually what it says. It is currently 1:01 in Mountain Time. Let me make sure that I'm sharing this.
In the meantime, everybody better be Xing out of the chat and hitting that thumbs up button and subscribing if you haven't already. And make sure you're sharing the link on all of your socials so that everyone can come in here and be able to listen. So everyone knows how to counter these crazy Cantifa cultists.
100%.
SK Double Dub. I didn't introduce myself. I'm Gil. Nice to meet you.
Hi, it's nice to meet you.
Make sure that
And where do you practice?
Southern California.
Do you know anything about the deputy mayor of LA with his house being raided by the FBI and having to be on leave while all the fires were happening in LA? I was curious if you knew anything about that.
I think I just read a headline. I don't know anything about it, unfortunately. Yeah, I'll look into it though.
We got a super chat from Natalie Beisner. Just want to say thank you, Gary. Thank you, Natalie, for all your content and having the courage to speak out. We need more people like you, more people like SK, and many others out there that have not been shamed and intimidated by the craziness, the psychopaths that consist of the Candace cult, that make up the Candace cult. It is, I've never seen anything like it, to be honest with you.
Mass psychosis. It's crazy. But yeah, just again as a reminder to those viewing, this preliminary hearing is not really the opportunity for the prosecution to lay out their case. They really just need to overcome the probable cause standard, which is just, was there a crime committed? Yes, that's obvious. And can a reasonable person suspect that Tyler Robinson is the one that committed it? So we're not expecting proof beyond a reasonable doubt here.
Your super chat is hilarious.
Keep doing it. Go Max, Gary. Thank you, love and Jesus.
Go Max, guys.
Go Max. Let's peruse X while we're waiting for these people to come on. Let me make sure that's showing. Yes. All right. So we're showing that. Jeremy Boring, is there anything more soulless and shameless than jumping on the Candace Owens blasphemy, anti-Semitism, widow defaming, country betraying, hatred and deception monetizing bandwagon? I don't know if Carrie is grifting or if she's just a true believer, but it's embarrassing either way. Carrie Prejean Bowler, you are the demon, Jeremy. who fired Candace for saying Christ is king. See, this is the things that they have to push. He did not fire her for saying Christ is king. I think there was like an hour-long, really almost like a news conference of him explaining exactly, and this happened when he fired her. He explained exactly why he fired her. So
He probably fired her because she's a sociopath.
she is a chaos agent. Viva Frey kind of goes back and forth on some weird things here, but alleged video evidence, alleged DNA evidence, alleged confession, alleged forensic evidence, parents allegedly turned them in. We agree with all that, right? Of course it's alleged, but we're going to see the evidence of that. And we're going to see all of these people saying that everything in these charging documents and all the evidence listed, there could be, let me ask you this, Gil.
Yeah.
When we're talking about that, have you ever seen a case where the evidence that they stated didn't exist at all, that it was just completely made up? I know there's going to be cases where the defense is going to have the ability to prosecute that evidence and determine whether or not it's going to be thrown out, right? Or actually used in court. But, you know, how often do you see evidence listed that is just made up?
Evidence listed by, you mean by the prosecution
Yes,
to be
by the
presented?
prosecution. Yeah.
Well, I mean, sometimes they might say a piece of evidence that turns out to be unnecessary.
Sure.
You know, that they could throw in, if anything, it will be overly cumulative, right?
Sure.
So, but to just say something that's completely false, that would bite them in the ass.
Because
So
here's the
they don't
argument
see it.
made. Just so we're clear, the argument that we see made all the time, and by the way, the courts are, we'll jump on that in just a second. The argument's being made like, oh, we don't even know that this evidence exists that's listed in the charging documents and some of the other search warrants and things like that. That's essentially like, until we see it. Now, I understand that there may be some determination in court and the judge will determine whether or not that evidence will be used one way or the other. But they want to pretend that the evidence, we don't even know that the evidence exists. We don't even know if these things, if there was, you know, like that's kind of the argument.
Right. Well, yeah, I mean, these charging documents and other court documents are not really meant for public consumption. It's really meant for the courtroom and the defense and the prosecution and the judge. So to think that they're, you know, that the prosecution is laying out things, you know, for the public to be satisfied, it's not how it works. As a prosecutor, you could care less if the public is satisfied with how you're laying it out.
Fair enough. All right, let's get back to the trial here. We'll back this thing up just a little bit.
Professional
Make sure we
opinion.
didn't
What
miss
was-
anything.
That's what
Did you do?
like the holster was up higher. So
We didn't miss much, folks. I promise you that. All right.
Examination is necessary. Ready to proceed?
Yes, may it please the court.
All right, you may.
Good afternoon.
good afternoon.
I do want to circle back before I start my new section on I just want to specify two things. First of all, we talked about that you had no briefing or no materials about security on campus for this particular event. Did you ever have any operational or tactical plan that you were given for that event?
For this event, no.
Okay. And you also mentioned that you've done SWAT in the past.
Yes,
Were you a sniper?
I was. I worked well with them, but I was not a sniper.
Okay. So when you, okay, just strike that. Also, we talked
Strike
about
what?
the holster that was found. Are you aware if there were any other guns confiscated on the scene that day?
I'm not.
You don't know one way or the other?
I don't know.
All right, now I want to go through with you your timeline. You mentioned that you started at the Hall of Flags, right? And then you came down. It took you a minute to kind of navigate the stairs with the crowd and the chaos and everything. And then you were in the grassy area of the courtyard for a bit. Is that right?
Yeah, so about 30 seconds to get down the stairs, and then I went right down to where the tent was.
And that's where you found the holster.
No, the holster was up higher. So I went down by the tent, so it's lower level. So as I came down towards where Charlie Kirk was shot, I went down towards the tent to assess to see what was going on down there, because I didn't know exactly what. I heard the gunshot, didn't know exactly what was going on.
I'm sorry, I missed that you went down to the tent. So let me ask you about that. So what did you do when you got down to the tent?
When I got down to the tent, Charlie was gone. They put him in an SUV and left. At that moment, there were still some people running around. So I decided to preserve the scene as much as I could with trying to escort people out. And that's why I went back in and started pushing people off the grass area to conserve any ammunition or any casings or anything to that effect that would be around. I wanted to make sure people were off and there was as much evidence preserved as possible.
So just to be clear, by the time you got to the tent, Mr. Kirk had already been removed and taken from the scene. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. So in your professional opinion, what was the perimeter of the crime scene?
What do you mean by the parameter?
The perimeter, like how far did this crime scene stretch? Like where did you want people to move off of?
Oh, well, first I wanted them all off the grass because, like I said, I thought we had a suspect in custody. So to me, it would be a close encounter. So I was trying to push everybody off the grass in case there were shell casings or to that effect that got on the grass. So after I pushed them off to that part and getting up to the top where I saw that empty holster, when I saw that empty holster is when things started slowing down for me a little bit. All the chaos and stuff that's when I realized that it was a rifle shot, not a handgun shot.
Okay. And that's when you saw the low-C building and it occurred to you should go check it out.
Yes, it was right in my line of sight.
And correct me if I'm wrong, but the whole time that this is going on, you had an active body camera on your, I guess your collar, is that right?
I was right here on my
Your
chest. Yes.
Okay. And it was on.
Yes.
And it appears to me from reviewing your body camera that there was another individual who was with you that went to the low-C building who was in civilian clothing but appeared to have a gun. Who was that?
I don't know who he was exactly. He had a badge on, and I had somebody with me to back me up as I ran up the stairs to make sure I had somebody with me.
So you don't know what agency he's from or where he's from?
No.
And it looked like he had a pistol.
Yes.
Is that right?
A handgun, yes.
A handgun. Yeah. And so the two of you go to the low-C building.
Yes.
When you reviewed the videotape at the police department later, did you check to see if anyone had been on the low-C building after the shooting, after this individual had jumped off that you've already talked about? Was there anybody else on the roof? Did you check and see in that gap of time?
In that gap of time, no. So once I put up the barrier, I only walked up to about that point. Then I went down and reviewed the video from that moment on.
So are you able to say for one way or the other if anyone else had been on that roof in between when the person jumped off the building and when you came on the roof? Are you able to say one way or the other?
There was people up there looking for an individual that ran that way, because when I first got told the individual ran heading north, that we didn't know where the shooter was. So we started climbing up and clearing the building. And then it wasn't until I went to the PD and actually saw him jump off of the building that I knew he was off the building.
Let me rephrase that because I think I either asked it badly or you misunderstood me. So let me go back again. So from the time that the individual that you spotted on the video jumped off the roof, right? The individual that you thought was in the prone position.
Okay.
Between that and when you got on the roof, did you ever check to see if anybody else had been on the roof in that period of time?
Yeah, and I didn't see anybody.
So I
didn't notice anybody. Yeah.
Did you look on the video to see that entire, okay, that's what I'm asking. So you did not review the video to see if there was someone between you, that individual jumping off and you coming on, if anybody had been on or disturbed that scene in any way. Okay. But once you put the tape up, then we're confident from that point on the scene was preserved, right? By the way, where did you get that tape?
Officers responded on the scene that he was down on the bottom and threw it up to me. So
okay, so you didn't have it on you.
No.
And you didn't leave the scene to go get it.
No.
Someone threw it up.
Yes.
Great. All right. While you were on the roof, did you encounter any spent casings?
As a matter of fact, no, that's why when I saw the prone position where a person would be laying down as a sniper, being around guns and snipers all the time, I was looking for a spent shell casing. I couldn't see one. I was looking over the edge, looking all over the place, making sure the gravel wasn't disturbed, and I couldn't find a shell casing at that moment.
And that would be, the reason you would be looking for that was because some types of guns, when they shoot, eject a casing automatically, right? Some
Yes.
do, some don't,
Yes,
right? And then you also didn't find any unshot bullets.
no,
Okay. Are you aware of there being a bullet found on another roof
I'm not.
vicinity? Were you aware of another bullet being found on the scene, not on the roof of the Losi building?
I know.
All right, your body cam footage that I reviewed appears to end while you're still on the roof. Do you know why that is?
I think the battery went dead. It was just right at that moment.
Okay. And do you know, did you ever turn it back on that day or go get it I don't know, what do you have to do? Charge it or stick a new battery in it? I don't even know.
Usually dock it, but no, I didn't go back. It was too chaotic running around.
So that 27-minute and 35-second body cam that starts when you're at the Hall of Flags and ends while you're still on the roof, but haven't put the crime tape up yet, that's the only body cam you have that day?
Yes.
You mentioned when you went to the police department, you watched the video where you saw an individual up on the roof,
Yes.
right? And that individual was in the vicinity where you saw the disturbance in the gravel.
Yes.
And when you looked at that video, were you able to identify the individual's face?
I know.
Were you able to identify any markings on their clothing?
I know.
Were you able to identify their height?
No.
When we looked at the picture of I think you called it the sniper perch, so I'm going to use your words. It looked like there was a measuring tape laid out next to it. Were you present when they measured like the distance, like how tall that person would have been?
I was not.
So you don't know what that is?
I don't.
Were you able to tell the person's weight from the video that you saw?
I can tell he wasn't heavy set. So
Okay.
More of a skinnier person.
Could you identify what shoes they were wearing?
I could not.
Could you identify anything about a hat or what was on their head?
At the moment, no, I couldn't.
And did you see a gun in the video?
I saw a long black object in the left hand as he was running across the roof.
And in fact, did you describe that in your report as a bag?
I have not mentioned the defense or anyone talk about an exploding mic at one time. It's weird. It's like they think this is total horseshit.
Right? She keeps saying shooting over and over again. I'm pretty sure the defense attorney is dismantling the entire Candace Owens narrative in real time.
She must be in on it.
She's in
Weird.
Or
Do you think she
she's
got
not-
a $7,000 check?
She probably did. Is that a yarmulke that I see on the back of her head? I can't tell.
I think it is.
The
I think it
blonde
is.
one?
I saw her eating lox and bagels right
Oh my
before
gosh.
this started.
Oh my goodness. She's got to start taking her cues from Candace.
I don't know. I have no idea. I don't know why.
All right, let's pull that report back up, please.
So I just want to
Never mind.
make a
I don't
point
think
real
you
quick.
mentioned what you saw. So in your report, let's pull that back up, please. Page 5.
Go ahead, Gil.
On the-
Yeah, so I just wanted to say, since you brought up the exploding mic, while the defense does want to, throw out a lot of sand and confuse a lot of people, even with somewhat implausible theories, they probably don't want to go that route of something kind of like straight up retarded, because then they're going to lose some credibility with either the judge or the jury. So
You think?
that, yeah, I don't think that's going to be the route they take, but they might go down some other rabbit holes.
No, fair enough.
Bagley 1. So looking at the second page, you're actually going to have to go to page 6, I think. You talk about what you saw on the video where they jumped off the roof.
Did they?
And again, I'm going to remind you of our conversation we had before.
A person have they them pronouns? What, are there multiples? Like what's going on here? That person, the alleged shooter?
About you understand how important these reports are.
Yep.
And do you mention anywhere in this report that you saw a gun?
I did not. I just had an object.
Did you mention that you saw that object? Is that on here?
Nope.
Okay, so you left that out. Now, have you looked at that over and over again?
The video? No,
Yeah.
I've only seen it twice.
Oh, really?
Yep.
When's the last time you saw it?
It's been months.
Okay. The last time you saw it, were you able to tell what that object was in his hand?
Yes.
Now-
Well, not tell what it is. I could see there's an object in that left hand. Yes.
And could you, knowing what you know about the case today, do you have an idea about what that object was?
It looks like a rifle or something to that effect. A long object.
It looks like a rifle.
Like a long object, like skinny and long. You can see it's like almost like it's covered over something.
So you saw the cover, which was the towel, right?
Yes, and the shape of it is long.
Okay.
You know.
So you can see a towel, but you can't see an actual
I don't know if it
gun.
was a towel or a blanket. I don't know what it was.
But you can't see an actual gun.
No,
video.
like an object, like a form of a gun, like a long object.
Okay. All right. At the end of that day, what time did you leave the campus?
It was probably like 9 o'clock that night, maybe somewhere around there.
And did you come back the next morning and work some more?
I came back the next morning, yes.
And you worked all day the next day?
On and off.
When you left at 9 p.m., did you or anyone else know who the shooter was on that day?
No, not that I know of.
And when you came back the next morning and worked that afternoon, all that day, did you or anybody on that campus know who the shooter was?
Not that I know of.
Okay. So nothing that you found that day or anyone else to your knowledge on campus was able to identify who the shooter was?
And that they know.
Right.
Well, during the time I was there, no, that I knew of.
I also want to talk to you about that giant picture that was showed to you. Do you know?
Exhibit 35, I think.
Yes, it's Exhibit 35. Do you know who took that picture, where it came from?
I do not.
Do you know how old it is?
I have no idea.
Okay. And the pictures you were shown, Exhibits 1, 2, and 3, that you got up and kind of talked about and showed all the buildings and everything. Do you have any knowledge about where those pictures came from? Or who
Yes,
took
they were
them?
drone footage just taken from a drone.
Do you know who was operating the drone?
Sergeant Cam Nielsen from Provo Police Department.
Provo Police Department. Had you seen those pictures before today?
Before today, yes.
When did you see them?
A couple weeks ago.
And then that was just in preparation for testifying?
Yes.
Prior to that, had you ever seen those pictures? Can I have the court's indulgence for just a moment, Your Honor?
You may, Ms.
Just one
Esther.
moment.
That's a fancy way of asking for a
Thing I
little
want to
break.
clarify. We heard you testify that Ms. Richards, or I don't know
I'm
if
gonna
she's
start using
Deputy
it.
Richards.
She's a state employee for the forensic lab.
So Ms.
Melissa.
Richards.
Melissa.
She is the one who took those nighttime pictures of this stuff on the roof.
Yes.
And you testified that she told you that that was what they looked like that day.
Yes.
When did you meet with her?
I talked to her on the phone. It was several weeks ago in preparation for the trial.
So prior to a couple of weeks ago, you never discussed those pictures with
Yeah,
her?
because I'd never seen them.
Oh, so a couple of weeks ago is the first time you saw them?
Yeah.
And did you write any kind of supplement to your report, to add on to your report, other than what we've gone through today, that one report you wrote? Have you ever written another one?
I have not.
That's all I have. Thank you, Your Honor. I tender the witness.
Thank you, Ms. Nestor. Mr. Grunander, redirect.
Just one question, I believe, Judge.
All right.
Officer Bagley, if we could pull up State's Exhibit 1.
All right, let's do that.
You've talked about this handgun holster that you observed.
Yes.
On the grass in the courtyard.
Yes.
I'm going to ask you if you would approach the monitor when it comes up and point out as best you can where you observed that holster. Okay. Oh, here we are. So again, the question is where was that holster lying when you observed it?
So again, this is the picture of the courtyard area facing north. On the south end down here, you got different tiers of grass. On this top tier back here in this area, which is more the center bottom left of the photo. So it's going to be the waterfalls on the left side, so more towards the top of it. On the south side by the Fugal building, that top tier of grass is about where it was at.
In the middle area of that?
Yes.
By the Fugal building. Okay.
And that's where I could see straight up where the line of sight was.
Okay. Thank you. Nothing further, Judge.
All right. May this witness be excused.
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you, officer. Just for the benefit of those in attendance, you may have noticed that I drink some water. Please, if you have water and what's been previously approved, don't hesitate. You can drink, just don't spill it. And let's go to the state. Ready to proceed with your next witness.
Thank you, Judge. The state calls David Hull.
All right. Would you like to come forward and be sworn in?
You do solemnly swear that the testimony you shall give in the case now pending before the court will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help you God.
All right. If you'd like to be seated right here at the witness in the witness seat, and once you're situated, there's a bottle of water to your left. And if you wouldn't mind, after you're seated, bringing that microphone closer to you so it picks up your voice. All right, counsel.
Thank you, Judge.
You're ready.
Good afternoon.
Afternoon.
Would you please state your full name and spell your last?
David Hull, Hull.
And are you employed?
I am, yes.
Who are you employed by?
I'm employed by the Department of Public Safety.
And how long have you worked for the Department of Public Safety?
I'm in my 12th year.
Are you a peace officer?
I am, yes.
Are you post-certified?
I am, yes.
When did you receive your certification?
2015.
And since that time, has your certification remained intact? In other words, has it lapsed or been taken away or anything like that?
No, it's been continuous.
I think you said you're in your 12th year. Did you already say that? Your 12th year with the DPS? Have you worked for any other law enforcement agency besides the DPS?
No, just the state of Utah.
What is your current assignment with the Department of Public Safety?
Currently positioned as an investigative sergeant at Peace Officer Standards and Training.
Was that your assignment in September of 2025?
No, it was not.
What was your assignment then?
I was under the State Bureau of Investigations, Major Crimes Division as an investigator.
Okay. Is SBI an acronym or an acronym that's commonly used to describe the State Bureau of Investigation?
It is, yes.
I can refer to it as the SBI and we're all on the same page, right?
Yep.
Okay. How long were you with the SBI?
A little over 7 years.
And what exactly did you do? What was your assignment with the SBI?
I spent just under a year in the Alcohol Bureau and the undercover unit, and then the remainder of that time was with Major Crimes.
Major Crimes. What did that entail?
Predominantly investigating crimes that are considered to be major in nature, predominantly violent crime, including homicide, sexual assault, in some cases, fraud cases. Kind of covered a whole gambit of things, but predominantly violent crime.
And throughout your career with the DPS, have you done any training related to murder investigations specifically?
Yes, I have.
And could you just briefly describe what that specific training entailed?
I've done internal and external courses around lead homicide investigation, officer-involved critical incidents, child deaths and unexplained deaths in children, aquatic homicide, and then just continuing investigations related to homicide itself.
And throughout your career with DPS, have you either played a role in or led a homicide investigation?
I have, yes.
How many do you think?
Either directly or indirectly, I've probably been involved in approximately 40 or so.
And is that throughout the state of Utah?
Yes, we assist throughout the state of Utah.
Were you working September 10th of 2025?
I was, yes.
And did you work shifts? Did you work a certain shift that day, or how does it work at the SBI?
Kind of work 24/7, 365, but predominantly Monday through Thursday, office hours.
Okay. On that date, were you asked to respond to the campus of Utah Valley University?
I was, yeah. I was at the office in Taylorsville, and I was asked to respond down to Utah Valley University.
Okay. And what did you understand was going on at UVU that day?
I didn't know much. I had been told that there was some kind of an event and an individual had been shot.
Did you have a name?
Someone had told me that Charlie Kirk had been shot.
At that point in time, were you familiar with Charlie Kirk?
I was not, no.
Okay. Did you end up responding? So when you found out that there was an event, that it was Charlie Kirk that had been shot, that was while you're still up in Taylorsville at your office?
Yes, we hadn't been asked to respond at that point. Another agent in the office showed me a video of the shooting, and I went back to work because we hadn't been asked to respond at that point.
At some point, though, were you asked to respond or directed to respond to Utah Valley?
Yes, we were. We were asked to make our way down to the university to provide any kind of assistance that was needed.
Okay. And do you recall who directed you to come down to Utah Valley?
I believe it was Lieutenant Jensen.
And is that something, responding to a scene like this, on a report like that, is that something that's done frequently within the SBI?
Yeah, SBI functions as a supplementary investigative division for really anybody in the state who needs it, whether it's a smaller local agency that just needs additional resources. We often respond with the crime lab to help process crime scenes. But it would be normal for us to be called out to assist another agency.
Okay, so we understand correctly, when you were first directed to come down to Utah Valley, you were just coming down to give whatever help you could provide.
Correct.
Okay. That eventually changed.
Yes, yeah.
Okay.
My assumption was we were responding to assist process a crime scene, essentially.
Prior to September 10th, 2025, how familiar were you with the Utah Valley University campus?
Not very. I think I maybe had been there once before.
How about from September 10th onward? Did you become more familiar with the campus?
Became a lot more familiar with the campus, yes.
And in what way or how?
Both in walking the campus and looking at the incident scene, in viewing surveillance video of the campus and the surrounding areas, and just my general involvement in the investigation. I became a lot more familiar with the buildings, the amphitheater and the surrounding area, and the campus itself.
All right, and we'll come back to that here in a moment. Who else responded to UVU from the SBI?
Originally, I thought it was just myself and a couple of others. I remember Sergeant Falmina, Sergeant Bricker, Sergeant L. Schultz, Sergeant Clark, Agent Brian Davis, and a number of other agents were arriving or were on scene when I arrived there.
Do you recall if other law enforcement agencies responded that same day?
Yes, there was a large law enforcement presence. Federal entities, I believe the FBI, the DEA, ATF, I think some U.S. Marshals. There was obviously our state presence, and then there was county and city and local agencies on scene also.
So had all these folks responded by the time you got here, or had they responded prior to, or?
Some could have been on scene prior to, some were arriving while I was arriving, others arrived later. I know there were several forensic units from various entities, including the State Crime Lab and other agencies.
And did you interact with all these different agencies? You personally?
Throughout the course of the following few days, probably the majority of them, yes.
I think you related that originally the SBI was directed to come down just to see if you could help. Is that fair to say?
Yeah, that was all I knew when I left the office, was that go down and see what services, what can you do to help.
And I asked you earlier if that role changed, and I believe you said it did.
Mm-hmm.
So let's talk about that. How did your role change from what you initially came down to do to whatever it evolved into?
Having been on scene for a little while, there were some conversations and discussions that took place. And I was informed by my lieutenant that myself and Agent Davis would be taking lead on the investigation on behalf of the State Bureau of Investigations.
So the SBI was going to be the lead investigative agency?
Correct.
And you were going to be the lead case agent?
Yes, sir.
Along with
Agent Davis.
Yep. Okay. What does it mean to be the lead investigator or the lead case agent?
Depends on the situation, but predominantly you're responsible for kind of directing the investigation, coordinating information that is coming in. Typically, scenes are fairly chaotic initially. So you're trying to process as much information as possible and make as much use of the available resources that you have. Kind of an organizational role would probably be a good way to describe it.
Okay, so you played an active role in organizing?
In coordination with the administrations of all of the agencies that were on scene. Yeah, we were trying to coordinate efforts and get to pertinent information as quickly as possible.
Do you recall whether assignments were made, at least with the SBI agents that responded with you?
Yeah, we have a core group within major crimes that were.
All right, I hear lots of people talking about basically this kind of droning on. Look, I think this is standard for court proceedings. I'll let Gil talk about that. But we're going to jump in here and wake you guys up a little bit. Yeah, so I did research this guy when we first saw him in one of the court hearings. I believe he's either from Australia or New Zealand. I forget which one, but he's from that area over there. Gil, real quick, anything that you've noticed that kind of piqued your interest so far about his testimony? He's clearly the lead investigator, one of the two lead investigators for the lead investigative organization, which is Utah SBI. So that's where we're at, folks. So wake up. You got anything, Gil?
The first thing I noticed is I like the guy's hair, as many of your viewers have been commenting on.
Oh,
it's very symmetrical. Yeah, I mean, every time you bring on a witness, you always get into their background, training, and experience to lay the foundation for everything else that he's going to testify about. So, yeah, a lot of it's kind of just boring, background.
Just standard behavior so far, right?
Yeah, it's all standard. It's pretty boilerplate. You want to get that out of the way so that when he lays the foundation for his testimony and or to lay the foundation for his testimony or any evidence he's going to authenticate, you want to get his background, training, experience, and why he was there, what he was doing, kind of get ahead of any potential objections, so to speak. We're going to be seeing a lot of this. The preliminary hearing, it's not going to be a lot of courtroom drama. So it's going to be a lot of just laying down foundation so that when it comes to the actual trial, the jury trial, you don't need to worry about objections to the very basics.
And we're seeing right now why you lawyers get paid so much. It's because your job sucks. Right?
Yeah,
it's boring. It's crappy.
The prosecutor's job basically is to ask what happened next. That's basically all they do. I mean, inside the courtroom. Judge has the easiest job. They get paid. Their clerks do all the work. They get hour-and-a-half lunch breaks every day. The defense has a little bit harder job, but yeah.
We're
Yeah,
not,
these
you know,
prelims-
we're not seeing the sparks and the drama that we normally see in these movies. I don't understand that. I see a lot of people talk about that. The other thing that somebody mentioned earlier, I think we should address now, for those of you who don't know, every lawyer that I've talked to, Gil, has said, you know, when it comes to, a lot of people are asking when is the actual trial going to start? So far, everyone that I've talked to says probably a year from now, if not 18 months to 2 years from now. What is your assessment of that?
Yeah, I would say pretty much the same thing.
Wow.
I think that after the prelim, I don't know Utah specifically, but usually it's about like 30 days for the defense to do a motion to dismiss, and that will be heard. And then, yeah, I mean, about a year and a half, that's been my experience. That sounds about right.
I like this question from Sterl Postings. How come you couldn't catch my client before he took the shot? SK, throw some commentary in here and wake everybody up a little bit.
I was getting ready to say I have a couple of requests for the chat. I need everyone to go hit the like button, X out of the chat and go hit the like button, because you guys don't even know you have the privilege of being in the most famous, obscure YouTubers podcast. You are here, the one and only obscure podcaster hosting the obscure podcast.
What I can tell you for certain is there is no other podcaster that's mentioned by Candace Owens more than me. That is a
And
fact.
you're even in court
I'm
documents
so
for
jealous.
lawsuits.
I'm in court I have a preservation order from Candace Owens herself. So everything preserved, Candace. I'm preserving this right now. You can refer back to this, and long after you're sued into oblivion, you'll have nothing, but you'll have me to look back on, and you can play all of my videos proving how wrong you are, and you can sit back and think, God, I wish I would have stopped right then when Gary was exposing me for the lying, shill, deceiver that I am. I should have stopped then, but I just kept going like the foolish person I am and was.
And
I am so jealous of you, Gary. I want to be in Candace's crosshairs as well. If you ever need any legal help or representation against Candace, I will do it pro bono 100%.
All right, I got 4
despise her.
lawsuits. Let's start now.
And number two, I'm going to need everybody in the chat to keep this lively and put all of the best dad jokes you can come up with in the chat.
Yeah.
But real quickly, actually, when it came to the last witness, I just want to add, you know, one of the tactics that I think the defense is doing is that they were showing that what he put in his report, you know, he's testifying to things that are a little bit in addition to what was in the report, kind of planting in the seeds that, you know, maybe, you know, stuff he's testifying about is not based on firsthand personal knowledge, but rather was planted in his mind afterwards, subsequently, and therefore, you know, there's inconsistencies or there's less credibility, so to speak.
So they're prosecuting his credibility and basically saying, hey, you know, why wasn't that in your report? Why wasn't that in your report?
Yeah.
And also already trying to undermine, I guess he was supposed to stop and like put a 3x3 thing of caution tape around the holster, secure that, maybe pull out his fingerprint and DNA kit and process that evidence right there. That was one of the things that they said.
Of course.
All right, everybody's woken up, right? We're awake. Let's go.
Get some coffee.
Okay. And do they include the agents that you mentioned just a minute ago?
Yes, I believe so.
So each one of those agents with the SBI were given a specific assignment?
Yes, with the information we had, the agents were assigned to do specific things.
And do you remember specifically what assignments were given to who?
Yes, Sergeant Falmina was asked to coordinate with the state crime lab and the responding crime scene techs to manage and process any identified crime scenes. Sergeant Mark Bricker was put in touch with UVU's surveillance and operations team to start working through any available footage or information that we had that had been recorded. Sergeant Clark was tasked with the area canvas around the campus area, looking for information or any available information from the immediate area around campus. Sergeant L. Schultz was working with the SIAC and other administration to try and manage the flow of information that had started to occur.
Okay. You said that initially when you showed up, things were a bit chaotic.
Yes.
Did that have something to do with all the different agencies that had responded?
Yes, and I think initially there was still some uncertainty as to whether we were working with an active shooter or an active crime scene. The campus is spread over a large area, and so getting that deemed to be safe is quite a process and involved a lot of people.
Gotcha. Do you know if the campus was deemed safe eventually?
Eventually, my understanding is the campus was locked down and secured, and we were able to start getting people in to start processing crime scenes and doing additional things.
Okay. You said it sounds like that chaos eventually subsided. You got organized and assignments were made. What was the first thing that you did as lead investigator?
It kind of became organized chaos, but we did have a plan, and our priority was determining whether we had an ability or a way to be able to identify who had been involved in the shooting. Okay. That was our primary focus at that time.
Did that include collecting information that was becoming available?
Yes, we were getting a large volume of information from the general public, phone tips, people sending videos. Analysts were scrolling through social media and social sites as people were posting information onto the internet. So there was a lot of information coming in, a lot of things that needed to be processed through and worked.
Okay, were videos coming in?
Yes, cell phone videos were coming in. If you imagine there's 3,000 people at an event and everybody has a cell phone, there was a lot of information that people were willing to share with us.
Right. Do you know whether you or someone else with the SBI collected or received a video from an Amanda Wright?
Yes, yeah, I know a cell phone video was collected from Amanda Wright.
Okay. And do you know
or Amber Wright?
I'm sorry?
Amber Wright?
Oh, I'm sorry, Amber. Well, you tell me, Amanda or Amber?
Amber.
Okay, I apologize for that wrong first name. Do you know who or how that video was collected?
Yeah, I spoke with Miss Wright directly on the phone to arrange a time to go and collect that video. Unfortunately, she wasn't available that day, but Agent Davis was able to go meet with her directly and collect the video.
Do you recall what date you actually spoke to Miss Wright?
If I can refresh my recollection,
Well,
I specifically...
Sure, let me ask you this before you do that.
Yes, sir.
So you have in front of you what, your police report?
I have some notes and a timeline from my
Okay.
investigation that was part of discovery.
And referencing that timeline or those notes, will they help you recall the date that you called Miss Wright?
They will, yes.
Okay. Why don't you go ahead and refer to that? Don't read from it out loud. Just take a minute. Let me know when you've come across that information and once you've refreshed your memory.
Your Honor, when he's done, may I take a look at the materials as well, please?
You may.
Miss Wright was contacted on April 7th.
Did you want?
All right. Ms. Nestor, if you'd like to come forward, you
May I
may.
approach, Your Honor?
I may make myself useful here.
Yeah.
Witnesses are allowed to refresh their recollection by looking at any documents or anything they want, but they have to make that available for both sides to look at.
Gotcha. So if they're referencing any of their notes, those notes have to be available to the prosecution and the defense.
Correct.
Got it. No, that's a good point. Didn't know that.
And a lot of this stuff just also is the chain of custody of evidence, the integrity of all the evidence that's going to come out, very important. So they have to kind of lay the groundwork and the foundation for that now, so that they don't have to get into all the details
Mr.
at the
Sturgill,
jury
when
trial.
you go back, if you wouldn't mind shifting the lectrum to my right.
You're right.
Yes, it just appears when the camera's focused on you, just the way it's positioned, you're in front of the witness, and we just want to make sure that.
Yeah, it's only going to go that far, Judge.
All right,
Is that going to be far enough?
I think that is sufficient.
We changed nothing,
all right,
Judge.
Thank you. I appreciate your help
I
with
did
that.
just check from the.
You did nothing. You did nothing.
Are we still connected? Okay.
Maybe you can see
All
the
right,
witness.
let's make sure that Mr. Sturgill is picked up. All right, you may proceed. Thank you.
And if I could make
So-
if I could make a correction to that, I think.
Well, let me ask you this first.
So he needs to ask you a
Yeah,
question.
okay.
So, Mr. Sturgill.
So you've had a moment to look at your
Yes,
notes.
sir.
Did that help you remember the date that you contacted Miss Wright?
It did, yes.
Okay. Why don't you go ahead and tell us what date you contacted Miss Wright?
I contacted her, I think it was April 6th specifically, but Agent Davis met with her on April 7th.
Okay. Well, that was going to be my next question. So you actually talked to her was it on the phone?
It was, yes.
And did you arrange a time for either you or Agent Davis to go get the video from Miss Wright? Is
Yes,
that how it happened?
yes,
And then you didn't go, it was Agent Davis that went.
correct.
Okay, gotcha. And what, if anything, has been done with that video in preparation for today?
My understanding is that some edits were made by your office in order to protect some of the participants in the video.
Okay. But what, let me ask you this. Did you or Agent Davis visit with Miss Wright again?
Yes, that was in April, and that was where my correction was. The video was originally provided to Agent Mortensen.
Okay.
So I misspoke.
Okay. Let's go back and let's make sure this is very clear.
Sure.
Okay. So someone with the SBI collected a video
Yes.
from Amber Wright.
Yes, Agent Mortensen contacted Miss Wright on October 8th, and a video was provided to him electronically on October 11th.
Okay. And now I'll ask the next question. What, if anything, has been done either by you or another agent with that same video in preparation for today's hearing?
We contacted Miss Wright to arrange a meeting so that Miss Wright could review the video and that we could verify firsthand with her that the video was what she had taken on September 10th at the event at UVU.
And who had that follow-up visit with Miss Wright?
That was Agent Davis. I was not able to attend.
Okay. And you know that happened because you spoke to Agent Davis?
I spoke to Agent Davis, and he provided me with a written statement that Miss Wright had completed.
Okay.
An 1102.
And so you have seen that written statement?
I have, yes.
Okay. And you've read through it?
I have.
Does that, do you recall whether that statement was on a form or a piece of scratch paper? What do you recall?
My recollection is that it was on an official, I believe, a State Bureau 1102 statement, which is a written form that is filled out by a witness that contains the 1102 warning.
And by that, do you mean the advisory, the statement that's written on that piece of paper is going to be used at a preliminary hearing?
Yes,
It includes that advisory.
yes,
Does it also include a warning that if someone provides a false statement, in this case, Ms. Wright, that it could be punishable by a Class A misdemeanor?
it does, yes.
All right. And what do you recall is the essence of that written statement from Ms. Wright? I mean, what does it basically say?
Object, Your Honor. At this point, we want to assert our standing objection to the constitutionality of allowing in Ms. Wright's statement when she is not here present in court to be cross-examined. We did include those constitutional arguments in our standing objection. Also, this does fall under the type of document that should be safeguarded under Rule 4-202.02, Parent 8, Parent F as in Frank, and or should be classified as protected under subsection 5O as in orange. because the disclosure could jeopardize the life, safety, or property of the witness. It's also technically a victim's. I mean, if she's present under the current theory and the information, she's technically could be classified as a victim of the event. So it also should be protected under that. So we would object to it being read in public. It would not be admissible at trial in the current format that it is due to its hearsay nature. We do think it would negatively impact our client's right to a fair trial. And furthermore, I believe the witness herself has requested that, particularly because the video contains images of minor children, which I know the state has made an effort to redact, but nevertheless, the reference to the minors, I think, would still fall under the protection. And so for all those reasons, we would object to that coming out in public and being discussed in the public forum and being published in any way. And we object to it coming in.
All right. And so if you wouldn't mind just restating the rule that you're relying upon so I can fully look at your objection.
It's the UCJA, the Utah.
Gil, is that a, we'll see what happens with that, but essentially she's objecting to having a written statement put forth.
Yeah.
What's your take on that?
I mean, it's standard hearsay. On the normal trial, at a jury trial, it would be sustained because it's hearsay. The defense would have a right to cross-examine the person making the statement. However, normally under the preliminary hearing rules, at least in California, they accept credible hearsay evidence for the purposes of preliminary hearings. So I think it's going to be overruled. Then she brought up, I think, some like victim protection statutes.
I've reviewed that, Mr. Sergio.
Which,
hold on 1 second.
Sorry.
Which is, let me address, I guess, a couple of things. Ms.
Let me see what he
Nestor
actually
actually
wrote.
brought up, I think,
We'll
both
go back.
the 1102. A couple of things.
All right. I've reviewed that, Mr. Sergio. All right. I've reviewed that, Mr. Sergio.
I guess he doesn't actually.
Which is, let me address, I guess, a couple of things. Ms. Nestor actually brought up, I think, both the 1102 statement that we intend to introduce and sort of referred to the video. So let me address each of those one at a time. With regards to the 1102 statement that was prepared by Ms. Wright, Judge, it was gathered in compliance with the Utah Rules of Evidence 1102, specifically subsection B8. It's a statement that was gathered by an SBI agent. It was prepared with knowledge of the advisory that it was going to be used at the preliminary hearing, and it also included the warning that if a false statement is given, it's going to be a Class A misdemeanor. Judge, I don't know what additional foundation you'd like. Well, that's kind of where I was going, Judge, is I was trying to lay a little bit more foundation just to introduce that statement alone. I haven't got yet to the video. But with regards to the 1102 statement, it has been collected in compliance with Rule 1102. As I stated, B3 or B8. And as we all know, Rule 1102 allows reliable hearsay, as does the state constitution, Article 1, Section 12.
So what exhibit will this be? I want to look at it not for the purposes of, as a magistrate taking it into evidence, but see if it comports with Rule 1102 as stated, because I haven't seen it.
Sure.
And I haven't done the analysis to see if that objection is.
Judge, it is State's Exhibit 6.1.
And Your Honor, just for the record, we just want to make a record too that it's difficult for the court to make a reliability finding when the individual is not here to be tested and cross-examined. And for those same reasons that we list in our standing objection, we just want to reiterate to the court that we think it really hampers you from making that reliability determination.
Thank you. Anything further, Mr. Sturgill?
Well, just that 1102 doesn't require that, Judge. It doesn't require the witness be here to corroborate the statement that they've already prepared.
All right. All right. I've had a chance to review today's Exhibit 6.1, taking into note what Ms. Nestor noted, UCJA 4-202.02 and referencing the section she did.
Well, and Judge, I don't mean to interrupt, but I had not yet addressed that rule. I would simply just add to that judicial rule, it has nothing to do with admissibility. It's simply publishing it. And I'm sorry.
Okay, so let me just hear your full argument.
Yeah, I didn't realize you wanted to hear all of it. I thought you were going to rule on the 1102, but.
Well, I want to focus on the 1102. I want to keep this clean. So let's
Right.
focus on the 1102 and we'll stop
Sure.
there and I can make my ruling. And then if there's any objections, I just need to take it one step at a time to be thorough. So
Sure.
I'll hear all your arguments about the 1102 statement. I'll return to Ms. Nestor for any final thoughts, and then I'll make my ruling, and then we can move to the next
I
stage.
appreciate that, Judge. And I think I think I have addressed the 1102 question as far as admissibility under Rule 1102. I thought that's what you wanted to rule on first, and then I would address the UCJA 4-202.02. And if you want me to do that now, I can do that. And it's just simply that it has nothing to do with admissibility. It has everything to do with publishing that. And Judge, I think if you'll look at that written statement, I believe Ms. Wright's personal information, for the most part, has been redacted. Other than that, and beyond that, Judge, I'll leave it up to your discretion.
Well, as it relates to, let me take it one at a time. Let's start with the last statement. What I have in front of me, Plaintiff's Exhibit 6.1, has her full information here: address, phone number, social security number.
Okay, Judge, I apologize for that. I thought we'd provided a redacted version of that. Yeah. I think I've clarified what's going on here. I think we provided you with an unredacted version some time ago. The version that we have and are prepared to present today is a redacted version.
Could I have a copy of what you're intending to admit into evidence so I can consider what's before me?
Yeah. Judge, we can bring it up electronically. We don't have a hard copy of that.
All right, I want to make sure that's not coming on screen. It's just coming on my screen to review it. All right. Okay, no, and that's fine. It's not, it's just for that I can look it on my screen because I'm trying to evaluate. So if you just want to put it back on my screen. All right, well, so what I'm doing is I'm looking at this and just for clarity moving forward, if there is a particular exhibit, I'll ask that you provide it instead of me relying upon here, just so there's no
Gary.
misunderstanding and,
Yes,
and I
sir.
can see exactly what is being moved into evidence. I don't want to
I
assume.
can tell you're having so
I
much
wanted
fun.
to
It's quite the nail biter.
It is indeed. It is indeed.
Proper analysis. All right. So
And I appreciate that. I think there's just
That's
been a little bit of a glitch, so I apologize for that, Judge.
to what I was just looking at in regards to your arguments. With this clarification in mind, any update to your argument or anything that you would like the court to consider?
The only other issue I think that exists with this that I haven't already raised is that there's clearly two different authors in the body of the document. One wrote something on the very top line, and then it looks like Ms. Wright wrote the rest of it, which we don't have any indication of who wrote that top line and when they filled that in, if it was before or after she signed the document. So I have some concerns about authenticity with respect to that as well. And that's all I have.
All right, and as I'm determining it, it does appear that the writing is different. Did you want to lay additional foundation, Mr. Sturgill,
Certainly,
or
Judge.
provide information for the
I'd
court?
be happy to do that. Do you have in front of you State's Exhibit 6.1?
I do, yes.
Okay. You've heard the discussion that just took place. It appears as if there's two different styles of writing on that form.
Yes.
Okay. I imagine that you have the writing that includes the personal information for Ms. Wright, and then directly below that, I think there's a line there that appears to be arguably writing prepared by someone else. Is that in fact accurate, that that is a different
That's correct.
author of that writing? What do you know about that writing on that first line just below statement of incident?
Because we were asking Ms. Wright to verify a specific video, the file name for that video was written on the statement in her presence. And then that video with that file name was then shown to Ms. Wright to verify that it was, in fact, the video that she had provided to us.
Okay. And so was it you or SBI agent Davis that prepared that?
Based on the writing, it appears to be Agent Davis's writing, but it's not my writing.
All right. But that is the routine, or is that kind of how you commonly do this?
In this case, because we were specifically asking them to verify a specific digital file that had a specific digital name, and we didn't want there to be any errors in how that name was presented, we wrote the file name on the document for the individuals.
Okay. All right. Anything further, Ms. Nestor, with that additional information before the court makes its ruling?
Your Honor.
All right, thank you. Could you leave that on the screen for me, please? I appreciate that. And scroll down to the bottom. I just want to review it one last time. All right. And I believe this is Exhibit 6.1. Is that correct, Mr.
It is,
Sturgill?
Judge.
Right,
I would move to admit 6.1.
Thank you. So considering the arguments made by Ms. Nestor and Mr. Sturgill, I rely upon Rule 1102 as well as Utah Constitutional Article 1, Section 12, as I previously mentioned, that final paragraph, it states, nothing in this Constitution shall preclude the use of reliable hearsay as defined by statute or rule in whole or in part at any preliminary examination to determine probable cause or at any pretrial proceeding with respect to release of the defendant if appropriate discovery is allowed as defined by statute or rule. I have examined this and clarification was made. The previous version of this would fall afoul of having identifiable personal information of Ms. Wright, and so that was removed. And this one, with the redacted portion of the identifiable information, personal information for Ms. Wright, is before me. And based off that, State's Exhibit 6.1 with redactions is admitted into evidence and may be published.
Thank you, Judge.
Overruled.
Agent Hold, that statement that was prepared by Ms. Wright, what does it state with regards to the video that you showed her that day, or I guess Agent Davis showed her that day?
It states that she's confirmed that she did review the video and that it was a true reflection of the video that she took on September 10th, 2025.
And did she identify who's in that video in her statement?
Herself and her 2 young children.
If we could just have a clarification on the court's ruling. So I understand the court overruled and published, and I accept the ruling, but I thought under the court's previous order that the media was not going to film exhibits. And they're filming the ones that are on that screen. So I guess I just need to clarify that, Your Honor. I'm sorry.
No, and I appreciate the clarification. It's important. What my ruling when we came back from break was if you're objecting specifically to the exhibit and then to the exhibit being published in the courtroom and then the exhibit being published, which can be captured by media, if that's not specifically addressed, I am going to allow it. So I didn't hear a specific objection to that. So I appreciate you bringing that up, but that's how I'm looking at every single objection, just for clarity of the record.
Thank you, Your Honor. So just to make sure I correct the record, we are objecting to the publication of this under the UCGAA rules for the reasons I said, but I respect that you've ruled on that. And in the future, I guess we'll just make particularly clear we're objecting to publication, because I do think anything that's getting on that screen is getting filmed.
Okay.
So thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Ms. Nestor. And Mr. Sturgill, did you want to respond? I mean, it's the genie's a little bit out of the bottle on this particular.
Couple of things. Number one, we just saw Erica Kirk pass by the camera. She looked really distraught. I'm sure this is stressful for her. I mean, obviously, just sitting here watching this is a lot like watching paint dry for the most part. We're trying to keep it as lively as possible. I'm going to disagree with Devin's forearm here. I don't know which forearm I'm disagreeing with, the left or the right, but I'm going to disagree with one of them. Shitty defense lawyer she is. I mean, Gil, what's your take on that? I mean, I think she's doing everything that she possibly can. Like I mean, you know, if I was Tyler Robinson, I would want her to object every chance that she gets, and that's essentially what she's doing.
Yeah, I mean, I agree. I don't know what Johnny Cochran or anyone else would be doing any different right now. I could imagine somebody being worse and not doing anything, but I mean, there's not much to be done at this stage, really. They're trying to, you know, show chain of custody and integrity and authenticity of evidence that's coming out. So, like you said, it's like watching paint dry. It's not exciting. And as far as the defense is doing, they're doing what they're supposed to be doing. I don't see anything
Can I ask a
particularly.
quick question?
Sure.
So, I mean, I'm not a lawyer, but isn't it common practice if there's an issue with exhibits being shown in open court where they could be aired on TV, that they usually like print those out beforehand and pass them out to the people that need to see them?
Yeah, well, all of this evidence has already been, I mean, it's in possession of the court, the defense, the prosecution, the witnesses. So everybody has this. Yeah, there's no surprises. And I mean, what they just showed, I think, is just a statement by the lady who took this video saying this video is the video that I took. You know, again, just they have to.
I will have it in just a second. I'll be able to read it.
While we're on it, and just hopefully you can explain this in 30 seconds or less. There's some questions of a grand jury versus like this preliminary hearing. Like, what's the difference between a grand jury deciding whether a court case can go forward or something like this?
A grand jury is brought before there's a complaint or an indictment. I mean, it's a different proceeding altogether. This is preliminary hearing. It's to establish probable cause. It's just before a judge, so there's no, you know, jury that is needed here. You get before the preliminary hearing, the charging documents are called the information. It's called the information. And then once after the preliminary hearing, if the judge finds that there's probable cause to proceed to trial, then they file a complaint. So after the preliminary hearing, the defense is going to have like a few weeks to file a motion to set aside the information. And then if that loses, then the complaint is pretty much a restatement of the information. Usually, sometimes they amend it slightly. But yeah, grand jury is just kind of instead of this.
Okay. So
I have that document if you want me to read it. It's very short.
Yeah, go ahead.
It just says that I have viewed the video and can confirm that the footage is from my phone, which I recorded on September 10th. This is myself and my kids at the event. I would like to request at the end of the video that myself and my 2 young kids are edited out for public viewing, please. That's all it says. Oh, hey, thanks, Gary.
Just want everybody
He
to
knows how much I love that.
All right, let's that was your wake up, everyone. Here we go.
Issue,
Here we go.
Any record you wish to make?
Judge, we're simply going to seek to admit each one of these exhibits, and then we're going to leave it up to Your Honor's discretion whether to publish them beyond, well, to what extent you want to publish them.
All right. Well, I would prefer argument on this issue from both sides. I don't. This is the burden of the state, so I don't want to exceed my lane by just assuming. So I'll leave it to you to make the argument. What you're requesting.
Am I the only one that imagines like some super secret planning meeting when they're conferring like this?
Yeah, it's probably very trivial usually.
I'm sure they're telling dad jokes
The,
right now.
Sorry about that.
So before you're moving on, Mr. Sturgill, as it relates to
yes.
this, I want to put this to bed and then we can move on. Were you requesting for it to be published on you moved it into evidence, which I approved. It is moved into evidence, but I didn't hear anything in regards to publishing to the courtroom and then lastly publishing, which it would be captured by the camera in the background, in the back.
Judge, we believe these are public documents, and so we would ask that they be published both to the audience and to the public at large.
All right. Well, given that we've gone past the gate on this one, it's been published.
Right.
But I think we're all on the same page in regards to how objections may be made and how the court is going to consider it, so we can move forward. All right. Thank you, Mr. Sturgill.
Thank you. Have you personally watched Miss Wright's video?
I have, yes.
Okay. And what is depicted in that video?
It's a view of Miss Wright's position in the crowd at the event on September 10th.
Okay. And absent the written statement from Miss Wright, can you at least recognize the location that's displayed or depicted in this particular video?
Yes, it's the amphitheater at the Utah Valley University where Mr. Kirk was doing his event.
Okay. On your screen, Exhibit 6. Do you see anything on your screen yet? Just the very beginning.
It's there now.
It's there now. Do you recognize what's depicted on your screen right now?
I do, yes.
And what is that?
In the background is the Hall of Flags, and then you have the gazebo under which Mr. Kirk was presenting his event from.
Gazebo.
And then the crowd between where Miss Wright was and the stage.
Okay. But do you recognize what this is the beginning of?
Yes, this is the beginning of Miss Wright's video.
Okay. Judge, the state would move to admit what's been marked State's Exhibit 6.1.
No, you crazy?
Oh, I'm sorry, 6. I apologize.
And to what level? Hold on, Ms. Nestor. I just wanted to get the clarification and then I'll certainly turn to you. So the levels of admitting into evidence, then the next level is publishing it to the courtroom, and then the next level is publishing it in a way that is captured by the media. What is your full request?
Judge, we'd ask that, first of all, it be admitted, that it be published here within the courtroom, and then that it also be published to the public at large.
All right, and I'm not quite sure what this particular video is showing. Could you lay a little bit more foundation or proffer that what this is?
Sure. You've seen this video, Agent Hall?
Correct.
What's depicted in this video?
The crowd and the beginning of Mr. Kirk's presentation to the audience in the amphitheater at UVU on September 10th, 2025.
Okay. Does it depict Miss Wright?
I believe towards the end of the video, it scrolls back and Miss Wright shows the people that she's with at the event and herself, yes.
right, is there any act of alleged violence in this particular
No, there is
clip?
not, Judge, but there is not.
Okay, I just needed that clarification. Ms.
Right.
Nestor, I'll turn to you. I just wanted to make sure I understand the full scope of this exhibit and then hear from your objection, if any.
Your Honor, with respect to admission, we object to its admission on the grounds that it's not properly authenticated, as Ms. Wright herself is not present in. For all the constitutional reasons we raised in our standing objection, we object to that. As far as its publication, we object to its publication. It definitely is something that in its current form without her here would not be admissible in any place other than a preliminary hearing. And we feel like this would really impinge on Mr. Robinson's right to a fair trial. And so we're asking it not be published, and certainly if the court does publish it, that it certainly not be filmed.
Thank you. Mr. Sturgill, any response?
Judge, Rule 901 addresses authenticating or identifying evidence to satisfy the requirement of authenticating a document, or I guess authenticating a piece of evidence. The proponent, which in this case is the state, must produce evidence sufficient to support a finding that the item is what the proponent claims it to be. And then the rule goes on to explain or provide examples of how this rule can be satisfied. And at the very top, under subsection B1, is testimony of a witness with knowledge. That goes on to say that testimony that an item is what it is claimed to be satisfies this authentication rule. Judge, you have an 1102 statement prepared by the person who actually caught these images on her camera or on her phone, and so, Judge, I think that alone sufficiently authenticates the document. And then even further than that, you have Agent Hull, who has reviewed the video himself and authenticates it, at least with regards to location.
Thank you. As it relates to admissibility of this exhibit, I believe this is State's Exhibit 6. Is that?
It is, Judge.
All right.
Your Honor, I'm sorry to interrupt. Can I add one more thing just for the record? For purposes of publication question, under UCJA 4-202.02, parent 4, parent R is in Richard, photograph, film, or video of a crime victim are designated as private court records. And I do think that based on what the state has previously referenced, they are perceiving that everyone in the audience is a potential victim. And so we think it shouldn't be published under that rule.
Thank you. Mr. Sturgill, on that final point.
Judge, I appreciate that argument from Ms. Nestor. And we don't necessarily disagree, but to that end, to protect who we believe is a victims in this video, I believe their faces have been blurred out.
Oh, I see. Ms. Nestor, have you?
I think it's only the minor children whose faces are blurred out, not Ms. Wright, if I'm not.
Why is her mic so much louder than everybody else's? Her voice is
don't
the
know.
least one that I want to hear.
Yes,
Mistaken,
and she
unless
puts me
it's
to
been-
sleep.
Yeah.
Subsequently altered.
My recollection is they've all been blurred out.
All right, I need to view this again. So let's just put it on my monitor. Again, I'm just trying to make sure that in order for make a ruling on this, I need to view it. So let's put it on my monitor, play it without any sound. Okay, my understanding is the prosecution has control of this exhibit. So what I'm asking is that the sound be turned off, if there is any, and just go ahead and play it. And it's only on, well, it's on all the parties' monitors, because I want you all to view it, because that can go directly to, as you've mentioned, Ms. Nestor, whether it's possibly admissible. So let's go ahead and.
Yeah, so you're absolutely right. MTX 485 says Candace and her fellow necrophiliacs are going to be upset that those officers were being thorough. How dare they write the file name? That's right. And this is very true in that the more thorough they are, the less room there is to squeeze in BS like Baron Coleman will absolutely capitalize on and exploit. among many other people as well, without a doubt. Hey, Gary, great job as usual, bud. We got to keep up the pressure on Cringy Candy, the sociopath that she's starting to crack. Kicking on my podcast full-time next month. We'll be going max on The Witch. Good for you, Steve. Good for you.
Congratulations.
Congratulations. Absolutely. All right, back to paint drying. Here we go. Here we go. Steel yourself, people.
We can do this, you guys.
Steal
Get
your
up and do a dance break.
It's not the... Anyway, so
Play that.
Play.
All right. Thank you. Based off what I've watched, there was some blurring of faces, but not of all the faces. And so I'm going to rule that it is admissible.
They're not going to publish it.
Sure. I'll wait until all parties are ready to proceed.
K Pasto has entered the chat.
K Pasto. We love K Pasto.
So anything further? I just want to make
No,
sure.
Judge, you've had a chance to watch that.
I did. So I'm ruling that it is admissible into evidence. Again, taking into consideration the analysis the court's talked about in regards to 1102s and this particular piece of evidence as it relates to the 1102 video, the 1102 statement 6.1. And I'm going to allow it to admit it into evidence. And because the faces of the alleged victims are not all obscured, there are some that are visible. It's not going to be published to in-court monitor and obviously not to be filmed by the media. So the court will receive it into evidence. The court will watch it again right now, and then we can continue to proceed.
Very good.
I agree with that, Haley.
So if to the state, if you would like to play.
This really is. This is an American duty to sit through this if you have the capability to do so. And I don't mean the fortitude. I mean, you're not working right now. I think it's really important that people see this. They know what the truth is. They have firsthand experience, and they're not relying on some of these liars to interpret what happened and narrative frame everything that's taking place. It really is important.
Play it again.
Completely agree with that. And I will say during Trump's trials, the media did not cover them accurately. I read all of the transcripts out loud, and people were blown away to find out what actually happened in the courtroom and what was reported on the news, even in the live updates.
Yeah.
For me, I'm viewing it as it relates to consideration as the magistrate.
Your Honor, sounds like an issue that's going to come up again. I represent the news media. Can I be heard on this issue?
Thanks, Gil. Thanks for jumping in, buddy. We appreciate you.
Yes.
And your commentary.
I just wanted to address it. I've tried to be quiet. I just wanted to address it now because it's going to keep coming up, it sounds like. The classification rule that Ms. Nestor is citing and that Your Honor was just reading is not about in-court exhibits. That is classification for records in the court file. So it is a fundamentally different thing when we are in a public proceeding and the state is presenting an exhibit that you are relying on and the public is being denied the chance to see it. That is a fundamental violation of the right of access. And it's a qualified right, and I recognize that. But that's not the ruling that you just made. You're just ruling based on the Code of Judicial Administration, which doesn't have anything to do with when something is presented in a public proceeding. So while I recognize there are certain things where I understand that you were going to make an exhibit by exhibit evaluation based on certain exhibits that may, be somewhat, may cross the heavy threshold of being so prejudicial that they cannot be shown in public. That is not this. And so I just wanted to make clear that the things that are in Rule 202 are not, when it is presented in open court as an exhibit for you to rely on, the public is entitled to see what you're seeing so that they can understand what your decision-making process is. And so and this one, it doesn't sound like this sounds pretty anodyne to me. You know, it's not even depicting the shooting. I just wanted to clarify that the classification issue about when, you know, we're filing things with the court and we say like this, you know, maybe we file a motion to classify. That's not the decision that you're making today. The decision you're making today is the state is presenting something to you. You're watching it. You're making a decision based on it. And the people in the gallery have the right to see that. Whether you allow EMC of it is a different question. And we think that the EMC should be allowed to, for reasons that we briefed. But I do think that it at least should be published to the courtroom.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
To the parties,
Brother,
do you wish to
doesn't
respond?
look like me. Who are you talking about, Jim?
Status on.
Hey, moderators, ban this guy. I'm just joking. I'm just joking. Don't ban him. Don't ban him.
Well, Judge, I'm sorry.
Oh, hold on. Okay, so we'll go to Ms. Nestor
Go
first
ahead.
and then to the state. No, you're right. Mr. Sturgill.
The only additional observation I'd make is with regards to this video and this video only, the state doesn't believe that the defense really has standing to make an argument on behalf of the victims in this case.
All right. All right, based off of what's been presented in recognizing the argument from the media, I see the differentiation and how they are differentiating the rule that was cited versus what was presented. So I'm going to go ahead and rule that this may be played in the courtroom, but not be captured on video. So to the camera operator, I just want to make sure that it's going to be playing on that, but I don't want it captured. I appreciate the patience of the parties as we were going through the many layers that need to be addressed on exhibits such as these. So we'll go ahead.
Alan, if I've made more money today than you're going to make in 3 months, you got problems because there's probably about, I don't know, maybe $150 to $200 in super chats. And I probably got about $30, if that, in view revenue. So you got problems there, bud. And I can tell you right now, what I normally do to make money, this is a major opportunity loss because I make a lot more money not doing this. This is a loss by a large amount for me. So I don't know what you chose to do with your life, and I don't know what you do for a living, but that's not my problem, buddy. That's yours. And there's not a lot of money being made here. I can tell you, I can be doing a lot of things that are much more financially beneficial for me than doing this. But we do this, and I have this argument with my wife all the time. You know, not that she's very supportive. I'm not saying that, but she's like, look, that's not making us money, Gary. I know, babe. This is important though. So
And time is money.
Time
And
is
you have
money.
to know your worth. And this is what I teach my kids. And for the last like 2.5 years, I've been doing all of this constantly for free. So I'm a giant hypocrite. But if it means being able to help the country in any way, shape, or form, I will do whatever I have to do because I have kids and I will have future grandkids and great grandkids. And I do not want them to have to live in a country that would be the result of not doing what I can.
yeah, we're 6 hours into this.
And once that's ready to be played, let's go ahead and do that.
That's a lot of people, Utah, I'll tell you what.
Alex?
Everybody, you know how it works.
Thank you. And that concludes Exhibit 6.
Correct. Thank you.
Mr. Sturgill, you may continue.
Agent Hull, did you or any other SBI agent collect additional video?
Yes, there were other videos collected.
What additional video did you collect?
Agreed.
Cell phone video from Mr. Phillips was collected.
And do you know who or how that video was collected?
Yes, Agent Schultz made contact with Mr. Phillips September 29th
Thank you, Angie.
of 2025, and
Doing
that
our
video
best
was
here.
provided to him. Subsequently, in preparation for the proceedings today, myself and Agent Davis met with Mr. Phillips on April 6th, and he completed an 1102 and went through the same process as Miss Wright. The only difference being on this occasion that because he is a minor, his mother witnessed it and also signed the statement.
Okay. So you personally reviewed Mr. Phillips's video with Mr. Phillips?
Correct.
Okay. And you had him prepare a written statement?
Yes, correct.
Again, on this written statement, are there two different authors?
Yes, I believe in this instance, it was myself that wrote the file name on the form.
Okay. And so you wrote, what part of the statement did you write?
Just the name of the file that we were asking Mr. Phillips to verify.
Okay. I'm going to have exhibited on your screen what's been marked States Exhibit 7.1. And this should just be for Agent Hall.
That's on my screen.
Is it on your screen? Do you recognize what that is?
I do, yes.
What is that?
The State Bureau of Investigation 1102 form completed by Mr. Phillips.
Okay. And did you gather that from Mr. Phillips?
I did, yes.
And again, does this statement include the advisory that is going to be used in lieu of his testimony at prelim?
It does.
And does it also include a warning that if he makes the author makes a false statement that could be punishable by being charged with a Class A misdemeanor?
It does, yes.
Okay. Anything about this exhibit look different than the day you collected it?
No.
So the state would seek to admit Exhibit 7.1.
Ms. Nestor?
Thank you, Your Honor. We would object to the admission on the grounds that this video does in fact show a close-up view of the shooting of Mr. Kirk and grievous injuries in very stark relief. And because of that, we are particularly concerned about our constitutional claims we have made and our standing objection in terms of our ability to get a fair trial if this is published. And I think, again, we have the same issue with the court, being in a position where you're having to make a reliability determination without the opportunity for this individual to be cross-examined. Also, I do think the fact this is a minor that completed this form does make it protected. He's also potentially a victim under the same theory that has been stated for Ms. Wright, and under the UCJA acts for the same reason, the UCJA rules for the same reason, these should be protected private court records, and private means it shouldn't be played to court and it shouldn't be played to the public through the media. So we would object to its admission, we would object to its publication, and we would object to its filming. Thank you.
Any final response?
Judge, let me address, well, there's two things here, right? Let me address firstly the 1102 statement. Judge, I believe again that this statement was gathered in compliance with Rule 1102B8. Just double check. And the agent has explained that although Mr. Phillips is a minor, his mother was present. And that explains, I believe he said, the second signature on the form.
You can probably go ahead and just fast
with
forward
regards
through
to
that.
publishing it, the 1102 statement that is, Judge, we believe again, the presumption is this is admitted but published here in court. With regards,
Because they were still
well, do you
talking
wanna
about that
address the
video
11
that lady, the statement that was up there, right? That's the video they played?
Yes.
Right. So they're
Now
still
they're-
talking about the same thing as
And then
before.
we'll move on to the video.
Ms. Nestor, to the state representative who is displaying it, could you scroll down? I can only see the top half of this. All right.
Devin
Just
said I
go
can
to the very
confirm.
bottom so I can look at the totality
Hold
of
on
it.
one
This is
second
7.1. All right, based off what's before me,
Got another-
State's Exhibit 7.1, I find that it is admissible under Rule 1102 and to
Hold on
the
here. All right. Devin, yeah, so I just actually went and checked out that channel. We're just a little bit behind. They start showing more even in this stream too. It's the same exact feed. It's the same exact feed. We're just a little bit behind what they are. They're about, looks like they're about 5-10 minutes ahead of us. So the same things that we're going to see on this stream, we're going to see on the other one.
Utah Constitution, Article 1, Section 12, to that paragraph I have referred to previously. And so it is admitted into evidence. And Mr. Sturgill, remind me, were you requesting for it to be displayed? I'm, again, focusing on 7.1. Right. In
On
court.
7.1, Judge, with regards to the video, we believe it's admissible. It's been authenticated properly.
Hold on. I'm not talking about the video. I'm talking about
Right.
7.1, publishing it in the courtroom versus publishing it on to be captured by the media.
So to my
We
info.
think that it's,
To my info.
the presumption is that it is a court record. We believe that in its redacted form. We believe it should be published in all three areas.
All right, Ms. Nestor, any final thoughts? No, Your Honor. All right. I'm going to go ahead and grant the publishing of
We're going to go through and check out Candace's feed after this because I'd love to see her crash out. She's going to need another vacation. She's on vacation right now, folks, but wrong time to take a vacation. She's getting hammered by Andrew Colvett and so many other people, Andrew Wilson, me, everybody
Data Republican.
Data Republican.
And I became like a technological genius overnight and created music for videos.
Sweet. Just know that if you're putting music in your videos, real quick, just a pro tip, it's less likely to get shared because people will get copyright strikes on that. So just be
Oh
aware.
no, I did AI, like made music. Does that
Got
make
it.
sense?
Yeah, I guess so.
I mean, I don't know. I mean, I would assume it would be okay, right?
They might copyright strike it just because they don't know the source. So just be aware. Just be aware. Of that.
Oh, that's a good point though. And
Yeah.
one of them, I put dark circus music on it. It's great, and it's the evolving theory of.
If you're just sharing on
how-
X, it doesn't matter. YouTube is.
It was
much
on
like-
X.
Okay, yeah, that doesn't even matter. So yeah, anyway, she's been getting hammered left and right, and I love to see the convergence of so many people just going after her now. This is how it should have been from the start. I wasn't the only one, but I was one of the early ones that recognized her for the evil that she was. So I'm going to pat myself on the back just a little bit there. And it's because of you folks that have continued to support us that we were able to continue to do this and bring truth. And it's not about attacking Candace. This is not personal. This is 100% the fact that she continues to lie over and over and over. It's about attacking. It's me attacking her attack on the truth. That's what it is. It's a counter assault of her assault on the truth. That's what this is about. It's not personal, although I think she's a despicable human being. That's not what this is about.
I think this is Exhibit 7.1 in court and that the media may capture that. Let's go ahead and do so.
All right, here we go. We're going to get some exhibits.
Scroll up. Slowly scroll down.
They're really hard to see still. All right, Jennifer Phillips, exactly what SK read earlier.
All right. You may proceed.
Did you admit Exhibit 7.1?
It is admitted into evidence and it was public.
All right. Have you personally watched Mr. Phillips's video?
I have, yes.
Okay. And what does it depict?
It's a graphic video. Mr. Phillips was positioned towards the front of the crowd, and it does depict the moment that Mr. Kirk is shot.
Okay. And independent of the 1102 statement prepared by Mr. Phillips, you watching that video, do you recognize?
All right, this triggers me a little bit, so I'm going to address it right now. I'm triggered. Here's my meltdown. David, that's not the problem. I don't understand. I've talked about this. This is the starve the grift idea. all we got to do to let evil succeed is good men to stand by silently, right? And we're not going to do that. We don't do that with any other thing. We don't do that with the left. Do we let trans, like, hey, you know what? If we didn't bring attention to the dangers of trans, communism, leftism, or anything else, it is incumbent on every person. I'm going to be honest with you, David. I think this is the cries of cowards. It is. It's like, oh, you're giving her attention. No, we're addressing the fact that she's lying head on, and more people are doing it, and you got to build a movement. So nothing I'm doing is making her more popular. I'm making her less popular, without a doubt. All right. So, and pointing out and making people question things and making people critically think of whether or not she's telling people the truth. If it wasn't for me and many other people, I'm not taking full credit on this. And SK is out there doing it. There's a bunch of people out there doing this now, and I'm glad to see that. And there was a lot of people doing it at the beginning too. But there was a lot of people that were fearful of actually going against Candace Owens. And trust me, I understand, because once you do that, you're going to be attacked by 6 million plus viewers constantly. And your name's going to be dragged through the mud. And they're going to try to discredit you and attack you in every way possible. But it's important. Charlie Kirk didn't sit there and say, you know what, the Democrats, if I talk about them, we're going to just make them more money or make them more popular. Charlie Kirk didn't say, if I let Islam, if I just don't talk about Islam, I shouldn't talk about Islam, because if I do that, it's going to make it more popular. Like, this is the dumbest thing I've ever, as a matter of fact, it is a psyop of whatever thing that you're going against. Candace would love if we would shut up. And I know I'm kind of going hard in the paint, not necessarily directed at you, David. I'm just saying, I don't like this idea. I think it's poisonous in of itself. So I'm sure you're coming.
Can
Yep,
I
go
just
ahead.
add, as hard as it is to do the right thing, doing the right thing is never the wrong answer. It is always the right answer, and doing the right thing is hard. It means having to put your face on camera and put yourself out there and be vulnerable and do a lot of things that are very scary. And we all have to do the right thing every opportunity we get, as hard as it is. If it means losing followers, if it means losing friends, if it means people attacking you, whatever it means, doing the right thing is always the choice to make.
Absolutely. And again, this is not personal at you, David. You may completely believe this. I'm just telling you, it's wrong. It is the wrong approach. And if you want evil to win, that's the approach that we should take. If you got to do the hard right over the easy wrong every single, and trust me, the easy thing is to stay silent. The easy thing is to stay silent. That's the easy thing. And you know what? I can tell you for sure, two things that I get on a regular basis. I hear people on a regular basis. Gary, you standing up against Candace gave me the courage to do so as well. And I love that. And I hear that all the time. You know, and also, Gary, you pointing out some of the things that Candace was doing opened my eyes to how evil and her motivations, right? Truth isn't the motivation here. So you're welcome to that opinion. I think it is completely the wrong approach. It is the worst tactic that we could take. If we want evil to win, everybody just stay silent and starve the grift. Again, no offense to you, bud. I'm sure your heart's in the right place.
Recognize at least the location of this video.
I do. It's consistent with the event that Mr. Kirk was presenting at UVU on September 10th, 2025.
Just at this point, the state would move to introduce or would move to admit what's been marked State's Exhibit number 7. We would simply ask that it be admitted. We would ask, however, that it not be published beyond that.
Ms. Nestor.
Due to the graphic nature and the sensitive nature of the video.
Or they're just brave.
So as to the admission, the same issues that we raised as to the 1102, we would raise as to the difficulty of authenticating when the individual is not here present, and all the same concerns that we raised about the 1102 itself, Your Honor.
Thank you. All right. Considering the...
I'm sorry. May I add one more? I apologize. And also under Rule 403, we think it's more prejudicial than probative, and we would raise it for that reason as well.
Any final response, Mr. Sturgeon?
No, Your Honor.
All right. And this is Exhibit 7, is that correct?
Correct. Exhibit 7, Judge.
All right. I will admit Exhibit 7 into evidence based off the foundation that's laid. The 1102
Gil's
is
back up.
tied directly to this.
Didn't see you down there,
And
Gil.
so
Sorry.
for submission
How's it
purposes,
going?
It is admitted.
Good.
I am not going to.
I got a 7-year-old at home
authorize
that's sick,
publication
so
in
my
the
wife
courtroom
popped me with the
or-
baby.
Hold on, Gil. Hold on, Gil. The judge is talking.
Oh, sorry,
obviously
man.
through media, but I will have it played on my screen. And so I view it, and I just want to make sure, and please, counsel, given the graphic nature of it, please guard your screens because I believe we all should be viewing this. This is evidence, and I want to make sure that you all are seeing what I see to ensure that that is accurate and it's a fair representation of the exhibit that you are familiar with. So whatever you need to do, I'll give you a moment. And if you could just give me a thumbs up if you're ready to proceed. I want to act in a way that is dignified in respecting the rights of all persons. And for those reasons, I just want to make sure we are safeguarding to ensure this is not captured. All right. To defense, ready to proceed? Yes, sir. All right. To the state? Yes, sir. All right. Go ahead and let's play Exhibit 7. Is there sound? All right, let's make sure that, thank you.
This is riveting.
Mm-hmm.
I am glued to the screen. This could
Let's
really
look at
use
it,
some
spend all
background
day with
music.
you as well. And everybody here.
Speaking of spending all day, you
Thank
can
you.
kick
That
me out of
concludes
here whenever
playing
you're
of
ready.
Exhibit
Good.
7. You may proceed.
Thank you, Judge. Agent Holt, any more video? That you collected, or either you or another agent with the SBA?
Yes, we were able to collect video. TPUSA had a videographer, Visual Impulse, who was taking coverage of the event, and they provided video to us that they had captured on September 10th of 2025.
And do you know who or how that video was collected from Visual Impulse?
Yeah, Mr. Farnsworth originally provided, I believe, a flash drive to Lieutenant O'Brien with one of the local agencies. And a short time after that, on September 10th, he provided downloadable versions, electronic versions to Agent Mortensen. And an 1102 was collected from him on May 6th of 2026.
So an 1102 was prepared by someone with Visual Impulse?
Yes, Terrell Farnsworth was the individual that prepared it. And in preparation for this, I spoke to him personally regarding that statement.
And do you know what his association is with Visual Impulse?
I believe he's the owner-operator or the director of the company.
And then who collected that 1102 statement from Mr. Farnsworth?
It was Agent Mortensen who collected it.
Okay, and you know that because Agent Mortensen told you, or?
He provided it to me. And then, as I mentioned, I subsequently spoke to Terrell Farnsworth personally regarding his statement.
Okay. You had a chance to look at Mr. Farnsworth's 1102 statement?
I have, yes.
And again, does that statement include an advisory that any statement that he provided would be used at preliminary hearing in lieu of his live testimony?
Yes.
Did it also include a warning that a false statement would potentially be punished by a Class A misdemeanor?
It did, yes.
Okay. I'm going to have exhibited on your screen what's been marked State's Exhibit 8.1. Let me know when that comes up.
That's come up.
I think it's a single page, is it not?
I believe it is.
Go to the top screen. Slowly. You see that, Agent Hall?
Yes.
You do recognize that?
I do, yes.
Okay, and again, that is what?
It's the 1102 statement that was provided to me, completed by Mr. Farnsworth from Visual Impulse, who is the videographer for TPUSA for the event.
So just to give everybody some idea what's going on here and perspective here. So this is the 4K video. This is video that was never seen before. Most likely, I don't know from what they're saying, but I'm sure this is the front camera that was feet away from Charlie that Terrell Farnsworth provided. And again, somebody mentioned it in the chat. This is very true. This is just another thing that's been completely blown to smithereens from the Candace cult, that they don't have all this footage and video. Of course, the FBI, the SBI, all the investigators have that footage and video. You have to be an idiot to think otherwise. You really do. And so that's what they saw. This wasn't some crappy cell phone footage. What the judge most likely just witnessed, I don't know exactly what perspective it was. I assume it was the A cam, which will be right on Charlie Kirk when he was killed. That's what he just witnessed. Not some shaky, crappy video. This is high definition, most likely shot in 4K from feet away from Charlie Kirk when he was murdered.
That's what they do.
Okay. Judge, the state would move to admit State's Exhibit 8.1.
Ms. Nestor?
Yeah.
Thank you, Your Honor. At this point, we renew our objection. This is hearsay. The statement is hearsay. We have constitutional concerns for the reasons we raised in our standing objection. We also would like to cross-examine Mr. Farnsworth about whether or not and to what extent these videos may have been altered in any way. It is clear that clips were being made out of the larger videos because he sent, even his own statement says he sent larger videos and this is just a small portion of them. So obviously someone made clips and we don't know who, and we don't know how, we don't know what they did. And for those reasons and the reasons in our standing objection, we would object to the admissibility of it. And as well, I don't have a redacted version of 8.1, but I assume there is one. There is personal information on this one. Do you have a redact? Okay, I don't have that one. All right. And we would object to publication just on our concerns for fair trial, the same issues. Yeah, gotcha. Yeah, I think so. Thank you. And for all those reasons, we would object to its admissibility, its publication, and its ability to be filmed by the media, Your Honor.
Ms. Nestor, I just wanted to check. Did you get a copy of the redacted?
I was just handed it.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure that
right.
you had copies.
Thank you, Your Honor.
So, okay, thank you. Mr. Sturgill, would you like to respond?
Sure, Judge, thank you. With regards to the admissibility of the statement, Judge, I think the foundation has been laid that this statement was collected in compliance with Utah Rule of Evidence 1102, subsection B8. It constitutes reliable hearsay. It's a statement that's been made by a declarant that's written and it's under oath, or not under oath, but pursuant to a notification of the declarant that a false statement made is punishable. I think there's been foundation to support that. In addition, Judge, Article 1, Section 12 of the Utah Constitution makes it very clear the state at preliminary hearing can rely upon reliable hearsay.
All right. Anything further before I make my ruling? Thank you. All right, applying the same analysis from the previous exhibits as it relates to the written statement under Rule 1102, and also under the Utah Constitution, Article 1, Section 12, in that last paragraph, I will overrule the objection and admit State's Exhibit 8.1. Let me hold off on that final phrase. If you could scroll down to the state representative and just stop right there. Thank you. I just want to make sure I fully review it before I make that ruling.
Yeah, I agree with the statement. Completely unsurvivable.
And if you could continue scrolling down. And just go ahead and scroll down to the end. I don't believe there's anything else, but I want to make sure. Thank you. So I do rule that, overrule the objection and State's Exhibit 7.
Overruled.
Sorry. 8.1 is admitted into evidence and may be published. Well,
Judge, let me speak with regards to that. With regards to the 1102 statement prepared by Mr. Farnsworth in its redacted form, we believe that the presumption is this is a public record and that it should be published both here in court and made available to the public by virtue of the camera.
Ms. Nestor.
I just stand on the objection I made before, Your Honor.
Thank you. All right. Looking at the same analysis, is admissible under Rule 1102 as well as Article 1, Section 12 of the Utah Constitution. And being that they're reviewable, I'm going to overrule the objection, the standing objection, and have it.
I don't think she's had one sustain yet.
So let's just get it situated.
Pretty common.
And what I'll have you do to the representative of the state, pause on the screen and then in 10 seconds, scroll down to the full text portion. And then 10 seconds later, just slowly scroll to the remainder of the document. Thank you.
Gary.
Yeah.
So first off, I apologize about that. I have a sick daughter at home, and
No,
my
you're
wife-
good. Don't
wife
apologize.
just plopped the baby. But also, I want to correct myself. I said information earlier when I meant complaint. I got those reversed. So I
Yeah,
just
no
wanna-
worries.
Thank you.
All right, you can continue.
Thank you, Judge.
Well, hold on. She's still
Oh.
going through it. She's going to show
You
you
were
the whole
talking to me.
document. Well, I should have clarified. Thank you. All right, and that concludes State's Exhibit 8.1, the publication of that document. Mr. Sturgill.
Judge, thank you. I appreciate that. Agent Hull, have you personally, so the video that's referenced in Mr. Farnsworth's 1102 statement, have you watched that visual impulse video?
Yes.
And what is depicted in that video?
It's a view from the cameras that Visual Impulse had established at the event, actually looking out from the stage into the crowd. It too is graphic in nature and shows the moment that Mr. Kirk is shot.
Okay. Does it also show Mr. Kirk throwing hats out into the crowd? Do you recall?
If my recollection serves, Mr. Kirk used to do that at the beginning of his events, and I believe the video does show him engaging with the crowd prior to becoming seated on the stage.
Judge, at this point, the state would seek to admit what's been marked State's Exhibit 8. With regards to publication, Judge, it's our position that it not be published here in the courtroom and that it not be published so that the cameras can display it.
Thank you, Mr. Sturgill. Turning to Ms. Nestor.
Your Honor, we would just renew our objections to authentication for admissibility purposes under 901 for the reason that I mentioned in the 1102, which is, someone prepared these clips. We don't know who. We don't have that person here to cross-examine in terms of what, if anything, was edited. And for that reason, we think it can't be authenticated and we object to its admissibility and our standing objection for constitutional grounds.
Thank you. Just one moment here.
Judge, would you like me to respond?
Yes, please.
Just with regards to authentication, again, the state must produce evidence sufficient to support a finding the item is what the proponent claims it to be. And again, under subsection B1, it's sufficient to provide testimony from someone that has firsthand knowledge or observed, has firsthand knowledge regarding the authenticity of that video. You heard Agent Hull testify that he spoke to the owner of and the director of Visual Impulse, I believe it was testified to, that they contract with TPUSA to film their events. This particular video, the state is going to, or seeks to introduce as Exhibit 8, was shown to Mr. Farnsworth. And that is the video that Mr. Farnsworth authenticates. He says that this is video that was captured by visual impulse cameras. So with regards to authentication, I think the state has sufficiently provided the court with evidence to authenticate it.
And this is State's Exhibit 8. All right. I'm going to overrule the objection and admit State's Exhibit 8 as it relates to publication,
Overruled.
citing to Article 1, Section 28, 1A, that this is Declaration of Rights of Crime Victims, and it states to be treated with fairness, respect, and dignity. And to those 2 points of respect and dignity, the court is not publishing this in the courtroom, nor is it being published, obviously, online. But the court will watch it in court. And again, to the parties, if you could protect your screens, however you choose to, and then I'll check to see when we're ready, and then we'll have it played. So turning to defense, is more time needed to? Okay, thank you. Turning to the state, to your screens. All right, all right. I see a head nod, yes. And let's go ahead and play this video only on the monitors, and if there's sound associated with it, the sound to be played as well. You may proceed. And that concludes State's Exhibit 8. Mr. Sturgill, you may proceed.
Thank you, Judge. So any additional video that was collected by either you or another member of the SBA?
Yes, the campus itself, UVU, is very well equipped with cameras throughout, and they were willing to work with us to provide video from those cameras. And so that was collected as part of the investigation also.
With regards to the UVU surveillance video, do you know if video was collected from there behind where Mr. Kirk was seated at the time that he was shot?
Yes, I'm aware that under the Hall of Flags, there is I'll refer to it as a breezeway, but a way for people to move from one side into the amphitheater, walking underneath the Hall of Flags. And I know there was a camera situated in that location.
Okay. And do you know, with regards to that camera view, well, let me ask you this. So that particular camera view, there was surveillance that was provided to you or another agent from UVU?
Correct.
Okay. And do you recall who provided that video to you initially and who collected it?
Initially, I don't know specifically for that video, but I know that whole process was overseen by Mr. Olson, who's responsible for that system.
Okay. Do you have a first name for Mr. Olson?
Curtis Olson.
I'm sorry?
Curtis Olson.
Okay. And do you know what Mr. Olson or Curtis Olson's position is at UVU?
I believe he's a director.
Right. Is it his job to basically gather and forward any video that's...
It says with the better cameras, assuming they have a frame showing the actual bullet before it enters. No, they don't. You need a camera that's filming at 10,000 plus frames per second. Nothing they're going to use out there is going to be able to capture the actual bullet in flight. That's just not how these things work.
Why is that even a question?
I don't know. Not everybody knows things.
captured by
Yeah,
UV
he has a
surveillance?
long title, but I think it's Director of Infrastructure, but he is responsible for that system.
With regards to this particular video, the video from underneath the Hall of Flags, what, if anything, have you done with that video in preparation for today's hearing?
I went specifically to meet Mr. Olson, have him review the video that we had. And again, like with the others, I had him complete an 1102 statement for us, describing his role and verifying the videos. I did that actually on July 2nd of this year.
July 2nd of this year?
Correct.
Okay. Give me just one moment.
Actually, I'm going to correct myself on that if I can refer back to my notes.
Okay, please, yes. Your notes, you have there with you again?
Yes,
And referencing them will help you refresh your memory?
it will, yes.
Okay, so don't read from it out loud, just look at it and let us know when you've refreshed your memory.
Apologies, July 2nd seemed a little bit too soon. It was June 24th when I met with Mr. Olson.
Okay, and you personally met with Mr. Olson?
I did, yes.
Okay, and did you personally review this particular video, the Hall of Flags video with Mr. Olson?
Yes.
And he prepared a written statement?
He did, yes.
And on that statement, was that a bureau provided statement form?
It was, yes.
Okay, and on that statement, do you recall whether it includes an advisory that his written statement would be used in lieu of his live testimony?
David said maybe like the Butler shooting where they caught the frame with the bullet. So what they were very different cameras, right? So that was a still camera that was shooting with a shutter speed of 1/8,000. That is not a video camera. That wasn't doing that. So it's not that they have good cameras or bad cameras. We have specialized cameras. And what we saw even in the Butler shooting with a shutter speed of 1/8,000, what we saw was a streak through the air. Just so we're clear on the difference. Video versus still, extremely high shutter speeds taken by a high-end picture camera, right? So that is a photography camera. And there is a big difference. Even like the camera that I'm using right now, it does some pictures, but it's really more of a video camera. And look, I get a lot of people don't understand those differences, and that's okay.
To be clear, I was making sure that it wasn't somebody that was, trying to say there wasn't a bullet or projectile involved in this at all.
Yeah, no, I get it. It's always hard to interpret what people are trying to say, or if they're being honest, or they're trolling, or they're trying to just be a chaos agent. I'm just going to take David at his word, and he just doesn't know.
It did, yes.
Did it also include a warning that if he provided a false statement on that form, that he could be punished with a Class A misdemeanor?
It did, yes.
Okay.
We're 70 away from 1,000 likes, you guys. Go hit the thumbs up if you haven't yet. X out of the chat. Go hit the thumbs up. Make sure you subscribe. Copy the link. Share it on all your socials. Put the dad jokes in the comments because we need to liven this up. It's what Charlie
Is
would
there
want.
something displayed on your screen right now?
There is, yes. It says
Okay, it should
Exhibit
be
12.3.
Yeah, it should be what's been marked as State's Exhibit.
Again, Chad, and many people out there, you're not going to catch it with a video camera that's shooting 30 frames per second or even 60 frames per second. What we're talking about is a shutter speed of 8,000 frames per second. And even that was a long streak. So no, that's not how that worked. You would not get that type even with 30 frames per second, which is what they were shooting at. They could have even been shooting at 23.976 frames per second, but they weren't shooting at over 8,000 frames per second. That's just not what was happening. So you're not going to see on a normal camera, unless it's a highly specialized, it's doing 1,000 to 10,000 frames per second. You're not going to get a glimpse of the bullet in that. It's just, that's not how that works. It'd be a long streak. And yeah.
12.3. Do you recognize what that is?
Yes, it's the State Bureau of Investigation's 1102 statement completed by Mr. Olson.
Does it appear to be in the same condition as when you collected it?
It does, yes.
As the state would seek to admit what's been marked State's Exhibit 12.3.
Ms. Nestor.
Thank you, Your Honor. We would again renew our concern about hearsay and our constitutional concerns about that raised in our standing objection. Also, the concern is that the individual basically states they verified the recordings, but doesn't say how, doesn't say whether they viewed it, doesn't say whether someone else viewed it and told them, whether someone else viewed it and told someone else who told someone else who told them. There's just no explanation. And we don't think it's sufficient to meet your reliability analysis. We object to admission and we also object to publication. This is for all the same reasons, Your Honor.
To the state.
Judge, again, the state's position is that this written statement was collected in compliance with Rule 1102, subsection B8. It is a statement collected with both the advisory and the admonition. From what we've heard from Sergeant Hull, this individual, Curtis Olson, is the person it's his job basically to handle this type of information and turn it over to law enforcement.
All right, I'll have, if the state representative can scroll through so I can review it in its entirety and just stop when the majority of that handwritten statement's visible. Thank you. Let me review that.
And you too can become a member of the
scroll down
Obscure
to the
YouTubers, Obscure
bottom of the
Podcast
page.
family by becoming a member.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Link in
Right
the
under
description
same
below.
analysis for 1102 under Rule 1102, as well as Article 1, Section 28 of the Utah Constitution. I'm sorry, not that's the wrong one. Under Article 1, Section 12 of the Utah Constitution, that final paragraph, the court overrules the objection and admits State's Exhibit 12.3 as it relates to publication. Mr. Sturgill.
Judge, with regards to publication, and this particular exhibit, it's the state's position that the presumption is that it's a public record, and we would ask that it be published both here in the courtroom and that the cameras be allowed to capture it and publish it as well.
All right, Ms. Nestor.
There you go.
Nothing additional, Your Honor.
All right, I note the standing objection from defense, and given the in the court's previous analysis for other 1102s, the court is going to publish it both in the courtroom and so it can be captured by the media. What we'll do is the same thing. We'll start at the top, pause for 10 seconds, and go to this middle section, and we'll pause about 20 seconds because there is a little bit, it is more dense. And then we'll scroll down to the very bottom for about 10 seconds, and then that will conclude that. So it's now on screen, and let's go from there. All right, you can scroll down. Okay, if you'd like to scroll to the very bottom. Thank you. That concludes publication of this exhibit.
Thank you,
Mr.
sir.
Sturgill.
The, well, in Mr. Olson's 1102 statement, he references more than one video, does he not?
He does, yes.
Okay. So you, with regards to the Hall of Flags video, have you seen that particular video?
I have, yes.
Okay. And that video, what does it depict?
It's a view kind of looking what would be east under the breezeway towards the back of the stage where Mr. Kirk was situated. It shows some movement behind the stage area. And I believe through the gaps, you can see some of the crowd in the amphitheater.
I think I've neglected to do this twice before, so I'm going to do it right this time. Would you please bring up without pressing play? Tell me when you see something on your screen.
It's on my screen.
Okay. Do you recognize what's depicted in that still image?
I do, yes.
What is that?
It's the area underneath the Hall of Flags that I referred to as the breezeway.
Okay. And is this the beginning of the video that Mr.
It is, yes.
Okay, that Mr. Olson provided you?
Yes.
Judge, the state would seek, the state asks or seeks to admit Exhibit 9. With regards to publication, this is another video that, due to its sensitive, the nature and the graphic nature of the video, we'd ask that it not be published here in the courtroom, nor published in any way that the media camera could capture it. And following your reasoning, Judge, out of deference to the victims and the victims' rights, to have this type of information protected.
Ms. Nestor.
Thank you, Your Honor. We would object on our standing objection grounds, constitutional issues in terms of the concern about Mr. Robinson's right to a fair trial. We agree it should not be published. We object to its admissibility.
Thank you. Based off my analysis that I apply independently to this exhibit, but it tracks with the previous exhibits, I find that it is admissible, and I will admit it into evidence. This is State's Exhibit, I believe, 9. Mr. Sturgill?
Play it.
No, hold on.
Oh, I'm sorry.
This is State's Exhibit 9?
Right, correct.
All right. As it relates to publication in the courtroom or by the media, again, citing to the Utah Constitution, Article 1, Section 28, 1A, it states to be treated with fairness, respect, and dignity, and to be free from harassment.
All right, I'm always conflicted. Should we just keep going, or we got to take a break every now and take some comments and things like that? Let's take a break real quick and go through some of the super chats just to break up the monotony of this. And it is what it is. Maybe we'll jump back in there. I'm about to sneeze.
That's a funny joke. The dad jokes are great today. Adri said, what do you call a pudgy fortune teller? A fortune teller.
Alrighty then.
You guys, we
I
have
just-
to do something to make this entertaining.
I'm with you. American Patriot, thank you very much, buddy. We appreciate your support. Says, I'm finally home from work. It's too dang humid and hot to be doing concrete. Double T's on the hot. I like it. Yeah, I can only imagine. Andy Rowland is a New York City squeegee man. I think I hit that one earlier. It's personal to me. I don't like bullies. I don't like anti-Americanism, and I don't like necrophiliacs or people who puppeteer the dead. I agree with you, MTX. And yeah, like I have a hard time not understanding people that don't react to what's going on with this. Like I have a hard time, relating to those people. Like, don't you see these? And I hear people like they say, yeah, I see these lies or whatever. I don't know. But I don't think the people understand the bigger fallout of what the overall intent of this actually is. And it's extremely damaging to our country. And, I can't stress that enough. That's why I'm here. All right. Defense attorney's objection to like Butarski's GPA of 0.0. I hear what you're saying. Vilko, why would foreign entities be investigated? There aren't any evidence tying them to a crime. Besides, Colville showed investigators a text about Israel, so I'm sure they did look into it. And that's another thing. The text about Israel, it wasn't about Israel. It was about Jewish donors. I don't know which one you're talking about specifically. The other text that Andrew talked about was Charlie Kirk saying they're going to kill me. That has been clarified multiple times that he was specifically talking about the left. And as far as the Jewish donors or the Israel text, that wasn't Israel. That was American Jewish donors that Charlie was expressing frustration with. Nothing weird there, and no ties to Israel. Wouldn't it be hilarious if the defense called Candy? They wouldn't call Candy. They don't take her seriously, and no one else does. I think they understand that she is definitely a detriment to their case and their defense. Is the same thing with Baron Conman Coleman as well. So,
Also, I don't think a court would let her testify. I mean, what relevant information would she have?
I mean, she's the star witness, Gil.
She's an expert on everything. I forgot.
She is the main character of everything. Always. Real quick, Gil. So far since our last break and analysis, I don't think a lot has changed. You got anything to add to anything that's taken place so far?
Just that compared to this, I think watching Spain versus Portugal would be exciting. So yeah, no, this is not normally how bad preliminary hearings are. Usually, judges have like 50 cases on their docket. They want to speed things along, and they don't need to spell out every single ruling. They just say overruled. But because there's so much publicity in this case and it's so important, that's why it's dragging on so slowly. But I mean, I think it's good. I think he seems like a good judge, which is very important.
That's what I was going to ask you. Like, what is your assessment of the judge? Do you think he's doing the right thing? What would you criticize? What's he's doing well, and what could he improve on?
Well, I mean, I think he's a good judge from what I've seen. I've encountered a lot of bad judges. Some people, when they put on that robe, they go on a power trip, and they really want to make it all about themselves. They go on, speaking tangents or what have you. I'm not seeing that. But I mean, so, it's somewhat limited what I've seen, but from what I've seen, it seems like he's fair, impartial, not trying to make it about him, not trying to go on any power trips or anything like that.
Yeah. I mean, I think he's been great. I mean, I really do. I'm frustrated with him not just laying down the law on certain things. Like you said, just defense overrule, just overruled. I'm not going to, but he has been extremely thorough. Yeah. SK, got anything to add to that? Your mic's muted.
Yeah. Well, I try to stay muted as much as I can. I just wanted to say, for the people that are pointing out that the trial is not for entertainment, I don't want anyone to think for a second that I think anything about this trial is entertaining or should be entertaining. I just know what it's like to go through something really horrific like this. And I know that sometimes someone making a joke or smiling or laughing makes all of the difference in the world. And as affected as we've all been by what happened to Charlie and seeing the things that we've seen, and then seeing Erica be attacked the way that she's being attacked, I think that sometimes a little smile or a laugh, again, just makes things easier. And also my coping mechanism is inappropriate humor at inappropriate times. So there's that.
Yeah, look, I think this is extremely important, but I think the humor goes a long way. Look, I don't think that Charlie would want us to leave this live stream or watching it. Like, this is depressing. It's depressing because of the material that we're going through, but also just the process, right? I mean, court, the way that court is set up, it's hard to pay attention to. And I think it's important that we do. And hopefully we're providing just a little bit of levity here and there, and a little bit of breaking in just enough to talk about these things, to get rid of any sort of ambiguity of what's taking place, make sure that everybody understands what's happening, and a little bit just holding on to your attention, because this is important. Every American should watch every second of this, but it's not a fun process, right? So
and I think that the first day or so is going to be particularly slow. That's when they usually call the responding officers, and they have to establish chain of custody of every relevant piece of evidence and the authenticity. So that's kind of laying the groundwork. Probably a little bit later, we'll actually see some of the more like the admission texts and stuff like that. That's what I would say.
Sure.
Candace is actually crashing out on X. I just went and looked.
Are you looking at all the text messages that she's posting? Is that what you're referencing?
Uh-huh.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
For sure. We'll go over some of those toward the
Well,
end of this.
Someone commented that the holster is being jumped on by the Candace conspiracy. Is that what you're seeing or no?
No, I don't know about that. I haven't seen her mention that. I was listening and going through her timeline. I didn't see anything about the holster, but they're going to jump on everything. And because they're morons and they're going to jump on every little thing. There's pictures and video. And that's the thing, like so many of these people don't know anything about this case, or they only know what they've been told by people intentionally trying to skew the facts and create a false narrative. That's what they know. They haven't gone through the court documents. Even with my discussion with Real Bays the other night, we went through, he's like, oh, I didn't know that. Oh, I didn't know that. Oh, I didn't know that. Yeah, I didn't know that. Well, if your view of what's taking place, if you're lacking significant relevant information, how can you come to the right conclusion? If everything that you know is or if there's major information gaps in there, why would you come to or you're just things that aren't so? That's another thing. People have been convinced of things that just aren't real.
Right.
Yeah,
and really, I think she is spoiling a jury pool, a potential jury pool. I mean, really, just defense has to find one person on the jury that says, you know what, there's some room for reasonable doubt. And with all the crap that's being thrown around, I think that she's really doing damage to it.
Yeah. Luckily, I touched on this, and I saw a post that in a comment earlier from SK. Yeah, like there's less than and I actually looked this up one time, and I talked about this specifically. Like 4% of the population is regularly on X, and less than 1% is going to be really involved in this. The way that, and that 1% is what creates the perception of reality, unfortunately. Right. Whereas the 99%, I hope, I'll put it this way. I hope that there's a lot of people out there that haven't been paying attention to that they'll easily be able to find once they go through the jury selection process. And, but that is what she's trying to do. I think for sure, without a doubt of it. All right.
And we have to remember that the number of actual warm-blooded human beings that are breathing, that are posting these things and following Candace and putting these comments in the comments section, there are not many of those. A lot of them are the sock puppet accounts, and
I agree.
And
look, my from the research I've done multiple different using AI among other things and other information that I've garnered. I think probably somewhere around 30 to 40% of what we see in the comments are sock puppets. Look, there are some real idiots out there. There's no doubt about it. But I don't know. We're just gonna have to sit back and wait and see and react as it comes, because at the end of the day, all of this stuff is very hard to quantify. And the hope that I was given, what really kind of made me realize the op that was taking place, was the fact that Thomas Massey not only lost, and if you just watched X and paid attention to X and YouTube and some of these other things, like you thought that Thomas Massey was going to win in a landslide, and man, he got his ass kicked by quite a large margin. So that was like, oh, thank God. Thank God there's real people out there. This is not reality. Thank you, Jesus. So
I agree.
And you have to remember that Candace's target audience seems to be like the
retard,
really slow people. And so by people saying, well, they're jumping on the holster or they're jumping on this, there's no telling what they're going to jump on, because they've left an entire group of people without their leader telling them what to think, because she's on vacation, remember?
Yeah.
Well, and that's actually, I was going to say, maybe it's a good thing that there's a year and a half before the actual trial. Maybe some space in between. Candace will kind of disappear, God willing, and that might secure a more fair trial.
Yeah, we'll see.
But disappear like in into the corner obscurity type of sense,
Of
not
course.
in any kind of a harm sense, just to be clear.
Yes, of course. No harm to anybody. I'm pacifist.
There we go.
And abuse throughout the criminal justice process.
The video I've seen includes the 10th and then a very small portion, I think, about 0:30 of the 11th.
Okay. And I think you said initially you watched about 20 hours of video.
Yes.
Since that time, have you watched additional video?
Yes.
UVU surveillance video.
Yes.
Okay. And who provided the UVU surveillance video to you?
It was part of the collection of videos that was provided by Mr. Olson and his team that we already discussed previously.
Okay. Of all the hours of video that you've watched, do you have an idea of how many hours include Mr. Robinson or his vehicle?
Just with UVU or?
Just with
total?
UVU, I'm sorry.
Just with UVU would probably be about 16 hours.
And let's be clear, this is someone you believe to be.
Kevin, every lawyer that we've spoken to says 18 months to a year. 18 months to a year before the trial actually starts.
Tyler Robinson.
Correct.
Okay. And this person that you've identified as Tyler Robinson, that you've been investigating and that you viewed in the numerous hours of video from UVU, would you recognize that person if he were in the courtroom today?
Yes.
Is he in the courtroom today?
He is, yes.
Would you point him out and describe something that he's wearing?
Your Honor, we object to unduly suggestive in-court identification for constitutional grounds.
Do you wish to specify an unduly constitutional? I'm trying to understand your objection, so I want to make sure I fully understand.
Your Honor, I think there's some, and I'll defer to Mr. Byrd if he wants to jump in, but I believe there's a long line of case law that says, and you ask someone to identify the defendant when they're the only person, sitting at the table with defense counsel, that's unduly suggestive and taints any future or past, well, definitely future identification. So we object to that happening in this fashion at this time.
Mr. Sturgill.
Well, Judge, Agent Hull has testified that he has watched numerous hours of video. Well, take a step back. He has looked at personal identifying information of an individual by the name of Tyler Robinson. He's looked at the driver's license record, and he's also looked at the DMV records and has been able to determine what car that person drives. He's also looked at surveillance video that he believes depicts this Tyler Robinson. And I've simply asked him if that person that he has seen, both in driver's license photos and the surveillance video, if that person is here in the courtroom today. And I don't know that that's unduly prejudicial or suggestive. It's the routine. I don't know of any other way to do it other than the way I just did it, Judge.
Well, I wanted to verify the format of the question. I remembered it in my mind, but to Ms. Nestor, was that an accurate portrayal of the question that was asked?
Yes.
Okay. Mr. Sturgill, anything further before I issue my ruling?
Well, no, other than, Judge, I believe it's worth noting that Mr. Robinson is in plain clothes. Well, he's in
Counsel,
plain
please
clothes.
approach the bench.
Great job, guys. Let's get 2,000. 2,000 likes. Let's go.
What's
Let's
the
go.
most you've ever had? Do you know?
Oh, I don't know.
I don't
More-
have any
more-
idea either. I never
way
pay
more-
attention to any of that.
I used to get a lot more views when I didn't cover candy, I'll tell you.
All right.
So what I think right now why the judge called them up is because he said Tyler Robinson, and that kind of plays into what the defense was objecting to, that they were suggesting that he identify him. But these are pretty much all trifling issues and objections, even if they're sustained. This is really just kind of drawing out normal proceedings.
Based off of what's been presented in court, I'm not finding that particular question as previously posed as suggestive. I find for the
Overruled.
purposes of this hearing only that in-court identification by Agent Hull of Mr. Robinson has been made. Again, this only relates to the preliminary hearing, and you may proceed.
Thank you, Judge. Agent Hull, have you reviewed what's been marked State's Exhibit 12.1 for identification?
I have, yes.
And where did you review that video?
It was provided to me. I reviewed it on my computer in my office.
Okay. And is that the first time that you've seen this particular video footage?
This particular version of the footage, yes.
Okay. So this particular version the first time, but have you seen the video that comprises, I guess, Exhibit 12.1?
Yeah, I have seen the original videos, if that's your question, yes.
So what states Exhibit 12.1? How would you describe it?
I would describe it as a compilation of the video that we obtained from Utah Valley University during the course of the investigation that depicts the movements of the individual I believe to be Mr. Robinson moving around the campus on September 10th, 2025 into the morning of September 11th, 2025.
Did you prepare this video compilation?
I did not.
Okay. Do you know who did?
Yes, Utah County Attorney's Office. I believe Ms. Durfler is the one that produced the video.
Okay. Do you know Ms. Durfler's first name?
Kimberly.
Okay.
You and me both, Yasmin.
What, if anything, did you do to authenticate the video in this compilation?
I reviewed the video to make sure that it was a reflection of what I understood the original videos to show.
Okay. What, if anything else, did you do?
I reviewed it. I know that there was some zooms and some changes to the footage.
Okay. Did you meet with Mr. Olson with regards to this particular video?
Yes, this video was also part of that original meeting with Mr. Olson for the prior exhibit. Yes.
Okay. So at the same time, you sat down with Mr. Olson and discussed the prior exhibit. And let's just be clear which exhibit that is. So I believe
Brandon Tatum is not.
The 1102 statement that you got from him is Exhibit 12.3, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So the same time that you gathered that 12.3 or that written statement that is State's Exhibit 12.3, you talked to him about this specific exhibit as well?
Yes, Mr. Olson was shown this exhibit.
Okay. And did he include that in that 1102 statement?
Yeah, I believe he specifically referenced the exhibit by name, stating that it was a true reflection of the footage from the campus.
Okay. And let's just go back to what you were stating earlier. To you, it appears to be a compilation of videos that you've already seen.
Correct.
That you received as a mass dump, I guess, for lack of a better term, if you view video. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Okay. And the exhibit 12.1, does it appear to be the same as the raw video that you've seen previously?
It does, yes.
Okay. Are there some minor, are there any added additions or anything different about this particular exhibit?
There are some portions of the video where a zoom is initiated, which wasn't a function of the cameras. I believe some specific individuals have been blurred from the footage. And I believe there are some red circles to show poignant information or individuals within the footage itself.
Okay. So other than the red circles, the blur, and the zoom, does it appear to accurately depict what you've seen in the raw video footage?
I believe so, yes.
On your screen, I'm going to have displayed an image.
Hey,
Maybe
Bernie,
you
what's
see
happening?
it.
The image is there now. It's gone again.
Is it there?
We're back. Yep.
Okay, we're back. So do you recognize what this is?
Yeah, this is the first frame of the video compilation that we just referenced.
Okay. And again, this video portrays what you believe is Mr. Robinson visiting campus that day?
Correct.
Okay, and is it throughout the day?
It is, yes.
And then I believe you said into the early morning hours of the 11th, is that right?
Correct.
Okay. Judge, the state would seek or would move to admit what's been marked State's Exhibit 12.1.
Ms. Nestor.
Your Honor, we have objections to its admissibility. This is a compilation video that was put together from a bunch of different sources by the county attorney's office. This individual did not create this compilation, can't testify to the accuracy of the actual materials that it was taken from. And furthermore, Mr. Olson himself is just referred to by Agent Hall. He specifically says people have altered these recordings. They've zoomed in when the actual recording isn't zoomed. They've added little circles to people they want you to pay attention to. They've blurred people's faces out. So, I mean, it's been clearly altered. And it's not, I mean, they admit it's been altered. So we have a real concern about authenticity of it. Furthermore,
Wait a second.
This
So they needed the faces blurred. So that's now the argument that these videos have been altered.
This particular video should be protected. And so that deals with the admissibility factor. As far as the publication factor of it, the video should be classified as protected under UCJA 202.
He is a judge.
4-202.02 subsection 5. J is in jelly bean, and then little I and little double I, because this is going to interfere with the defense's ongoing investigation, with Mr. Tyler's ability, with Mr. Robinson's ability to get a fair trial. This is basically putting together photos that are clear with photos that aren't clear, putting them all together in such a format that it makes the case that it's all one person. It would be extremely prejudicial for people that may ultimately serve on this jury to watch this video before this case goes to trial. We don't believe a proper foundation's been laid, which would make it admissible at this point. So the fact that it would be shown to the public would be extremely damaging to the ability to put on a defense at trial. And so we object to its publication both in the courtroom and to the media, Your Honor.
Mr. Sturgill.
Judge, Ms. Nestor is correct. This is a compilation of a series of videos. The videos, as Sergeant Hull has testified to, is a compilation of raw videos that he has received from Utah Valley University. And he has not only seen this video, but he has seen all the raw footage.
Yeah.
And by his estimation, or according to his testimony, these are all videos that are accurate and they depict what the raw footage depicts, other than those minor additions. Judge, if you refer to Mr. Olson's written statement, it's Plaintiff's Exhibit 12.3. He too has reviewed this video, and he has also identified this video as being accurate with the exception of those additions. In his words, it's the zooms and the red highlights. They weren't part of the original recording, according to Mr. Olson. But other than that, as he states, the same as Agent Hull.
This is true. As painful as this is, it's less painful than 1 hour of Candace. And that is the honest to God truth.
That is perspective. That is
Yeah.
exactly what you call perspective.
100%.
Let me just say real quick.
Yeah.
You know, this might be the first objection that could be sustained. The fact that it was compiled together, multiple videos, I don't know why the prosecution wouldn't just present it as different videos, that they were received. So if I'm the defense attorney, I'm objecting to that. I don't like that either. The juxtaposition of multiple videos from different angles, different qualities. This might be a sustained objection, but I could be wrong.
No, that's interesting. I mean, I agree with you. I mean, if they're just throwing together a bunch of compilation of videos, yeah, I can see that. I think that's reasonable. She might get one out of what, 50 now?
These videos are accurate. and they were captured by UVU surveillance video.
Do you have a version of this video that does not have alterations such as zooming or circling? My concern is that if the 1102 says what it says about the videos, these were the videos,
right?
But then it was altered, and typically an exhibit which has been altered, and if it wasn't done by the person who supplied the 1102, that can become problematic. And so do you have a version of this exhibit that does not have the zooming in or the circling? Again, I don't know all the alterations that were made, but that seems to fall outside the 1102 because you don't have a person testifying 1102 saying I made the alterations. Right. And so that's the concern of the state of what Ms. Nestor was talking about as it relates to the state's evidence. I have that concern about those alterations. I don't know when they were made, what they were made, how much was.
Jack Facility is dead to me. Everything that everybody's been saying, he's a coward. He hasn't come out and stood up for Charlie or Erica, and I think he's disgusting. That's how I feel about him.
Done to manipulate the video, and I say manipulate to, not saying it in a nefarious way, but I don't know what the scope of that is and how much it deviates from what was the original form.
Well, Judge, to answer your first question, do we have a version of this particular video that has not been altered? We don't, not right now, not today. I guess there's there's a couple of things I'd simply like to point out, Judge, and that is that we have two witnesses who have watched the raw footage, and Agent Hull here today on the stand, and Mr. Olson in the form of his written statement. They have both said that this video, with the exception of these alterations, accurately depicts the video that was captured by UVU surveillance video. Judge, I will proffer that those changes made to the video were not done by either. I know who that person is. We could actually call that person as a witness if that would cure that. And we're prepared to do that if necessary. But Judge, I think that our burden is to simply authenticate, what this is. And it is a video that, with only a few exceptions, alterations, that really don't change the substance of the video or the content of the video. They're accurate. They depict what the cameras captured on September 10th and the 11th. And we have two people who have seen that raw footage, and they've explained that's the only difference between what we have originally in the original videos and what you're seeing here today. And the additions, I will submit, Judge, were only added to make it easier to view.
All right. Anything further from the parties? All right, I'm going to go ahead and I'm sustaining the objection.
She got one.
Typically, when exhibits are
Good
admitted
for
to the
you,
court, it
Nestor.
is without alteration. If a
Good for
party
you.
circles an exhibit, a photograph,
Yeah,
that's not the original
I agree with the
format,
judge
and
here.
I do not have.
She's like the little engine that could. She finally got one through there. SK double went full glasses. This is where we're at in life.
The person who made the alteration.
Go ahead, Gil.
Yeah, no, I mean, a lot of people are surprised by how many objections, but this is pretty standard, par for the course. You're going to see in every case tons and tons by the defense.
Sure. Yeah. We're still going to make fun of her, though.
Go for it.
An 1102 to substantiate that. And what I have is the original video, and Mr. Olson saying, this is the video minus the alterations. And we have Agent Hull saying, this is the video and there are alterations, but I'm missing a link. And it may be minor, but in this type of case, I want to be thorough. And I want to make sure that what is minor is still important. And for those reasons, I'm going to sustain the objection.
More like gravel.
And leave it to the parties on how you wish to handle the video in the future. I don't want to provide guidance either way.
Right.
But as it stands today, this exhibit, State's Exhibits 12.1 is not admitted.
Okay. Judge, could I have just one moment?
You may.
When the commenter said stoned to death, I was thinking something completely different. I'm like, stoned to death with popcorn? She just got it.
The biblical type. The biblical
Yeah. The less fun version.
That's a great point, Robin's Nest. He does always look like he's about to cry. He's always like even when he's like just talking, he's like,
How can you not stand up for your friend's widow? Like
I think he's subversive. I don't think he's. I think he's. Yeah, I don't trust him. It's not that I don't trust him. I think he is not. I think Charlie in TPUSA was. He's almost like the male version of Candace Owens. If he could go out and do his own thing, which he won't ever be able to, he would be doing those. And if that meant throwing TPUSA under the bus, he would definitely do that.
Gary, I have a question for you.
Yes.
Because I'm kind of curious. What's the deal with this overlap between people that hate Erica Kirk and people that hate Jews? Like,
Agent Hall, you testified that there were 4 visits to campus
Hold
that
on.
day.
Let me.
Correct. Yes.
And
We'll pause that real quick. Go ahead. Send it.
Yeah. So, like, why is there so much overlap between people that hate Erica Kirk and people that hate Jews? Like, I don't.
How long do you
get that.
have?
Yeah. In the short of it, number one, everybody that hated Jews always hated Charlie Kirk, so they're going to jump on anything that's damaging to TPUSA and whatever else. Now, there's other people that have been sucked into this because of Candace Owens and many other people that are basically saying that, they're enjoying the conspiracy side of it, and they got sucked into that. Now, you can't stay in that window for very long without getting indoctrinated and believing that the Jews are evil, because that's what she's always kind of DJing in there, and that's the underlying message of so much of this. So if you're going to stay on the Candace train, you're going to become anti-Semitic. You just are. Or I'll even be as generous as possible. You'll become anti-Israel. I think it's more than that, but just to be as fair as possible to the most amount of people possible. There's no separating those two, because what you won't hear, I have yet to find somebody, I'm sure there's some out there, like those should be very separate ideas. Like, hey, this is a conspiracy. The government killed them. Maybe even Israel killed them. And then, hey, you know what? I believe that, but I don't believe that Israel and Jews are bad. Like,
yeah,
those two things go hand in hand every single time with this. And I think that's by design. So that's kind of where we're at with that. Did I answer your question, Your Honor?
Yeah, I mean, that's a good explanation. It's bizarre to me. I as a Jew myself, I'm happy to die on that hill and be with the same side as the grieving widow. Like, if that's, the people that hate grieving widows also hate us, that's, I'd rather be on that side.
Yeah, I don't disagree with
the
it.
first 3
So how much is
visits,
BB paying you to
based
be
on-
up here on this podcast, asking for all of the candy cultists?
I knew that would probably come up. I could use the money. I don't know how to go about collecting, but if anyone knows,
Right.
let me know.
Exactly.
You better not be
Exactly.
getting paid more than me from BB.
And I was going to say, speaking of money, it's almost been an entire day's worth of work, a full 8-hour day. So make sure you guys are subscribing, tapping what's the thing called in the chat with
Like
the
button? Like button?
No, the one inside the chat.
Don't forget to subscribe to me.
Go subscribe to
Oh
Whole
yeah,
Truth.
I don't know what his is called.
Whole Truth. I do political commentary. I happen to be pro-Israel, trigger warning, but I love America. America's my home, and pro-Trump, and pro-grieving widows. So
Right?
Not that
Yeah,
hard.
how could you go wrong with those views? I mean, like the most
What
basic
you have
of
observed.
decent views. Also, Patriot Source Network on
Patriot Source
YouTube.
Network. Yeah. We'll make sure we get all the plugs for sure, guys. We'll take care of it.
Is your opinion that those videos were captured by UVU surveillance video? Is that correct?
That is correct. Yes.
Okay. Yeah, the fourth visit, the fourth visit too was captured by UVU surveillance video. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. Was there any other video that was collected either on the 10th or the 11th
that you believe might be important or relevant to today's hearing?
There was a large amount of video.
Well, let me, I'm going to be a little bit more specific. Was there, other than UVU surveillance video, was there any other video that you collected and subsequently gathered an 1102 statement for?
Yes, we collected Ring doorbell footage from the surrounding neighborhoods.
Okay. Let me ask you this. Did that include video from a residence located at 680 West, 925 South Orem?
Yes, that's in the Horseshoe area. Yep.
Okay. That's in Orem?
Correct.
And close to campus?
It is, yes.
Okay. And what can you tell us about that video?
There was a Ring doorbell video that was provided that showed a vehicle consistent with the one we had identified as belonging to Mr. Robinson, parking in front of the residence across the street.
Okay. And what can you tell us about the timing and the timing of that parked vehicle?
If I recall, that vehicle parked approximately 0:38 hours on the morning of the 11th.
Okay. So 0:38 hours, what time is that to regular people?
Just after midnight.
At 12:38 a.m.?
In the morning, yes.
Okay. So how did this video come to your attention that you're talking about, this doorbell or whatever?
This footage was obtained as part of the canvass of the area that was conducted as part of the investigation.
Were you able to identify the owners of that residence?
Yes.
Where that video was collected from?
Correct.
Okay. And do you know who it was collected from and by whom?
It was Mr. and Mrs. Noble. I believe Agent Davis collected the video directly from them.
Okay. And do you know what date it was collected?
If I can refresh from my notes.
If referring to your notes will refresh your memory, go ahead and look at that. Don't read it out loud.
What's up, Lynn? What's going on here? What am I missing?
I don't have the specific date, but I do know that myself and Agent Davis returned to the address as we had done with previous videos and had the owners of the video verify that it was from their system. And we did have them complete an 1102 statement, which would be dated.
Okay. Do you know, so let's talk about this. What does this video look like?
It's a nighttime view looking from the front porch of the residence across the street.
Okay. And what about that video? Why was this particular video significant to you, or why do you think it was related to this case?
We know from the UVU footage that the person we believe to be Mr. Robinson had an interaction with law enforcement. And a short period after that, the vehicle comes to that house, and some additional evidence that was collected from cell phone data and things indicated that Mr. Robinson.
Yeah, I agree with Dirt Bike here. Look, the problem with that is if you're entertained by what Candace does, you have a broken mind and a broken spirit. You really do. It's engaging in mental illness and depravity. That's what it is. And
Amen.
I judge him for it. I'm sorry, I
was
did.
in the area, and we were able to locate the footage of his vehicle on that Ring doorbell camera.
Or at least what you believe is his vehicle.
Yeah, the vehicle we believe to belong to Mr. Robinson, yes.
And is there something about this particular video and this I guess vehicle that was captured that leads you to believe that it was Mr. Robinson's vehicle?
Yeah, the vehicle.
Yeah, I realize there's a judge in the chat. That judge has my phone number. I know that. So, when I see people that I know that are my customers and clients, I'm always I don't know where to go with that. I don't want to make them public or whatever else. So Judge, you got my phone number. If you want to, you're always welcome on the show, buddy. just so we're clear. But I am very familiar with Judge Burney. Just so everybody knows.
Gary, just so you know, if you need the space, you want to kick me off.
No. We got plenty of space. I can put like 10 more people on here. You're fine.
Okay.
You calm down
I
there.
said the same
Objection,
thing.
Your Honor.
I said I'm just gonna move in.
There you go. Just move in. We always enjoy you guys.
I'm having fun.
Good. You're pushing a little bit, but that's fine.
Well, he is an
Has,
attorney. He did sit through this by choice.
That's true. It's like, this is what I want to do for a living all the time.
Every day, all day.
No, it's not quite usually this slow. I mean, yeah, this is pretty bit rough.
This is what I want to do.
Look alive,
I
chat.
won't
Look
say that they're
alive. Take a
wholly
stretch
unique.
break. Dance it out.
But in terms of the video footage that we were reviewing, the wheels on the vehicle are fairly unique and stand out on the video footage.
So again, this is video that you received early on in the investigation.
Yes.
And then in preparation for the preliminary hearing, you went back out and you met with someone about this video.
Correct.
Who specifically did you meet with about this video?
Met with Mrs. Noble.
And what did you do with Miss Noble?
We did what we had done before. We had a specific file that we wanted, or files that we wanted her to verify.
Mm-hmm.
The footage itself is broken into, I believe, 10-second segments.
Mm-hmm.
So we had specific files that we had her view and confirm that they were actually from her system. Those were written on the 1102 as they have been before.
Okay, and who wrote those file names on this particular statement?
I believe it would be my handwriting on the 1102.
All right. What did you do next?
We had her view the videos and then complete a statement verifying the authenticity of those videos on an 1102.
Okay. Was this also prepared on a State Bureau form?
I believe this was on the State Bureau Investigations form, yes.
And in this particular form on which Ms. Noble provided her statement, does it have the advisory that it would be used in lieu of her testimony here today?
It does, yes.
Does it also contain a warning that if she gave a false statement, she would be punished, or it's punishable by a Class A misdemeanor?
Again, I'm always cautious about this too, but you guys pray for Jen. I don't know what she wants me to say, but she's not doing well right now. But you guys pray for her and make sure. And Jen, I'm sure you're listening. Make sure you just rest up. Don't worry about any of this stuff. We got it. Just take care of yourself and rest.
Correct.
I mean, I made music for videos. I can totally just take over her job now. I'm a professional.
Yeah, absolutely. Nobody can replace Jen. Good try, SK.
I'm
Good try.
totally joking.
I
If you
know,
know
I
me,
know,
you know
I
I'm
know, I
actually retarded when it comes to technology.
I know.
I'm gonna have displayed on your monitor what's been marked State's Exhibit number 13 for identification. Let me know when you see that, would you?
I can see that.
Okay, and I'm gonna have my assistant scroll through that slowly. Okay. Do you recognize that?
I do, yes.
What is that?
The 1102 that myself and Agent Davis collected from Miss Noble.
Okay. And does it appear to be in the same condition as when you collected it?
It does, yes.
This is a copy, right?
Yes.
Okay. And the personal identifying information appears to be redacted, is that right?
It has been redacted, yes.
Okay. It wasn't redacted when you collected it, right?
No, the original form was not redacted.
So other than the redactions, it appears to be in the same condition as it was when you collected it.
That is correct.
State would move to admit Exhibit 13.
Ms. Nestor.
Honor, we renew our concern about unconstitutional hearsay being admitted. We also have the same concerns about the fact that the Agent Hole amended this himself, and there's no foundation as to when he filled that in, if it was before or after she signed it. And due to all those reasons, we object to its admission and object to its publication as well.
Mr. Sturgill.
Judge, again, it was collected in compliance with Rule 1102 of the Utah Rules of Evidence, specifically subsection B8, It's in writing. It's on a form. It includes both the advisory and the warning. And it was collected by Agent Hull. It's also collected in compliance and being introduced as reliable hearsay, which is lawful to do here in Utah under the state constitution, Article 1, Section 12.
Do you wish to lay more foundation about when the statement was written, whether it was before it was signed or not?
I can do that, Judge. I appreciate that. Yes. Agent Hull, do you recall when you collected this written statement from Ms. Noble?
Yes, it was in April.
In April, do you know what day?
April 6th, I believe.
Okay. And you collected it, did you go to her home? I think, is that what you said?
Yes, myself and Agent Davis went to the residence.
Okay. And did you sit there while she prepared it?
I did, yes.
And did you witness her sign it?
I did, yes.
Okay. At this point, I'd move to admit Exhibit 13.
All right, and to the state representative, could you scroll down? Okay. All right, pursuant to the Utah Rule of Evidence 1102 and Article 1, Section 28, Article 1, Section 12, which allows for reliable hearsay, I'm going to move it into, it's going to be admitted into evidence over the objection of defense. I
Overruled.
note in particular that states that I confirm that the above files were taken from our Nest doorbell videos and are accurate. And right before that statement is the notations that were allegedly made by Agent.
Okay, so he got this footage from this person in April. So for all the morons out there, they were saying, oh, the investigation was over in 33 hours. Once again, you're proven you're a moron. Like, this investigation is still taking place. It is still happening. They are still collecting information. They are still collecting evidence. They are still researching additional potential conspirators or people that had information and knowledge. That was something that Cash Patel said early on. So once again, the morons out there, the conspirators, you're proven wrong. You just don't know what you're talking about. You say so much with so much confidence that's just utter BS. And then you sit there and you wonder why we don't trust anything you say. And then you come at us and you try to impugn our motives. All you got is the Jews are paying you, Israel's paying you, TPUSA's paying you, you're fed. Like, that's all you got. You got no substantive argument. You guys are so illogical and so impossible to talk to. Like, when I'm talking to you people, like I'm like, I feel like I'm talking to a retarded 3-year-old. And you don't know our basic standards of justice. Like, why can't they just give us all the evidence? Because we have a constitutional right to a fair trial. I don't know. I don't know if you guys got anything to add to that.
No, I think everything you're saying is on point. These people are operating in bad faith. They'll say just BS out of their ass. They'll just be like, oh, actually, Israel shot Charlie from a helicopter that was underground or something. And then
what about the pagers? What about the pagers blowing
You
up?
guys are all wrong. It was the Mormon bees.
That's true.
In the maroon sweatshirts.
Yes.
So anyway, but while we hold ourselves to a standard of truth and actually look into it and debunk it, they don't hold themselves to that standard. They'll just be like, actually, does it? So again, I don't think the truth even matters to them. I think it's just like maybe a video game for them. I don't know.
Yeah, no, it is. This is identified all the vast amount of people that are just clearly delusional in the United States. And they've just kind of connected themselves to Candace like a magnet. But I love it because it tells me how many morons are out there, and I can talk to people for 3 seconds to see if they have any critical thinking skills, if they have an IQ above 50, and they have any reason or logic. And they don't. They think everything's relative. They think whatever they want to believe is true, and they'll just grasp they're so desperate desperate for reality to not be real and for their bullshit to be real. And it's fun to watch. It really is.
Well,
How
like,
could
and
I
then
forget the French
what?
Legion, Egyptian planes?
French Foreign Legion.
I was just
Ugh.
gonna say, what's fun is when they kind of forget like what their conspiracy theories are. So they'll be like, actually, Tyler Robinson had a double there. It's like, well, but you said he wasn't. Why would it? If you think that they could put a double there, then why wouldn't it? Why is that any harder to believe than it was just Tyler Robinson? Like, what is the point? They lose track of it.
Yeah, it doesn't have to make sense. That's the problem with them.
Whole.
Right.
And so for those reasons, the court finds proper foundation has been laid and that this exhibit in its entirety is admitted into evidence. As it relates to publication, I will authorize publication in the courtroom and by the media if they so wish to capture it in that form. Again, following the same format, have it on that first portion of the screen for about 10 seconds and then scroll down to the written portion for about 15 seconds and then scroll to the very bottom to ensure that the full exhibit has been displayed. All right, that concludes the publication of State's Exhibit 13.
Okay. Thank you, Judge. The video that you took with you that day when you visited with Noble or Miss Noble, had you previously, well, you've stated that the videos that you showed the Nobles were actually more than one video.
Correct.
Okay, and I believe you said they were like 10-second clips.
If I recall correctly.
Short
yes.
clips. Okay. And you showed Miss Noble all of those videos that are identified in that statement.
The one shown on the statement was shown to Miss Noble, yes.
Have you had a chance to review what's been marked State's Exhibit number 12.2?
Yes.
Okay. And when did you have a chance to review that exhibit?
I believe that was reviewed last week, I believe.
Okay.
With yourself.
Okay. And does that video, is it a single video that you watched?
No, I believe it's 4 separate short videos.
Okay. And as far as, and I understand that, but as far as 12.2 is concerned, what does that exhibit consist of?
It shows the vehicle believed to be driven by Mr. Robinson arriving in front of the residence, an individual exiting the vehicle and moving away from it, followed by an individual returning to the vehicle and unlocking it. And then it shows the vehicle a short time later starting and leaving the area.
And those are the videos that you showed Miss Noble?
Yes.
Okay. What I have displayed on your monitor was been marked plaintiffs or State's Exhibit 12.2 for identification. Let me know as soon as you see, should be a still image.
It's there.
Do you recognize what's depicted there?
Yeah, this is the view looking what would essentially be west across the street from the Noble's residence.
Okay. At 12:38 a.m., I guess, or 0:38?
Yes.
Okay. And what is depicted in this? I think you've already described that. So, Judge, I would move to admit Exhibit 12.2.
Ms. Nestor.
Your Honor, we renew our objection to allowing in the evidence without the sponsoring witness. I do have some concerns because I'm not totally sure if this is a compilation or if this is just one of the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, at least 6 videos they took from the nobles. So if we could have that clarification, I think that concerns me about authenticity, that I don't understand if this is just a portion or if this is the whole thing, or is this just all of them or none of them. And for those reasons, we object.
Adriel, speaking of someone sounding dumb, when you accuse someone of murdering their own husband, and then on top of that, accuse them, all without any evidence, by the way, and then you accuse them of child sex trafficking, yes, you're inciting violence. And if you don't understand that, I don't doubt that you follow Candace Owens, because you're too dumb to even understand anything. And I don't doubt that you follow Candace Owens and are just taken in by all this drivel. Don't doubt it at all. So again, it's always projection with you people. It really is. She is inciting violence. What she's doing is undermining the fabric of truth of this country. And she has a right to do all this stuff until she gets sued. She is breaking the law, or at least civil law. And she's going to be held accountable eventually. And then ultimately she'll be held accountable by her creator. She's evil, she's disgusting, and so are you. So we're clear.
Hey, Gary, quick question. Did you know that Candace Owens once sued her landlord for mold, and she claimed that it gave her systemic yeast infections?
I'm very aware of the case, and she lived in the house for another 6 months. She ultimately lost the lawsuit because the court thought she was full of crap. And for all those, that picture that Trump posted,
that was from that case.
That was one of the pictures she submitted as evidence for that case.
Yeah.
She's like, I'm ugly because of mold.
I wonder if that poor hygiene is maybe driving some of her rage. Just a thought.
To the admission and to publication.
Thank you. Mr. Sturgill.
That's a good point. And I'll ask additional questions before I re-seek to admit it. Agent Hull, this particular video, you've described taking several videos to Miss Noble and having her review them.
Yes.
Okay. This particular exhibit, 12.2, have you watched it in its entirety?
Yes.
Does it consist of either some or all of those videos that you showed Miss Noble?
It does, yes.
Okay. And is it a single video? Is it a compilation, that is to say, or is it 4 different videos?
It would
Or a number of different videos?
be a number of short videos sequenced.
Okay. A number of short videos in sequence?
I believe that's how this one plays, yes.
Okay. Just again, I seek to admit it.
Anything further from the parties? All right. Given my previous rulings on exhibits, I applied the same analysis and find that State's Exhibit 12.2, I believe, is admitted over the objection and may be published in the courtroom and by the media, if so chosen.
Okay, so before we play this video, again, what is it that leads you to believe that this is Mr. Robinson's vehicle?
The shape of the vehicle can be clearly seen as it pulls up, and the distinctive wheels on the vehicle also.
And well, let's go ahead and play it.
Is there any sound associated with this?
There is, Judge, but it's night sounds. It's crickets chirping and
okay, I just wanted to see if there was. I just wanted to see if there was sound or not. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. You may play the video.
Oh, it's loud. Loud as cricket ever.
Jubies right there swarming in the camera. Guilty.
Those are actually Israeli drones that are flying around.
Oh, yeah, I forgot about that new technology. My
Planting
bad.
evidence.
So in the first part of that video, what do you see?
The vehicle we believe to be driven by Mr. Robinson pulling up and parking in front of across the street, but in front of the residence.
Okay. And then in the next video, what do you believe is displayed in that video?
There's an individual who gets out of the vehicle. You can hear the door close, and then that individual moves away from the front of the vehicle. There's actually 2 reflective panels on a dumpster, and you can see the individual past those reflective panels.
And in the last of those series of videos?
The second to last one, the individual comes back across those reflective panels to the vehicle, unlocks the vehicle and gets into it. And then in the last video, the vehicle is started and the individual drives away.
Just one moment, Judge.
Yes.
Brian Inton looks really bored.
Could we approach?
You may.
So I might have missed a little bit. Is this footage from the ring camera stating that that's Tyler Robinson's vehicle when he was ditching the weapon, or what exactly?
I don't think they've clarified that. They just said, what did it show? And the investigator said he believed that was Tyler Robinson's vehicle. So this would be far after that. And I actually pulled up the search warrants. It talks about where he was late into the night, trying to still get to the firearm. So it's clearly nighttime. This is long after everything's taken place. I believe he was there till almost midnight, still trying to get access to the firearm. And the Apple search warrants and the included texts outline that.
And where was the firearm discovered? Remind me.
It was discovered basically right across the street from the campus. Let me separate these two and I'll show everybody exactly where and I have video of the location from when I was there. Let me separate these. I know a lot of people probably haven't seen this before. So I'm not looking at the screen right now. SK, can you confirm that we're looking at the Google map?
It looks like Google Map.
Okay.
It
cool.
says
All
Google UVU.
Yeah, I was just making sure that it switched screens because sometimes I'll hit the switch screen button.
No,
and
you're
I'm
good.
looking at- Okay. All right. So he basically jumped off the roof right here at the white corner of this roof, went across the road, and everybody see this little wooded area? Right about here is where he actually dropped off the firearm. It's a very small area, and this is a very steep slope upward. I'll show you everybody video of this area later, but it was basically he cached it right about there. Then we don't know for sure, but there is a trail, and I'll show you guys the video where Gray Hughes and I take this trail right up through here, kind of go through here. This let's see, ends up being, yeah, this house right here is under construction, was under construction when it took place, and it was abandoned. So he could have went right up here. He could have went in between these two properties. We don't know exactly, but he basically, you see him later on running through this area right here. If you guys remember, you can see him running behind some houses in like this So he ends up going to his vehicle. We're not exactly sure where the vehicle was parked. But in the search warrant, it talks about how he's basically at this house trying to monitor what's going on here late into the night.
Is that what the Ring camera is showing right now?
I don't know what the Ring camera is showing. You know what I know as far as what the Ring camera is showing. All we know is that at some point in time at night, this Ring camera, they haven't said what that means or what that's alluding to.
What
Got
does
it.
the evidence list say for that exhibit? Does anybody have that? Somebody in chat's been talking about the exhibits and listing them.
Hold on, let me pause this. I got this. All right, so they're taking a 10-minute break, folks.
And I would just
Oh,
like
good.
to point out that really, if the prosecution rested its case right now, they would probably succeed in winning the preliminary hearing. That's the standard. Again, this is not trying to prove anything beyond a reasonable doubt. This is just, do we have enough evidence to hold him until trial? And yeah, so
Fair enough. Luckily, we were far enough behind and we could probably skip right through this. Maybe we'll go through some of the search warrant documents.
Grit has the evidence list. Does anybody know what number that video was on the evidence list?
I can go back and look at it. Let's see what we got here.
That is correct. Yes.
Yeah, the fourth visit, is,
Across the street, 11th.
come to your attention.
As part of the investigation. So, if I'm honest, as we had done with previous videos, Miss Dawes, what we or files that we wanted her to verify.
Where it shows the vehicle. All right.
Foundation has been laid, and that this evidence, as it relates to publication, I will authorize publication in the courtroom. These were taken from our Nest doorbell videos and are accurate. And right before that statement is the notations that were allegedly made by Agent Hull. And so for those reasons, court finds proper foundation has been laid.
I'm sure he mentioned.
Davis collected from Miss Noble.
Okay. And does it appear to be in the same condition as when you collected it?
It does, yes.
This is a copy, right?
Yes.
Okay. And the personal identifying information appears to be
I don't
redacted. Is that right?
It has been.
I don't know, and I don't know that video is all that important enough to like go down some crazy rabbit hole to figure out what that is exactly.
Oh, you're good. I was just
Yeah.
curious what the evidence list described it as.
Yeah.
So we would know if it was before or after or anything like that.
Oh, I mean, it's clearly after. That's at night. I mean, clearly.
Right, but I didn't know if it was like the night before or the night of.
Fair enough. I don't know that we have. I haven't seen anything in all the court documents that allege that he was there the night before. So take that for what it is. All right, so they're on a 10-minute break, and looks like they're still on a break.
And we're back. Everybody gets to take a break and stretch.
Exactly.
Look alive, chat. Look alive.
if you'll have me on another time, I will familiarize myself with all the court documents beforehand. I haven't taken a close look at them.
I can either send them to you or I'll give you a link to Andrea Burkhart's Substack, which is where I get them all anyhow. And folks, if you're not following Andrea Burkhart, make sure you go follow her. She has a Substack where she's been paying for these court documents and posting them, as well as an update to what they mean, what they say. So, Gil, that is definitely the best source of information. Andrew's a lawyer as well.
I'll check it out.
Right,
Burkhart,
don't you have
B-U-R-K.
access?
Yes.
Yes, B-U-R-K.
Thank you.
You get all the good access, don't you, to like Westlaw and the good Pacer access?
I have I have access to a lot of them, not all of them. They're crazy expensive, but I do have LexisNexis and Pacer. Not Westlaw.
I'm going to go through.
By the way, this is just nicotine. Is it okay if I don't want you to be.
Yeah.
Okay.
Put yourself out.
I have a suggestion.
Sure.
Whoever edits videos and makes videos and knows how to do all the techie things, I think somebody should edit that court hearing and clip out every single time that Tyler's attorney said shot or shoot or gun
Good idea.
or any of those words. Edit them all out and then smash them all together.
I like
Yeah. Yeah, the defense is not going to bring up the exploding mic theory because the autopsy report is just going to, they're not going to ruin their credibility with the jury or judge by saying stuff like that,
Mm-hmm.
Some of these dad jokes are really good. Jake, don't say that. He said I'm dead inside today. Listen, look alive. Look alive, chat. Look alive. Everybody go hit the thumbs up button. Subscribe if you're not subscribed. Also, what are you doing with your life if you're not already subscribed?
Exactly. All right. So just so you guys know, I'm looking through the Apple search warrants. There's a lot of information in here.
Court is back in session.
All right. We're back in session.
We ended with the parties, the attorneys discussing. How would we like to proceed?
Judge, I think I just have a couple of questions.
We're on the downstretch, folks. All right. We're pretty much done. Pretty much done. Only a little bit more.
I propose you have an award for the longest number of hours on your podcast in the least number of appearances.
Oh. Would that make you eligible?
I mean, I don't know, but I feel like it. I feel like I've just moved in here. This is just my home now.
Finish out the day.
I think you're right.
Once we've sorted out these few questions, we're all in agreement that we want to break for the day. Is that right, Ms. Nestor? Well, I sure.
You may proceed with your questions and
Okay.
we'll take it from there.
All right. Agent Hull, I asked you earlier, after you had testified about all the video that you've watched and video that you believe depicts Mr. Robinson from the UVU surveillance.
It's 4 to 37 in Utah
With
right
the
now.
driver's license and the
Somebody was asking.
DMV records. Whether or not you believe that that person that you have seen in the video and on the driver's license record is in the courtroom today. And I believe your answer was yes.
I don't know why the audio just dropped so
And I
much.
asked you if you wouldn't mind pointing him out and describing something that he's wearing. And I don't believe that I allowed you to do that.
Okay.
Would you do that right now?
Your Honor, just for the record, we would impose an objection based on the 14th Amendment for due process due to an unduly suggestive in-court ID. Also, we believe there's a lack of foundation establishing his ability to interpret the surveillance video. And based on that, we would object.
All right. I note that, well, to the state, do you wish to be heard on what was just stated?
Well, Judge, I think we had this discussion and I think you ruled on that specific objection. And then after you
Talking to the
ruled,
mic, loser.
it's
Let's
neglected
go.
to come back and follow through with the question and the answer. That's my recollection of the bench meeting.
I believe I stated for the purposes of this hearing that identification by Agent Hull of Mr. Robinson was made.
The audio is low,
Could be
Seth.
wrong,
This guy
but,
doesn't know how to speak into the microphone.
I just wanted to clarify that, Judge, because there was some question about.
So we haven't
whether that
changed
would
anything.
happen. And so if that's your recollection of what happened, and if you're willing to put on the record that Agent Holt has identified the defendant, I think we're done.
But I will turn it
Does
up
the
on my.
defense want to be heard? Of course.
Your Honor.
All right, well, if for the benefit of the record and for thoroughness, if you wish to re-ask that question, you certainly, well, we can see what happens.
If I could, Judge, I'd like to. Would you please point him out and identify something that he is wearing?
Yeah, I believe that Mr. Robinson is between Ms. Nestor and other counsel wearing a gray suit jacket with a dark tie and a light colored shirt.
Judge, I would ask that the record reflect
There we
that
go.
Agent Holt has identified the defendant.
I have no, I mean, I made my objection already.
Okay, I just wanted to check.
No, thank you,
All
Your Honor.
right. For the purposes of this hearing, I find that Agent Hull has identified Mr. Robinson. Again, this is only for the preliminary hearing. You may proceed.
Judge, I think for today, with Agent Hull, we're done for today. We'd ask that at this point we take a break until tomorrow.
All right, so are you saying that you're going to recall Agent, well, we're going to resume with Mr. Hall tomorrow morning?
Tomorrow morning, and let me explain and I was going to explain this, but let me explain why. Judge, our intent is to prepare an original version of the video that has been in dispute today, without the circles, without the blur, and without the zooming in. And our intent is to introduce that tomorrow as a different exhibit. And we just can't prepare that in the next hour or so. So we're going to need this evening to prepare that exhibit. And we'd like to return with that. Judge, what I would also suggest, well, let me get your take on that, Judge.
All right, does the defense wish to be heard about ending for the day? We have about 19 minutes until 5 o'clock. What is the defense?
Your Honor, we're happy to accommodate the state on that.
So for today, Agent Hall, you may step down, and we'll resume with your testimony tomorrow morning. Anything further, Mr. Sturgill?
Well, there's just one other thing, and it's a suggestion.
Agent Hall, can you wait just 1 second? I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I'm sure Ms. Nestor may have a position with regards to this, but Judge, we would invite you to review the exhibit that we've been talking about today. It is 12.1. We suggest that you look at it between today and tomorrow.
Rosie, I am starting to get hangry. Getting hangry, Rosie.
Because our intent is.
Yasmin said she was done. I said, you're not done. Where else can you have a great time and be entertained during a preliminary hearing for such a horrific crime? This is top tier content.
Exactly. Well, and I think it would be helpful if you saw that in advance, and you could compare that to the version that doesn't have the circle.
Make sure that we're not going to miss anything here. We're not going to add anything. I don't think we are.
I would ask that you do that. I don't know if Ms. Nestor has a different opinion about that, but I think it would be helpful in determining whether or not that particular exhibit 12.1 is admissible.
Ms. Nestor.
I don't have anything to add to that. I defer to what the court prefers to do on that. I do have another matter before Agent Hull is released that I do want to address with the court, but I don't have any concern if the court wants to look at it in advance. It's kind of a little bit of a long video. I think it's just about 5 minutes, maybe. It's not very long. So if you want to wait until tomorrow, it's not going to slow the matter down very much, but it's up to the court on that.
All right, I appreciate the parties. What I'm going to do is I'm going to wait till it's properly before me and a motion has been made for either of the videos. And then I'm happy to entertain the motion to review both of them. or however the parties, I don't want to issue a pre-ruling, so I'll wait till it's properly before me and I can take it from there. It being that it's about 5 minutes, I'm not too concerned about how much time is needed. I also want to be thorough, so I'll wait till it's brought before me and we can address it from there. And turning to Ms. Nestor as it relates to your request.
Thank you, Your Honor. Your Honor, I recognize that Agent Hull is the case agent and is working with the state in preparing for this. But he is still on the stand, and I would ask that he be instructed that he can't discuss his testimony, even though he's the case agent. I don't think it's proper for him to discuss his testimony while he's excused for the night.
Mr. Sturgill.
It's not a problem, Judge.
All right, so Agent, from this moment on until we come back in court, you're instructed not to discuss your testimony with anyone, as you are still on the stand for all intents and purposes. And we'll, if the state recalls you this tomorrow morning, then we'll proceed. Okay?
Okay, honey.
All right, may this witness be excused
For now.
for today. All right, thank you, Agent Hall. Anything further from the parties, or do either party need the benefit of the record before we adjourn?
No, Your Honor.
Not from the state, Judge.
All right, noting neither party wishes the benefit of the record. Court is in recess until 9 a.m. tomorrow morning.
All right. So thank you, Jesus. That's over.
Recess, my favorite.
Watching the World Cup is going to be like super riveting now after that. All right.
I couldn't imagine. I do want to go through this real quick, folks, and because I think it's important, and most of you have never seen this before, I guarantee it. I'll try to go through the highlights of this, but what we have right here, I'm going to share this tab instead, make sure everybody can see this. This is, and I'm going to blow this up so everybody can see it. Boom. All right. We'll make this as big as possible. So what this is the search warrant. And there's a lot of good information in here. And I think this is one of the best summaries of the entire case of what the state alleges that Tyler Robinson did or did not do. But this is the affidavit for search warrant. I believe it's to Apple. Yes, Apple Inc. And this is basically so that they could subpoena the records for all of his text messages. A lot of good information in there. It kind of lays out the case from the beginning to the end, everything that happened to Charlie and everything else. I just want to see where it kind of jumps off. While processing the crime scene evidence, technicians were able to identify the locations where Robinson, through physical contact, had left potential biological evidence. Touch DNA transfers from when the skin cells from touch or sweat are shed on an object during direct or indirect contact, can also transfer from one person to another. So they talk about a lot of things in here, and it's 12 pages long. We're not going to go through this. We're already on page 5. But Tyler Robinson arrived at the Washington County Sheriff's Office accompanied by his parents at approximately 26 hours. Basically, we're 10:26. Tyler Robinson was not wearing clothing consistent with the clothing observed on the surveillance camera during and around the time of the incident. There's that. But also, we get down here and they start talking about text messages in the Times, basically after he allegedly killed Charlie Kirk. Here we go. So this is one of the things people have talked about. Actually, here we go. Let me go where this is. There you go. Second message, Tyler, shouldn't be long until I can come home, but I got to grab my rifle still. To be honest, I'd hoped to keep this secret till I died of old age. I am sorry to involve you. Third message, Lance, you weren't the one who did it, right? Fourth message, Tyler, I am. I'm sorry. So again, we have additional confessions. Fifth message, I thought they caught the person. Sixth message, Tyler, no, they grabbed some crazy old dude, then interrogated someone in similar clothing. Seventh message, Tyler, I had planned to grab my rifle from my drop point shortly after, but most of that side of the town got locked down. It's quiet, almost enough to get out, but there's one vehicle lingering. Lance showed FBI agent Lange, additional text message between Tyler Robinson himself following the content of those messages between Tyler Robinson and Lance Twiggs. First message, 3 hours ago, there was an officer with a K9 walking nearby the area, hoping the pooch has a bad sniffer. He didn't. They found the rifle immediately. Second message, I'm wishing I had circled back and grabbed it as soon as I got to my vehicle because it sounds like the police couldn't get in for a long while because of the traffic. Third message, needless to say, I'm going to be late coming home, my B. Fourth message, just stay safe. I will. I'm worried about what my old man would do if I don't bring back Grandpa's rifle. He's far scarier than any Fed, not going to lie. Tyler, guess I'm just sitting in my car watching reels for another hour, hoping this guy fucks off. Ninth message, are you okay still? Tyler, yes. Check-in spot again now. Will. Lance showed FBI agent laying additional messages between Tyler Robinson himself. The text messages were photographed by investigators as Lance showed them the text messages. The following is a text content of one of the pictures the investigators took of message between Tyler Robinson and Lance Twiggs. First message, Tyler, I'm sorry, but I think this might be it. If the way is clear, I can try and come your way to say goodbye. After that, I have a spot in my mind that I'll call the police to. He's alluding to the fact that he's about to unalive himself. Second message, Lance, are the cops outside? Third message, Lance, and why are you calling the police anywhere? Fourth message, not yet, but I have no doubt they will be on me within the hour. And I will be giving my location up and going out on my own terms. I have no intention of being drugged through the courts in front of the country. Can I come see you? After that, I can call my dad and see if he's willing to help me or not. Fifth message, Lance, I'm just at my parents' right now. Maybe I could make an excuse to head home for a bit. Tyler, you would need to do that right now. Seventh message, any ideas? Lance showed FBI special agent additional text message between Tyler Robinson himself. The text messages were photographed by investigators at Lance showed them the text messages. For an excuse, I don't know. Tyler, for getting out of this? Question mark. None short of my family being willing to cover for me, I am fucked. Third message, I'm not going to be able to leave. Lance, what's something urgent I would need to leave for? Tyler, you could say I told you there was an emergency at home and I need you with few details. I said I'm swapping laundry, heading home now. Seventh message, Tyler, nice. I will see you soon. Tyler, coworker has just sent me the still of me on campus. What is your ETA? Ninth message, like 3 minutes. So what this goes back to, and the coworkers have talked, I believe, on news reports with this, the coworkers identified Tyler Robinson when he was on campus. They saw the pictures of it, and here we have a coworker sending him text messages saying, basically, hey, is this you? First message, Lance, why? Second message, why did I do it? Third message, yeah. I had enough of his hatred. Some hate can't be negotiated out. If I am able to grab my rifle on scene, I will have left no evidence. Shows you how dumb he is. Go into
We
attempt.
will never know the motive, guys.
Yeah, you're like, what's the motive? We'll never know. Going to attempt to retrieve it again. Hopefully they have moved on. I haven't seen anything in the news about them finding it. We'll update you by midnight. So here he is, late into the night. Sixth message, all right. Seventh message, stay safe. Eighth message, how long have you been planning this? Ninth message, a bit over a week, I believe. I can get close to it, but there's a squad car parked right by it. I think they already swept the spot, but I don't want to chance it.
So no premeditation at
They
all.
didn't, yeah, none whatsoever. They didn't sweep the spot. They found the rifle immediately, and they locked down that area, and they were processing it for forensics. And one of the messages that Lance showed to investigators, the user Tyler Ecom posted the following message in a group chat. Hey guys, I have bad news for you all. It was me at UVU yesterday. I'm sorry for all of this. I'm surrendering through a sheriff friend in a few moments. Thank you for all the good times and laughs. You've all been so amazing. Thank you for everything. Facebook post made by Turning Point USA on August 27, 2025. The post announced that Charlie would be part of the American Comeback Tour and that the first date of the tour will be September 10th at Utah University. Search warrant was obtained but for Lance Twiggs' cell phone during a review of the data and information stored on Lance Twiggs' device. A statewide information analysis provided with the information they were communicated. According to that information obtained by the FBI investigators who reviewed the information stored on Lance Twiggs' device, Twiggs took a photograph of a letter that Tyler Robinson wrote to him. For context, Tyler Robinson has sent a message to Lance Twiggs on 9/10 that said, drop what you're doing, look under your keyboard. Based on information, it is believed that Tyler sometimes refers to Lance as Luna. The following is what Tyler Robinson wrote on his letter to Lance Twigg based on the photograph found on Lance's phone. Luna, if you're reading this per my text, then I am sorry. I left the house this morning on a mission and set an auto text. I am likely dead or facing a lengthy prison sentence. I had the opportunity to take out Charlie Kirk, and I took it. I don't know if I will have succeeded, but I had hoped to make it home to you. I wish we could live in a world where this did not feel necessary. I wish I could have stayed for you and lived our lives together. I lack the words to express how much I love you. How very much. God, it just grosses me out. No, this is like,
Gag me with a spoon.
please try and find joy in this life. I love you always, Tyler. Let's see what other relevant information here is obtained through investigative subpoena, non-disclosure.
I mean, that is, I've never seen it all. So that's like him saying, I did it. There's no conspiracy. Anyone that says it wasn't me is lying. I'm the murderer. Here's how I did it. Here's when I did it. Here's why I did it. I mean, it's just, it's
pretty cut and dry.
Yeah, I mean.
But I just don't know where you guys are getting all this from, because there's no motive. There's no proof of anything. He wasn't ever on campus. He never admitted to anything at all. It was definitely the Jews. That's what it says. I saw it.
Yeah. And you know, these are all of these texts are just made up. Somebody just fabricated them.
I gotta get going, but thank you so much, Gary. It's been a pleasure.
Absolutely.
And if you'll have me again tomorrow.
Yeah, I'd love to have you.
All right. Thanks, man. And check me out, Whole Truth. Have a great one.
Yep. You guys go give them a follow at Whole Truth. We'll see you tomorrow.
It was nice
Take
to
care.
meet you.
Nice to meet you too. Thank you.
I feel like this is like when, you know, someone goes out there and shouts the Durka Durka Aloha snack bar and then blows stuff up, and the officials come out and they're like, we do not know the motive. We may never know the motive behind this.
There is nothing to indicate that this was terrorism. I don't know where you guys are getting that from.
Yeah, right.
Oh my gosh. My gosh. Thanks so much. A while ago. Yeah, look, there's a lot of folks out there. And again, so for those that don't know, tomorrow night at 8 p.m., we're scheduled to have Andrew Wilson on. So make sure we already got that posted. Make sure you guys go set a reminder for that notification. I know everybody tells me all the time that YouTube is not sending out notifications. So make sure, look, that's just the way this works. YouTube is no friend of the First Amendment. They're sure as heck no friend of the Second Amendment, and they're no friend of Paramount Tactical, and I'm okay with that. They're a bunch of freaking communist jihadists. I don't care. So
I think if you're highly favored in YouTube's eyes, you're probably not doing it right. And also make sure you go follow Patriot Source Network. We have a podcast tonight at 9:30. We might be delaying it though, so turn on your notifications because it's usually at 9:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time on Monday, Wednesday, and Fridays. We have our Friday night shit show.
Awesome. Yeah. So one of the things I wanted to do is make sure we go through. I've I've talked to Andrew Wilson on the phone. We talked about some other things. I've watched I listened to some of his debates already. Some of the things that he said on Spaces. I actually was on a space last night with his wife. Talked about some of the facts of the case. I just want to make sure that Andrew knows all the facts of the case, and because there's a lot of these things being pushed, like the K9s missed the rifle. That's a lie. That's an absolute lie. That was the only person that's ever said that was Candace Owens. She said she got it from a source, an anonymous source, no less. Well, I've had two sources that were on the ground there that contacted me and told me what actually happened, and they found that rifle immediately. You don't even have to take my word for it, though. I don't like giving you information. Matter of fact, just discount anything I said about an anonymous source. I don't like giving information about an anonymous source, but it doesn't even make sense. It doesn't pass the smell test or the common sense test. As was actually discussed by the investigator, at one point in there, he said, we were still treating it like an active shooter, event. We were trying to figure out was the campus locked down or not. So we have this shooting event. We have somebody that they see jump off the roof. They're looking for an armed and dangerous suspect. And so there was a dog in the area from a certain agency, a highly trained dog. They started tracking where the last point that they saw that guy, and that was right where he dropped off the roof. They were tracking the person. There is no way that anybody would even come to the conclusion that they cached a rifle somewhere. They dropped that rifle off at some point. They're looking for an armed and dangerous person. And what happened is they tracking and looking for the armed and dangerous suspect. They came directly upon the rifle immediately within like 5 minutes. They locked that area down, and that's what happened. So Candace, to make up this idiotic story where she says, oh, they were looking for the rifle, and then all the policemen, they linked arms and were doing this grid search. They didn't find anything. So then they had the dogs come over, bomb dogs. They weren't necessarily bomb dogs. Bomb dogs searched it. They couldn't find it. And then suddenly the FBI showed up and then went right to it and they found it. That didn't happen. How would they know where to search for that? How would they know to
The dreams, Gary, the dreams.
So she made up the story. It's complete fiction. And the point of that was to undermine the case and basically make the allegation that the FBI planted evidence. I think that's one of the big things going on. And I heard someone talking about that, and I could tell that Andrew Wilson didn't know about that. So that was one of the things that I wanted to clarify that story so that he at least understands the truth behind it and give us some evidence that happened. It didn't happen. We know that. Let me look for, I just want to show everybody that area. So I'm going to try to find my video footage from the location where that took place. There in Orem. Let me sort by name here.
Do you guys think that the defense is going to utilize George Zinn and any of the people that had alleged prior knowledge to any of this?
It's a great question.
Because George Zinn got sentenced, didn't he, for obstruction, but also they found some CSAM.
Yeah. Allegedly. I don't know. I guess he's been.
I'm pretty sure he got sentenced already.
Yeah, that sounds right. All right. So this is the video right here. I want you all to see how ridiculous this story is.
All right, folks. So we can see right there where off, and then he actually walked up on the.
Peel this back a little bit.
All right, folks. So we can see right.
All right. So right there at that spot is where he jumped off, landed right there. As a matter of fact, there was still an impression when I was there about a month after all this went down. Some few weeks, a month, you could still see the impression where he landed. It's actually really soft ground right there. And then as I showed you before, both myself and Gray Hughes, you can still see the streak marks where he left his hand marks on the fascia of the roof.
There where Tyler jumped off, and then he actually walked up on this little knoll here.
It's pretty hidden back there, too.
Yeah.
Nobody on the street could have seen it until he got right there.
And then he comes to this intersection. Well, I wouldn't even call it an intersection. He comes to the road right here.
He went through the rocks, I think.
All right, we're clear. He crossed the road right here-ish. They were right down to here.
And if you go down there, it's like goes right into people's yards. So it's like, I don't know how you would have done Maybe put him in there.
Yeah. Maybe hit it over in here somewhere. I mean, honestly, at this point, folks, we're just speculating where he would have actually.
I believe this little clump of bushes is exactly where he hid. It was really the only spot to hide a rifle. But we do know generally in this area is where he cached that rifle. And you guys see how far that the canine units would actually have to follow him looking for an armed and dangerous suspect. They walked right to this location immediately.
Hidden the rifle, but this is the location as indicated by, well, pretty much everyone.
Multiple documents.
The only place that I really see I would have hidden a rifle is in this brush right here.
That might be exactly where he put him. So this is where they came down, right around.
Now, do we think that he actually went up there and then went through?
Yeah, see, I think he hit it and they
Walked back over this way?
Down here, right? Look.
Yeah.
It's kind of interesting down
Yeah, well, folks, we're in a defilade, and this, if he was walking down in here, it would keep everything hidden from view of vehicles as they pass by.
So anyways, that's all right, folks, the location of where the rifle was hidden. But again, these people won't show you this stuff. They won't tell you the truth. They got a grift to uphold, and that's what they're doing. That is what's going on. Well, listen, folks.
So you're saying you did actual investigative work and
Yeah, I
went
went there.
there and saw it with your eyeballs and saw the layout and saw how it's possible, saw all the things, asked questions, talked to people,
Multiple
but
eyewitnesses.
crazy.
Talked
how
to
that
law
works.
enforcement there. Got some information. I had to elicit some information out of the cop that I was talking to. But yeah, and it's amazing. Like if you get off your ass and get out from, get out of the studio and actually go do some work, how much information you'll actually find. And I don't know, maybe we'll go back through some of that footage. I put it out months and months ago. It's kind of been forgotten about. People don't even know it's there, some of it. But it's important to know the layout of the university and to see the on the ground truth. And that's what changed my mind. Like once I went there, talked to people, saw the layout, saw how easy it was to access the roof. Like I had a lot of doubts going into it. Most of those, like, yep, everything that I'm seeing here reconciles with everything that we see in the charging documents. And everything made sense to me. So that's kind of where we're at.
Chevy, peanut butter on waffles. Absolutely. Never tried the French toast, but I've heard about it lots on here.
Oh, I did have some super chats I need to do some house cleaning on. Used to watch Barron when he had his Joe crash out. I tapped out. Was married to a raging alky for 17 years. Knew what I was looking at. Blessings, Gary. Thank you, Patriot Lady. We appreciate you. I can't remember, but didn't Candace make a claim that the timestamp of the text messages in the arrest wasn't adding up? It was the Discord chat that she was talking about specifically. I don't remember if I covered this or not. I spent time with Jack Pozo a few months ago at an event. He cares deeply for Charlie, but is taking the Michael Knowles approach of just not saying much. Not saying I agree, but that's the stance. Yeah, I don't think that's a good stance. And, here's what I would say. If Jack came on video and he gave me a good reason as to why he hasn't spoken out, it has to be a really good reason. I'd probably be willing to forgive him, but I think like there's literally no chance of this. Like my best friend, I was his best man. If something happened to him and all these people were attacking his wife, there's no chance that I wouldn't be out there speaking out. I never knew Erica. I never knew Charlie other than what we see, what we feel like we know them through social media. I have no association with them whatsoever. But I'm outraged to the point to where I can't sit back and stay silent on this. I don't know how Jack can do that. And I condemn it just flat out. I think it's wrong. I think it's cowardly. I really do. And, maybe in his mind, it's the best thing to do. I think if that's what he's saying and that's what he's convincing himself of, he's incorrect. SK, I lost one of the most important people in my life recently. Folks like you who try to bring levity and laughter to the grieving are our heroes. Yeah. When will Tyler enter a plea? I'm not sure. Just saying thank you. Keep going, Max. We appreciate you. Gary, after all the evidence you just read, can you believe sociopath Candy just said last week with Sean Ryan that she still doesn't think Tyler R. was actually at the scene? She's not crazy. She's deceptive. She knows what she's doing. Her followers are. If you believe that from Candace Owens, folks.
It just shows that there are a whole lot of people that are either under medicated or are skipping doses or are over medicated, but there's an issue, like a serious issue in this country right now.
Yeah, no, you're right. Were those messages recently released? No, they were released months ago, like 2 months ago at least. And by the way, most of those messages are in the charging documents, in the original charging documents that were released, I think, on the 16th of September. So 4 or 5 days, like 5-6 days after the murder. That information's out there, but unless you're going to channels like mine and other places where they're actually concerned about the truth, you don't hear that. And then the other thing that I don't do is I don't read them enough. So a lot of the stuff people have never seen, unfortunately, and they're hiding it from you on purpose. Those text messages, there's some additional ones that weren't in the original charging documents. So there's some new information in that search warrant, but you guys can go to Andrea Burkhart. You can download all the court documents, and I've gone through hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of pages. Some of them are not worth wasting your time on, but there's some really good ones. Like obviously the original affidavit for probable cause, the motion to exclude cameras. There's a lot of good information in there. That's a longer one. I think that's over 100 pages, something like that. And then the new search warrants from Apple. There's a couple other good ones too. Thanks for all your hard, Gary. Thanks for all your hard, Gary. All my hard is because of you.
I mean, Gary,
We'll leave it alone.
this
We'll
is
leave
a
it alone.
PG show.
We'll leave that alone. There's a lot I could add to that. Listen, SK, number
Same.
one, thanks
I'm
for
just
jumping
going
in
to
here.
pretend like
Yeah.
it didn't happen.
Thanks for coming on. I appreciate your commentary, your levity, your humor. You made it more bearable for me. So thank you for coming on. Everybody that tuned in, thank you for watching. The truth is important. And man, so many people are lying. And we can't accept that here. We got to fight back. We got to push back on it. You're not going to starve the grift. You're just going to let the cancer spread. That's what's going to happen. All right, folks. Thanks for tuning in. And until next time, stay armed, stay ready. We'll talk to you soon. We'll be back tomorrow, 9 a.m. Mountain Time.